हॅलो
हॅलो. हां हॅलो
सर, भागवत सरांचा आयडी काय आहे?
तुमचा आयडी काय सर? तुमचा आहे कोणता फोन आहे तो?
त्यांनाही को होस्ट करतो मी.
हो हो हो, भागवत सरांना पोस्ट करा.
हो.
हां, भागवत पी
केलं को होस्ट.
ओके ओके. आपका मोबाइल देखो ना. नहीं, आपका लैपटॉप से करून द्या सर.
रशिदी मॅडमला बी को होस्ट केलंय मी, ते जॉईन झालंय.
ओके ओके ओके.
बाबा अमरावती युनिव्हर्सिटी.
एखादा काहीतरी घ्या बरं.
हॅलो सर, राऊत सर जॉईन झालेले आहेत, पण त्यांनी माईक कनेक्ट नाही केलाय, त्यांचा ऑडिओ कनेक्ट नाही केलाय. हॅलो
Hello. Hello. Who's speaking? Hello. Any आपको speaking? I hear this now. Table.
हेलो, रशीदी
हाँ,
मैडम.
सर.
हॅलो,
हा सर, तुमचा आवाज येतोय, बोला ना सर.
येतं ना? VC सर जॉईन झाले का?
VC सर चेक
नाही,
करतो.
पावणे अकरा होतील.
माझा आवाज येत नाही.
पावणे 11ला होतील पप्पा.
आणि हॅलो विशाल,
हा सर.
VC सर जॉईन झाले?
चेक करतो सर, 2 मिनिटं. त्यांचं ID आपल्याला कळेल का सर? बरं थांबा, मी चेक करतो. थांबा.
क्लिअर?
नाही सर, त्यांचं नाव तर दिसत नाही सर पार्टिसिपंट्स मध्ये.
नाही का?
नाही.
ये नीचे वर्ड फाइल है ना, वर्ड फाइल दिखेंगे ना? कहाँ से मैक्सिमाइज करते हैं?
हॅलो विशाल,
हा सर.
व्हॉट अबाउट अवर VC सर?
नाही सर, अजून जॉईन नाही झाले. He has not joined yet. I searched him by his name. No sir. Can we get the ID?
Okay. I am trying to get the ID.
Okay. And what about sir, President Guhikedkar sir?
Yet he is not joined, but he will join soon.
Okay.
Within 15 minutes.
Within 10-15 minutes, he is going to join.
Yes sir, no problem.
Just we are waiting for joining of VC sir.
Yes, sure sir.
Keep eye on that.
Yes.
Once he join, we start the proceeding.
Yes, sure sir, sure.
Okay.
प्ले करना है सर?
ते प्ले करा ना मग अरे
विशाल के पास
अग्रेसर इथं टिश्यू कल्चर, बायो इन्फॉर्मॅटिक्स यासारख्या विषयांवरील प्रबंधांवर काम सारख्या विषयांवरील विद्यार्थी
क्या अगर किसी को सर्च करना रहा 3D कॉन्फ्रेंस सर्च करेगा। अच्छा अच्छा कहाँ से कर सकते हैं क्या? मैं तो यहाँ से कर सकती हूँ, यहाँ करना पड़ेगा। चलो पूरा दिक्कत से सिलेक्ट कर लीजिए, पूरा दिक्कत ये प्लेन का जब अपने साइड का भी दिखता विद दिस म्यूजिक सॉन्ग के साथ। हाँ दिख रहा, देखिए म्यूट कीजिए। Yes, you can say.
देखिए बड़ा अच्छा दिख रहा है अभी मैसेज फाइल से बराबर
इससे नहीं
आवाज
हाँ सर त्याचं नाव आयडी काय यांचे नजर अच्छा समझ
ट्राई करेंगे
आईडी चेंज करना सर्च करना 3D कॉन्फ्रेंस लैपटॉप
करता येईल का कुठून करा
वीडियो शुरू
दिखत नाही
हेलो बागेश्वर सर.
हाँ, एक मिनिट.
We will start the inauguration just within few minutes. Our
Hello. Hello. Vishal. Hello.
हाँ सर बोला ना.
Actually, we were waiting for our respected VC sir.
Yes, we will wait sir, no
But
problem.
because of very important and unavoidable work,
Hmm.
he will be not with us as a inaugurator.
Hmm.
So we are making some alternations, and within
Okay.
2 minutes we are going to
Okay.
start the proceeding.
Yes, sure sir, sure. And sir,
Hello.
President sir joined or not? Guiketkar sir.
Has he joined?
Yes, he has joined. I will make him co-host.
Somehow he joined actually.
Yes.
Okay.
He has joined sir, and I have made him co-host also.
Okay. So,
Yes.
dear participants, within few minutes, we are going to start the proceedings of this international interdisciplinary virtual conference. Once again, I repeat, Honorable VC, Dr. Murlidharji Tandekar sir, is not going to join this conference because of very important and unavoidable work. So, Raut sir, can we start the proceeding? Hello.
हेलो।
Yes, sir.
आवाज नहीं आ रहा था कोई, इसलिए मैंने।
Just we are starting the program. Please
ओके।
be with us. Yes,
यस।
yes.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Yes.
Hello. 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 Vishal, can you listen me?
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. You are
Can,
audible, sir.
okay, okay. Thank you. So we start the proceeding. Success is not the key to happiness, but happiness is the real key to success. If we love what we are doing, definitely you will be successful. Hello, hi everyone. I am super excited to have you all online for the International Interdisciplinary Virtual Conference on Drugs, Disease and Development organized by Department of Chemistry and IQAC Mungasaji Maharaj Mahavidyalaya on 9th and 10th of December 2020. Friends, I really feel very proud and have immense pleasure to welcome you all on behalf of Vidya Prasarak Mandal Darva. Myself, Dr. Prashant Bageshwar, IQAC Coordinator from Department of Physics. Friends, the pandemic COVID-19 has changed all aspects of life. Even education sector is not the exception. Moreover, I would like to mention education sector is very badly affected by COVID-19. Therefore, President as well as Secretary of VPM and Principal really motivated us to conduct such an international event. At the outset, for these 2 days international interdisciplinary virtual conference on drugs, disease and development, that is IIVCDDD 2020. We are having galaxies of intellectuals. One of them is Honorable Vasant Guikedkar sir, a dynamic president of Vidya Prasarak Mandal, Darva. He will be grace the function as a chairman for this inaugural ceremony. It's a really proud moment for all of us that we are having chief guest and inaugurator, Honorable Professor Syed Akil Ahmed sir, who is director of Arcus Center for Scientific Research and Consultancy, who is also former and founder vice chancellor Poya University, Karnataka. It gives me an immense pleasure to announce that we are having Dr. V.S. Zambode sir, ex-pro vice chancellor of Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University, as a guest of honor. For this auspicious occasion, we have with us Honorable Dr. Sangeeta Guikedkar ma'am as a guest of honor who is Secretary of BPM. We also having Dr. V.B. Raut sir, Principal of Mungasaji Maharaj Mahavidyalaya, Darva. Vice Principal Dr. Najia Rashidi ma'am, a convener of this international event, that is IIVCDDD 2020, who is really work hard for this beautiful and wonderful gathering. All other dignitaries, resource persons, humanities, faculty member, students, and esteemed audience who have virtually gathered here from various diverse places across the country, from nooks and corners. Coming together is a beginning, keeping together is a progress, but working together is a success. It's a indeed mantra. So it's a good amen to start every event with tribute to social reformer Santa Gadge Baba. So I request to play the university songs as a beginning of the this conference.
नित्यं च विद्यामन्थनं नित्यं हि विद्यासर्जनं नित्यं च विद्याजीवनम्
संत गाडगे बाबा तुझे
thank you very much. To welcome is to show honor. To welcome is to establish integrity. So I invite Dr. Najia Rashidi, convener of this international interdisciplinary virtual conference, to deliver welcome address.
Thank you, sir. A very pleasant day to one and all. At the outset, I offer my salutation to the Almighty. I extend my greetings to all the present over here. Hope you all are safe and healthy in this pandemic situation. I, Dr. Nazia Rashidi, convener of this international interdisciplinary virtual conference on drug, disease and development 2020. It's my great pleasure to be among us, the first to welcome you all to this international interdisciplinary virtual conference on drug, disease and development, organized by Department of Chemistry, Mungasaji Maharaj, Mahavidyalaya, Darva. I want to thank you all for taking time from your busy schedule to join us for this insightful event. It's so wonderful to see and to be with you with so many friends, colleagues, and wise sages of atmospheric science community. On this auspicious occasion, I welcome Honorable Vasant Khedkar, President Vidya Prasarak Mandal, Darva, and the Chairman of this inaugural function of this two-day international conference. Friends, this is one of the big days in the history of our college to have great personalities with us. Due to some personal reason, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. M.G. Chandrikar sir, he is the Vice Chancellor of Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University, Amravati. He didn't able to join us, but it's our honor to have with us Honorable Professor Syed Akil Ahmed, Director, Arcus Center for Scientific Research and Consultancy, and the former Vice Chancellor, Yenagoa University, Karnataka. And he is the chief guest as well as inaugurator of this international interdisciplinary virtual conference. I feel honored to have such a great personalities with us. I extend my sincere welcome to these great personalities. Thank you so much, sir, for accepting our invitation and glorifying our conference by your presence. I express sincere welcome towards Honorable Dr. Professor Dr. V.S. Jamode, former Pro Vice Chancellor, Sant Gadge Baba, Amravati University, Amravati, and guest of honor of this inaugural function. I express my sincere welcome towards Honorable Dr. Sangeeta Khedkar, Secretary, Vidya Prasarak Mandal, Darva, and the guest of honor of this inaugural program. I would like to welcome Honorable Dr. V.B. Raut, Principal, Mungasaji Maharaj, Mahavidyalaya, Darva, for this inaugural function. I also express my sincere welcome towards all our respected invited speakers, delegates, principal, professors, and lecturers, and all the participants who have joined us from different parts of the country and the abroad. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation and to grace this occasion by your presence. As you know, this conference, which is regarded as a first of its kind to be held in our region, is of high importance as it focuses
on emerging issues on drug, diseases, and drug development. Friends, drug discovery is a highly diversified and multidisciplinary field and have the potential to make valuable advances in different areas, including all the disciplines of science. The main objective of this conference is to provide an opportunity to enrich the young mind through the lecture by eminent speakers of respective research area and to increase awareness of new trends happening in the field of interest. It provides a platform at the international level to present innovative idea in their respective discipline. I'm glad to share with you that we have got a huge responses from the participants, not only from India, but also from other countries. We have received more than 150 papers for the publication and nearly 200 papers for the oral as well as poster presentation. Friends, we have planned an exciting program for all of you. Over these 2 days, you will come to understand and appreciate what I mean. The conference will cover keynote address, invited talks from illustrious speaker, oral presentation and poster presentation, more focusing on drug design and delivery process. I'm pretty sure all the participants would be immensely benefited with this conference. Once again, I welcome you all and thank you all to be a part of this insightful journey. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you very much, ma'am. The convener of this international conference, Dr. Najia Rashidi ma'am, welcome all the dignitaries by the words of flower, and she explained the need and importance of this international and interdisciplinary conference. So thank you, ma'am, once again. Now moving ahead, I want to mention one thing, that conference is a celebration of knowledge. So we all are virtually together to share and celebrate the knowledge. So without wasting time, I would like to request Dr. V.B. Raut sir, who is principal of MM College Darva, for the introductory speech. So over to Dr. V.B. Raut sir for introductory speech.
Hello.
Hello. Yes, sir. You are audible.
Hello. Am I audible?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay. Very good morning to one and all. Great Sant Mungasaji Maharaj, Sant Gadge Baba, founder president of and the ex-principal of our today's President Vidya Management Council member of Mahavidyalaya. Of and Yenepoya University, Karnataka, Honorable Jamode sir, ex Gaडसो संगीताताई गुकेडकर, सेक्रेटरी विद्या प्रसारक मंडळ दारवा, मोहम्मद युनुस अंसारी सर, Northeast Ohio Medical University, Honorable Jamia Millia Islamia University, Honorable Dr. Chandra Guru, State, Honorable Dr. Shiv Guru, Nagar, Gujarat, Bangalore, the college chairperson, technical session, Dr. S.B. Chakwe, Vice Principal of our college, Dr. Kumar Rashidi, Najia Rashidi, convener of this college, and all participants joined over here. I in this interdisciplinary virtual conference on drug, disease, and development on behalf of my college, Mungasaji Maharaj, Mahavidyalaya, Darva. It is my immense pleasure to see you and will conference. Dear friends, to design, development, and discovery of drugs, the pharmacists, by along with the academicians, are making efforts to find a cure to new existing one. There has always been and continue to be a need for newer chemical with diverse pharmacophoric properties. The structure or starting point molecule is like a duplicate key to join the lock like inhibitor and to open the lock like activator. Chemistry is the central science and plays an important role in the drug development process. Dear friends, we all ended pandemic from last 9 period get back to organize any academic event. Therefore, and virtual academic events, considering interdisciplinary nature of the chemical sciences, we have decided to organize interdisciplinary international virtual conference on drug, disease, and development to provide an opportunity to the participants throughout the world and experiences and ideas with the other participants conference from different parts of the globe. Also, we find that this conference will attempt to identify, document, and factor which are explore the various factors which are responsible for recent in the field of drug development and enrich the young mind through the lectures by eminent speakers from the different research backgrounds. Dear friends, without taking much more time, I once again welcome Honorable Chairman Vikedkar sir, Honorable Inaugurator, all the keynote speaker, all resource of various technical session, invitees and participants in this conference, and expect the heavy and fruitful discussion on the said topic in this conference. Thank you and have a good day. Thank you. Hello.
Hello. Hello. Thank you very much, sir, for your insight on the occasion of this international interdisciplinary virtual conference on drugs, disease, and development. Our principal again explained very clearly the necessity and need of the such type of conferences. So, as I told you in the beginning, because of very genuine reason, Honorable Vice Chancellor Muralidharji Tandekar sir is not with us. So, for the inauguration of this international interdisciplinary conference, we have a great personality, Professor Syed Akil Ahmad, who is Director, Arcus Center for Scientific Research and Consultancy. He is also former and founder Vice Chancellor of NAPOA University, Karnataka. So, I would like to request you, sir, to please enlighten us by inaugurating this international interdisciplinary virtual conference with your motivational words. So over to you, Dr. Syed Akil Ahmad, sir. So once again, I request our inaugurator, Professor Syed Akil Ahmad, for the inaugural speech.
Hello.
Hello. Yes, sir. You are audible.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great occasion that I'm amidst many intellectuals, professionals, drawn from the different parts of our country and abroad. In this context, I wish to compliment and congratulate the organizers of this international conference, which is not only motivating but at the same time assumes paramount importance in the pandemic period. Mr. Chairman, Dr. Vilas Raut, Dr. Vishal Devidas, Dr. Prashant Bageshwar, Dr. Nazia Rashidi, Dr. Bhagwat P, Dr. Sunil Chakwe, invited speakers, participants, members of the faculty, special invitees, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great occasion, as I told short while ago, that I wish to compliment the organizers for organizing this great international conference. But at the same time, let me also start with a couplet, सितारों से आगे जहां और भी हैं, सितारों से आगे जहां और भी हैं, इश्क के इम्तिहान और भी हैं, तू शाहीन है परवाज़ काम तेरा, तेरे सामने आसमां और भी हैं. Well, with this success of this international conference, one should not stop at this stage, but you will have to pursue your ideals, your goals, and your aims to translate your dreams into action. At the outset, let me, as a inaugurator of this international conference, I wish to bring to all the members who are assembled here the three challenges which the world is facing, and including India, are the challenges of the 21st century being, first is the knowledge, second is the globalization, and third is the change. As you're all aware, globalization as a concept was brought into the fag end of 20th century, and it moved and it spread like a wildfire in a jungle. And it also, the India adopted the concept of LPG, liberalization, privatization, and globalization. When we are talking of the globalization, we are talking of the melting of the borders. And at the same time, we will also have a great opportunity for the diffusion of the culture and the ideas. In this context, though there is an opportunity, but also a great threat of a challenge that one has to work hard, because it is a rat race. When I'm talking of the knowledge, I wish to just draw your attention that there is a drift from the agriculture-driven economy to the industrial-driven economy, and from industrial-driven economy to the information-driven economy, and from information-driven economy to technology-driven economy, and now we are in knowledge-driven economy. When we are talking of the knowledge, we are talking of the concept which you are going to generate. And in this context, when we are talking of the knowledge-driven economy, that means to say knowledge is used as a tool, knowledge is used as a promoter, and knowledge is used as an asset. And in this context, the NEP 2020, which targets on producing the more knowledge, and the country which produces more high quality knowledge is the country which is going to rule the world. And the conferences, the workshops, and seminars are the stepping stone for sharing your ideas, diffusing your various thoughts, and at the same time generate the new knowledge. And ultimately, it is the one which will make the country great country. So in this context, we need to have what you call it as the globalization. When we are talking of the globalization, and as I told short while ago, it is the melting of the borders. When I'm talking of the melting of the borders, it means to say there is always an occasion that you can interact with other culture, with other ideas, but at the same time, you need to set your house in order. That means to say, when we are talking of setting our house in order, we are talking of just see that we are very well equipped to face the challenges or onslaughts of the other country. When we are able to master this, we'll able to rub the shoulders with a great confidence, clarity, and courage. And that will take our country to be one of the superpowers of this country. A superpower of any country is defined in terms of the knowledge or science and technology. Well, if you want to achieve the thing which is very important is change. When you are talking of the change, you need to change. There are three aspects which I would like to insist upon the concept of a change. Change is dynamic. So in this context, you need to change your mindset, change your attitude, and change your perception. When I'm talking of the change your mindset, we should not always consider and be bullied by the white skin and the blonde hairs. We have a lot of treasure. This I am going to insist in my keynote address. Nevertheless, what we have to do is, we are the second largest scientists and technologists of the world. And this pool of the scientists and technology, we need to transform into what you call it as a program or a device. In this concept, I will wish to insist that whenever we are talking of a knowledge-driven economy, we are talking of the transform of knowledge asset to economic asset via technology. And in this context, if you look at the country like ours, which is a country of 1.3 billion people, you will see still 1/3 of the population is below poverty line. When I'm talking of the below the poverty line, I'm talking about 440 million people still do not have 2 meals a day, do not have, let alone the access to the higher education, they do not have the clean water to drink, and including they do not have the primary schools. And in this context, it is desirable that if you are talking of generating a lot of funds, but if you take a simple example, to bring it, when we got our independence, we got the independence with the 30 crores starving stricken subjects. Our just first maiden budget, our vote and account was hardly about 270 with the fiscal budget upon 67 crores. With this, we have already come to 1.34 million crore budget. That means to say we have catered to the 2/3 of our population. But still, the responsibility lies on the teachers, lies on the professionals, lies on the planners, lies on the scientists and technologists to make to see that the knowledge-driven economy will rise in the big boom. And it is in context, since the time is running out, I will not go much in the detail. And you like to see that if you are talking of the participating in the knowledge-driven economy, everyone has to be a knowledge worker. The influence of being a knowledge worker is you are transforming a human capital to human resources to human capital to intellectual capital to the knowledge asset to a technology asset, and technology asset to economic asset. So it is in this context, it is desirable that I have to mention that innovation becomes inevitable. If you want to go, I would like to quote, because you are in the Maharashtra, it is the former president who hails from Maharashtra, Ms. Pratibha Paudel, while addressing a joint session of the parliament on June 4, 2009, declared 2009 to 19 as a decade of innovation. When I'm talking of the innovation, I am talking of the definition of the 3M group. Innovation means they have given a simple algebraic equation, mental activity or creativity plus action. When I'm talking of a creativity, you are talking of a concept, you are talking of the ideas. All this is important, but you should not remain it as a mental activity. It should be transformed into a design or a device or a program or a product, so that you can transform into intellectual asset, into an economic asset. And in this context, it is desirable once again to stress on the point of the youngsters and to motivate to them that it is always a new, creative, innovative aspects that will make the country to go ahead. The repetitive type of research will have no consequence at all. One has to just take a lead and to see how we are able to just transform our knowledge asset to economic asset to cater to the needs of 1/3 of the population, which are about 140 million, who are below the poverty line, which is almost the equivalent to the population of the United States of America. Well, it is only through the knowledge-driven economy that it is possible to get the in development of the income or the economic asset in a shortest time possible. And it is through this, it is possible that we can also be one of the superpowers participating with, as I told you, with courage, clarity, and confidence. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the time is running up because the next speaker is, I think I'm given to understand, he has to speak from United States of America. And in this context, I wish to conclude with another couplet. मंजिल से आगे बढ़कर मंजिल तलाश कर, मंजिल से आगे बढ़कर मंजिल तलाश कर, मिल जाए तुझको दरिया तो समंदर तलाश कर. I repeat, मंजिल से आगे बढ़कर मंजिल तलाश कर, मिल जाए तुझको दरिया तो समंदर तलाश कर. हर शीशा टूट जाता है, हर शीशा टूट जाता है पत्थर की चोट से, पत्थर ही टूट जाए वो शीशा तलाश कर. With this, I once again thank all the organizers for giving me an opportunity to inaugurate the international conference. And I as an inaugurator, declare this international conference open. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Today's inaugurator, Dr. Syed Akil Ahmed, sir. He rightly pointed out that to face the upcoming challenges, we all have to be dynamic and we need to set the mindset as well as we need to reset the attitudes. So thank you once again, sir, for your motivational words. And I would like to also quote one शेर कि तोड़ना है हर पिंजरा, मेरी उड़ान अभी बाकी है. तोड़ना है हर पिंजरा, मेरी उड़ान अभी बाकी है. मंजिले जमीन भर नहीं, आसमान अभी बाकी है. लहरों का थमना नहीं समंदर की बेबसी, लहरों का थमना नहीं समंदर की बेबसी. बाहर खामोशी सही, भीतर कहीं तूफान अभी बाकी है, भीतर कहीं तूफान अभी बाकी है. So thank you once again, sir, for the motivational words. Now we move further. Now I would like to request Dr. V.S. Jamode, sir, former Pro Vice Chancellor, Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University, Amravati, to say a few words on this auspicious occasion. So over to Dr. V.S. Jamode, sir. We shall please unmute Dr. V.S. Jamode, sir. Hello. We shall please unmute Dr. V.S. Jamode, sir. Wait, please.
विशाल जामोदे सरांना अनम्यूट करा.
Hello.
Hello, Vishal.
So,
Vishal, please unmute. Dr. V.S. Zamode, sir. Vishal, can you hear me? Can you listen me? Yes.
Sir, you can also unmute yourself. Hello.
Hello.
Ma'am, Damode sir is unmuted.
Okay, okay. But we are not able to hear him.
Ma'am, there is some problem with Damode sir's connection. He's getting out of the meeting and connecting again.
Oh, sir.
Okay, no problem. Hello. Some technical problems.
Damode sir has joined, sir.
Yes, yes. Hello. Hello.
नाझी मॅडम सरांना
Yes, sir.
फोन करा.
Yes,
जामोदे
sir.
सरांना फोन करा.
We are trying to rectify the problems. Soon he will.
Please contact me on by phone.
Yes, yes.
No problem.
Dr. Zamade sir, please unmute yourself. Yes, sir. Please unmute yourself. Yes, we are not able to hear, sir. Dr. Zamade sir, we are not able to hear you. Please unmute yourself.
Hello. Jamute sir. Sir, we are not able to hear you. So I think some connectivity problem is there.
Sir is trying to extend his context. You talk to him. Talk to him. Yeah. Dr. Zamodi sir, you are not audible. Please check your connections, headphone. Vishal?
sir.
We are not listening Zamodi sir.
Mm,
He is speaking.
okay, sir. Okay. Let me check. Mute him. He exited the meeting, sir.
No. He's
Yes. Now he exited, sir.
he's visible.
Okay. He joined back. I have requested him to unmute himself.
विशाल तुम्ही नाही करू शकत का अनम्यूट त्यांना?
त्यांना रिक्वेस्ट टाकली आहे सर.
तुम्ही नाही करू शकत का अनम्यूट?
हो ना अनम्यूटची त्यांना रिक्वेस्ट टाकली, त्यांना फक्त तिकडनं ऍक्सेप्ट करायची ती.
This great occasion, Honorable Swatendra Bhuitikar, Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. Sandikar sir, then Honorable Professor Saeed Ahmad, who inaugurated this conference just now, all the chief guests of the conference, participants, research scholars, and all honorable delegates. It is my great pleasure to know that Department of Chemistry, Mungasaji Maharaj, Mahavidyalaya, Darva, has organized international interdisciplinary virtual conference on drug, disease, and development. This conference has brought together, of course online, leading academicians, scientists, researchers, and research scholars to exchange and share their experiences and research results on all aspects of drugs, disease. It has also provided a premier interdisciplinary platform to researchers, practitioners, and educators to present and discuss the most recent innovations, trends, and concerns, as well as practical challenges encountered and adopted in the field of drugs, diseases, and development. The conference will also help the participants to update knowledge and will give good exposure to some of the latest development in the field of drugs, diseases, physical sciences, chemistry education to meet the objectives of higher education and and enrich the young mind and motivate them for the betterment of the society. That is important. Because after all, we always think that chemistry knowledge is useful for the betterment of society. And in that direction, we have chosen the best title of the conference, Drug, Disease and Development. I am sure that the deliberation will benefit the participants, especially students, teachers, researchers from various universities, colleges, industries, and other R&D organizations across the country towards promoting chemistry education application in the field of drug disease and development. I am very happy that chemistry department of Mungasaji Maharaj Darva College is organizing such a nice international conference. I congratulate the principal, Raut, as well as the HOD, Dr. Nazia LCD, all the teaching staff members, and all staff for hosting this virtual conference. Thank you. Thank you. I believe very well. I wish the grand success of this conference, which has been organized by this college. Thank you. Best wishes to all of you. Thanks. Thanks for listening.
Thank you very much, very much, sir. First of all, really, I am very sorry for interruption and inconvenience. Respected Dr. Zamode sir, this international interdisciplinary virtual conference is a real platform to share ideas, innovations, practical challenges to obtain the knowledge for the exposure of drugs, disease and development to motivate young minds for the betterment of the society. So thank you very much once again, sir, for your enlightenment. Friends, since 9-10 months, we all are in very critical situation because of COVID-19. Everyone, not only from India, but also from whole world, is desperately eyeing on the development of drugs on disease like corona. So for present scenario, I would like to mention concept and theme of this international conference is really suited the situation of COVID-19 pandemic. So thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Now, it's a time to have a presidential speech. So I would like to request Vasanta Bhau Bhikedkar sir for the presidential address. So over to Vasant Bhikedkar sir.
First of all, I pay my homage to great Sant Mungasaji Maharaj, Gadge Maharaj, and founder president of the society, ex-MLA, Shikshan Maharishi late Balasaheb Bhikedkar. Today, chief guest and inaugurator of conference, Honorable Professor Syed Akil Ahmed, Vice Chancellor, Enepoya University, Karnataka. Guest honor, Dr. Sangeeta V. Bhikedkar, Secretary Vidya Prasarak Mandal, Darva. Resource persons, Dr. Mohammad Yunus Ansari, Northeast Ohio Medical University, OH, USA. Professor Syed Akil Ahmed, former and founder, Vice Chancellor, Enepoya University, Karnataka. Professor Tokir Ahmed, Jamia Millia Islamia, New Delhi, India. Dr. Chanderia Gundugu, Department of Regulatory Toxicology, Nipper, Hyderabad. Dr. Muhammad Abrar Alam, Arkan State University, Jonesboro, USA. Dr. Shiv Priya Kirubakaran, IIT Gandhinagar, Gujarat. Dr. Kumar Ralu, S. Kiran, Jain deemed to be University, Bangalore. Dr. G.M. Nazruddin, Abeda Inamdar, Senior College, Camp Pune. Dr. V.S. Zamodesar, all respect chairperson and invitees. And Dr. V.B. Raut, Principal Mungasaji Maharaj Mahavidyalaya Darva. Dr. Nazia A. Rashidi, convener of this conference. All the participants, delegates present here, I welcome you all this conference on behalf of society and my college. I am very pleased to know that Department of Chemistry of Mungasaji Maharaj Mahavidyalaya, Darva, of our society, organizing international interdisciplinary virtual conference on drugs, disease and development on the 9th and 10th December 2020. I believe that chemistry is an important subject in science and its concepts are useful in all the disciplines of science. Science and technology is progressing all over the world, though the applications of the chemistry, this is the provided by the Nobel laureates of chemistry this year. I hope that this conference will be beneficial to inspire and develop the research attitude in students and teachers. In this pandemic of COVID-19, such virtual conference arranged by the college and international level is the totally appreciated. I am sure that this conference will provide an opportunity to exchange innovations, ideas among the participants, delegates, PG students, and research scholars. As a president of the parent society of the college, with great pride and pleasure, I welcome all the experts, delegates, and participants on behalf of Vidya Prasarak Mandal Darwa. I congratulate the principal of and Department of Chemistry for organizing this conference. I extend my best wishes for the grand success of this event. Thanks.
Thank you very much, sir. Honorable Vasant Ghurkedkar, sir, chairman of today's inaugural ceremony, rightly pointed out that chemistry is one of the important subjects in the science, and concepts of the chemistry are very much useful in all disciplines of science. We agree, sir. Thank you very much for your presidential speech. I want to quote here one thoughts by Wesley Wu. To succeed, you must first improve. To improve, you must first practice. To practice, you must first learn. And to learn, you must first fail. So it's a thought by Wesley Wu. Now, moving ahead, I want to say that I hope that you all will have 2 days, two most productive days of interacting and stimulating discussions. I wish sincerely that this conference will be a great success, not only as a opportunity to share knowledge and experiences in higher education, but also as the beginning of the long and fruitful cooperations, friendships among fellow educators devoted to most learning, most meaning and worthwhile task of teaching and training our youths who will shape our future. So with this, I would like to request uh, for the concluding part of this inaugural ceremony, that is vote of thanks. So I request Dr. Akhtar Unnisa Qureshi ma'am to propose a vote of thanks. Please, Akhtar Unnisa madam.
Good afternoon, one and all. I thanks to organizer for giving me the opportunity to express my gratitude on this special day. It is the biggest day in the history of our college. Today, we have hosted the biggest international interdisciplinary conference. On behalf of international conference organized by the chemistry department, I would like to thank President of the conference, Mr. Vasant Bhikhedkar, President Vidya Prasarak Mandal, Darva, for giving us his valuable time of his busy schedule. I would like to thank inaugurator and chief guest of this historical international conference, Professor Syed Akhil Ahmed, Director, Arcus Center for Scientific Research and Consultancy, former and founder Vice Chancellor, Unipoya University, Karnataka. I would like to express my gratitude to Professor V.S. Jamode, former Pro Vice Chancellor of Mother University, who joined with us as a guest of honor. I also like to thank guest of honor of this international conference, Dr. Sangeeta V. Guikevkar, Secretary, Vidya Prasarak Mandal, Darva. I also pay my thanks to all guest speakers who belongs to different parts of the country and abroad. I also express my gratitude to our principal. I also pay my thanks to the vice principal of our college. I express my thanks to all participants of other or all principals and participants of the other college and all and organizing committee and my dear colleagues. With the permission of the chair, I declare that inaugural function is over here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Unnisa ma'am, for vote of thanks. As a concluding part of this inaugural ceremony of international interdisciplinary virtual conference on drugs, disease and development. Friends, it's time to start the technical session. So we are going to start with the technical session number 1. So once again, I welcome you all in this technical session. The first technical session is going to chair by Dr. P.R. Rajput sir. Presently, he is working as a principal SSSKR Imani Mahavidyalaya, Karanjalad, District Washim. In this technical session, 2 speakers are to deliver the lectures. So, first of all, I take this opportunity to introduce chairperson of first technical session. We got very intellectual personality and great academician who is none other than the Dr. P.R. Rajput sir. He has a teaching experience 34 years to UG, 28 years to PG, and 7 years to MPhil. He worked as a resource person for so many refresher and orientation courses since 16 years. His research contribution is very high. Yes. Area of his specialization is heterocyclic chemistry and exploration of chemical flora. He has worked on various academic and administrative bodies of Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University, Amravati. He has a number of publications under his belt. He has published many books on chemistry and one novel that is on Indrapuricha Rana. Dr. P.R. Rajput sir has completed one major research project, and for that project he got the grants from UGC 4,24,800. Under his able guidance, 13 students got PhD. Recently, 2 students have submitted their thesis and one is in pipeline. Number of field dissertations supervised by him is 10. Dr. P.R. Rajput sir worked as a referee for 4 PhD theses. Dr. Rajput sir is a member of various academic, social, professional, and financial organizations. Actually, sir has very large achievements, but looking to the time schedule, I curtail some of the things. So definitely, sir will excuse me for this. So once again, I heartily welcome you, sir, and I hand over further proceeding to Dr. P.R. Rajput sir. So
thank you so much, sir. Thank you for nice introduction to me. Honorable ladies, distinguished speakers, respected scientists, my revered guru, Dr. V.S. Jamode, dear delegates, Principal Dr. V.S. Vilas Raut, convener of the conference, Dr. Nazia Rashidi, ladies and gentlemen, I feel honored to introduce to you 2 of the eminent speakers of this conference. So, first of all, I feel honored to introduce to you a very brilliant and eminent Indian-born American scientist, Dr. Muhammad Yunus Ansari, who is presently working as a research assistant professor at Department of Anatomy and Neurobiology, College of Medicine, Northeastern Ohio Medical University, Rootstown, USA. The fact that he is an indigenous product of the topmost Indian educational institutes like IIT, New Delhi, and IISc Bangalore. This speaks of his extraordinary academic career. I feel immensely proud to share with you succinctly his spectacular career and research profile. Dr. Muhammad Yunus Ansari did his master from Aligarh University, India, in the year 2007. He obtained his PhD from IIT New Delhi and also studied at IISc Bangalore from 2007 to 2012. He was postdoctoral fellow at ICGEV, means International Center for Genetic Engineering and Biotechnology, New Delhi from 2012 to 2014, and also at NEOMED, that is Medical University, Ohio, Rootstown, USA, from 2014 to 2017. He worked as a research scientist in the same university in the year 2018 and presently working as a research assistant professor at Medical University, Ohio, USA. His topic of research interest is to explore the role of NEMP, that is nuclear electromagnetic pulse, and mRNA, mediated regulation of mitochondrial functional and mechanism of regulation of mitochondrial quality control. So far, he has published 27 research articles in various reputed journals and also published one book on conferences, symposia, and he is a member of many of professional international societies, International Society for Extracurricular Vesicles, Arthritis International Society, International Society for Redox Biology and Medicine, etc. Sir, we feel very immensely delighted to be able to listen to you on this occasion. Please accept our deepest to Dr. Muhammad Yunus Ansari. Hello.
Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
Okay, sir. Please accept our deep gratitude for sparing your valuable, precious time, sir. And now I request you to kindly start your address.
Dr. Yunus, sir. Hello.
Dr. Muhammad Yunus Ansari, sir.
Thank you for unmuting me. Yeah, I thank you very much, Dr. Rajput, for the nice word. I really appreciate it. And thank you very much to the organizer for giving me this chance to present my work at this conference. I was trying to unmute myself, but because the host was not allowing me. So it's the technological thing I believe that we have to learn. And I'm going to share my screen. So let's see if I can do that. Okay. Is my screen visible? I want to confirm.
It's very much visible, sir.
Yes, your screen is visible, sir.
Okay.
And you are a co-host now.
Thank you very much. So I want to thanks again to the organizer to for giving me this chance to present my work in this interdisciplinary conference. And my work is on osteoarthritis, and I want to explore the role of mitochondria in osteoarthritis. So what is osteoarthritis? What is mitochondria? We will know as the talk moves on, as the presentation goes on. And if there is any question, please note and ask me at the end of the presentation. I will try to keep it very simple. I'm mainly biology person, not much of the chemistry person. So feel free to ask any question, and I'll try to keep it less of biology and more of things which is common to all of us. So let's go back to our 12th grade class and open the books of the biology, and we see that there's a eukaryotic cell over here on one side of the screen. So eukaryotic cell has many organelles inside the cell, including nucleus, which is the center, has DNA, and everything in the cell comes from the DNA. And it also has many organelles, subcellular organelles, and one of them is mitochondria. Why mitochondria is so important? One of the most important reason is that mitochondria is a center for energy production. So is that it, or there is more? So we will know what else is there. But the most important information I want to share over here is that mitochondria has two membranes. So it is a double membrane structure inside the cell, and these membranes have different function. The space between the membrane has a different role, and we will know those roles very soon. So first of all, let's see what mitochondria does. So mitochondria is a center for energy production inside any eukaryotic cell. It produces most of the ATP. ATP is the cellular currency, cellular energy currency. And you can see during the glycolysis, there is a pyruvate generated, which goes into the mitochondria. And through the Krebs cycle or TCA cycle or tricarboxylic acid cycle, it produces NADH and CO2 is generated. This NADH is used in the electron transport chain reaction, which generates ATP. So let me highlight this electron transport chain over here, because this is the actual function of the mitochondria, where actual energy is produced. So there are different complexes on the membrane, complex 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And you can see on this side that NADH is giving away its proton, converted to NAD, and then that proton is being pumped on the other side of the membrane, generating a membrane potential. This is a very important over here. So this membrane potential is basically generated by 1, 3, and 4 complexes. And then at the end, complex 5 uses this potential, the energy generated by this potential, and synthesizes ATP, which is the cellular energy currency. Any damage to this mitochondrial membrane potential basically will lead to reduced energy production and several other problems. So one of the problem is oxidative stress. So what is oxidative stress? Oxidative stress is extra or excessive production of oxygen-free radicals, reactive oxygen species. So you can see in the center, this highlighted area shows that when oxygen is used during the electron transport chain, it accepts the electron, and then oxygen molecules is converted to a superoxide. Now this superoxide is taken care by the antioxidant defense system of the cell. So there are several enzymes that convert superoxide to H2O2, followed by another conversion to H2O, water and oxygen, or some other molecules. So this antioxidant defense system is very important. It regulates the redox system in the cell. And there are many diseases, including osteoarthritis, including neurological disorders, where this antioxidant defense system is weak or compromised. That leads to excessive production of reactive oxygen species, causing oxidative stress. And the oxidative stress is not good for the health of the cell. If we are looking at the unit, it's not good for the tissue if we are looking at the organ or more number of cells. What else is there with the mitochondria? In addition to doing all the good work, it is also home for several pro-apoptotic proteins. So what is apoptosis over here? I want to mention that apoptosis is a regulated form of cell death. So when I say apoptosis, it's basically cell death. So mitochondria has many proteins, and when these proteins come out of mitochondria during some condition, which could be oxidative stress or other things, then there is no return. So cell will die. So In summary, mitochondria are center for the energy production through the electron transport chain, and they regulate the redox balance inside the cell, but they are also home for ROS production. They are also home for several pro-apoptotic proteins. Now, keeping this in mind, always keep your mitochondria happy, because if you mess with them, they don't like it and it will not go well. So coming to the topic of research, osteoarthritis. So what is osteoarthritis? Osteoarthritis, I will be saying it as OA during the rest of my presentation as a short form. So osteoarthritis is the most common joint disease in the world. So we'll see the data, what I mean that it's the most common. So there are different types of arthritis, more than 100. But osteoarthritis, OA, is the most common form of arthritis. And there are more than 50% cases of osteoarthritis if we count all of the osteoarthritis. For example, in US, in a year when there was 54 million cases of arthritis reported, osteoarthritis was 30 million. More than 50% of cases were osteoarthritis. According to a prediction, the study was done in 2017. In India, there will be 60 million cases of OA in 2025, which is just 5 years from now. So right now, India has a certain number. I'll show you how many exact numbers. But it's very serious, because 60 million is going to be, India is going to be #1. What are the reasons? We will know that. What are the areas affected by OA? So most common areas are weight-bearing areas, for example, knee and hip joints. And what happens when there is OA? The cartilage. So every bone in our body, when it comes in contact with another bone, so the bone-to-bone contact is not there. It doesn't exist in our body. So to protect the bone from bone rubbing and erosion, there is a cartilage between them. So cartilage functions as a gliding surface. It's provides free gliding, friction-free gliding, very effective, and it also prevents damage. So damage against bone-to-bone rubbing. So no joint is free of cartilage. But most of the time, articular joint, which is like the joint which has some movement, that is the joint that is affected by osteoarthritis. So that cartilage layer is degenerated, is degraded by several factors, which could be matrix degrading proteases and other factors. So that is the end result of OA. That is the end result of osteoarthritis. So what are the risk factors associated with OA? What are the reasons that cause induction of OA, or what are the factors that may be possibly, if someone is affected by or has association with that factor, so there is a high chance of developing OA. So most common, there are 4 most common factors. #1, and the top reason, is age. #2 is trauma, injury to the joint. Gender is also a big player, and obesity, motapa jo apne yahan bolte hain. So obesity is also a very big player. So gender, if we count that, women, they develop more number of cases. They have more cases of osteoarthritis than men. So every 2 women in 3, and every 1 man in 2 has OA. According to WHO, 9.6% men and 18% women above age 60, they have OA. Lifetime development, the risk of lifetime developing OA is 45%, which means that every 1 person out of 2 has chance to get osteoarthritis at some stage in his or her life. So that's a very high chance. And the OA cases, normally we see that 50 plus, 60 plus, but if there is an injury, for example, sports people, they may have some joint injury. For example, people who use excessively their joints, for example, army, people in army, police departments, they have to work hard to maintain, their physical strength. So they develop very early osteoarthritis. So it's one population which is very affected by osteoarthritis. So if we see at the aging population of the world, it's very interesting. If we see over here, so if we see on this world population, So we can see here that the blue is 60 to 79 range, and the yellow represents 80 and above age of the individual. And there is the graph shows a continuous increase. So 2000 to 2015, there was an increase, and all these are predicted increases. If we see where India will come, so India will be here. So there is a chance, very high chance of people with high age in India. So if we see this graph, this has split the entire population or the aging population with age range. So if we see over here why when there is an increase in the world population, basically which population or which age range is basically increasing in number. So if we see 0 to 9, 1.2 up to 2050, actually it's going to be just 1.4 million. It's not much. But if we see the blue bars, so they are basically going up and up, which is what? Which is the light blue is 25 years to 59 years, and the dark blue is 60 to 60 and above. So basically, this is the population which is significantly increased. What is the reason for this? The reason is better medical facilities, better lifestyle, better facilities in almost every part of the world. So that is giving people opportunity to maintain their health and live longer. But when there is an increase in aged population, there is an increase in osteoarthritis. So for example, this graph shows that with age on the x-axis, we can see there is an increase in the cases of osteoarthritis. So at low age, not much, but when there is an increase, so there is a high incidence of osteoarthritis occurring. So we can see over here, the top is the knee osteoarthritis, and the other two common places is hip and the hand OA also, one of the reason. So with age, there is a increase in the osteoarthritis occurrence, which shows a direct association of age with osteoarthritis. Osteoarthritis is one of the most common reason for visit to doctor actually. So this graph shows a self-reported cases of osteoarthritis or musculoskeletal pain. And it turned out that osteoarthritis leads them. So with the increase in age, the increase in patients coming because of osteoarthritis is very high in comparison to any other musculoskeletal disorder. Musculoskeletal disorder means any problem related to muscles or bone, which includes back pain, spine, neck pain, anything, including inflammatory arthritis. Osteoarthritis is at the top. So it's a huge economic burden also. I wish I had the data from India, but in US actually there was a year when it was, in 1 year, US spent 3.5 billion on knee surgery. And in that year, on the heart failure, US spent 3.4 billion. So osteoarthritis expenditure was the maximum expenditure actually. So in India, I got some information in India. So there is a very nice website, National Health Portal. You can go and get some information, and there is a lot of good information there. If you have some symptoms, how to initially take care of those symptoms. So right now in India, there are 28 million cases of osteoarthritis, and this is expected to grow by 25 by a big number, huge number. In India, 45% individuals above age 65, they have osteoarthritis, and this number is going to go really very high. Why it's going to go very high? Because of the increased longevity. It is predicted that, not predicted actually, it is in 2010, the individual with above age was 100 million, and in 2020, it's 177 million, almost double. Because of the increased healthcare facilities, increased number of hospitals, and also increased longevity, increased age comes with its own problem. There is a very nice study that was published in 2016 in Indian Journal of Orthopedics that shows the distribution of osteoarthritis. So osteoarthritis does not differentiate whether you are living in a big city or in a village. So in the bottom over here, I have highlighted this area. We can see that big cities, the number of cases. So in this study, they had roughly 1,500 OA patients and 3,500 normal patients. So in OA patients, 464 come from big cities and 436, they come from the villages actually. So it shows that not much difference. Wherever you live, you are aged, you have the disease. This one is even very interesting because I was shocked and I was surprised actually to see the number of OA cases in patients less than 50 years of age. That was a huge number. If we see over here, so this group represents less than 50 years, and we can see that the number of patients out of 1,500 is 405, which is alarming, which shows that in India, actually, people are getting OA at early stage rather than in developed countries where the OA is normally after 50 or after 60, actually. So this could be anything. This could be the number of cases. Maybe they have more of sport people or anything, but it doesn't look like. So this is something that needs attention, actually. So OA is a huge socioeconomic burden, and it requires further research to develop therapeutic targets. So this schematic shows what are the common joints affected by OA. So OA can be anywhere. It could be any bone in the joint where there is a cartilage. Could be any bone in the body where there is a cartilage between the two bones. It could be, but most common are hip, knee, and fingers. So this slide shows a schematic of how the knee joint looks like. So on the left side, you can see it's a healthy knee joint. The white layer shows the cartilage. This color, the dark color, shows the bone. So you can see there is a white color, nice layer. This provides frictionless movement, gliding, and joint function. With OA, this cartilage is degraded. So with time, with OA, the cartilage is gone. The bone, it's not very smooth on the joints. And when they come in contact with each other, that is the time when individual with osteoarthritis, they feel pain. So, and the pain is very, very bad. So OA can cause joint dysfunction and you will be sitting whole day. It's very painful. It's not that OA suddenly occurs from nothing to suddenly complete degeneration of the cartilage. So initially during when there is a mild case of OA, normally we don't understand or it's not very painful. So nobody knows actually they have mild OA. Normally when the person feels the pain is in the moderate and severe cases. There are two reasons for that. Number one, it's very important to know that cartilage does not have any blood supply. So every tissue in the body has a blood supply, but except cartilage. So for all the food, all the oxygen comes from the synovial fluid. Synovial fluid is a fluid in the joint. So if you see this blue color around here, this basically represents the synovial fluid. So they don't have blood supply, they don't have any nerve membranes. So if they don't have any nerve membrane, it means that they don't feel any pain. So what feels the pain? The pain comes when there is a bone-to-bone touch. So when the cartilage is basically gone from that area and bone come in contact, then only we feel the pain and then only we know that, oh, we have osteoarthritis. So that is moderate to severe cases. So if anyone has, it's very important to take care of the cartilage. This is the X-ray picture of how the OA is diagnosed by doctors. So normally there is more space during the OA, the space is gone. So that's one indication. It can be diagnosed by X-ray, it can be diagnosed by MRI, but most common is X-ray. And this is one example of hand OA. So we get OA in the hand also. Almost every joint in the finger, it can have OA. So what are the treatment options for OA? So treatment options depend on the age actually. Depend on the age, depend on the stage and how much pain you can tolerate. So initially, there is education, exercise, weight control. It affects a lot. If you really take good care of that, then you can go maybe 10, 20 years in just beginning stage without losing much of the cartilage. But if that is gone, the pain is not controlled by this kind of exercise or weight control, then there is a pain relief. And these pain relief, actually these drugs, which could include paracetamol, as simple as that, and there are many other drugs, but these drugs only suppress the pain. They don't change anything in the joint. So the cartilage health is not affected. What is happening? We don't feel the pain, that's it. So these drugs are not very helpful. And at the end, we have to go through surgery. So this is how the surgery looks like. So it's a metal replacement of the whole joint. So you can see on this side, there is a damage of the cartilage. And on this side, the whole joint is replaced. And it can go up depending on who did the surgery, depending on how good is the health of the bone, because the bone has to hold the joint. The most important fact about OA is that there is no disease modifying drug. What I mean by disease modifying drug is that there is no drug, there is no medication available that can take this damaged cartilage, what is shown here, to a fully grown healthy cartilage. There is no drug. That's one of the biggest reason that it's very expensive, and research is needed to develop a disease modifying drug. It could be anything. The reason why the drugs are not effective, why it could be one reason that there is no blood supply, so the drugs don't reach there, but that's a different topic. And the only option to get rid of the pain is the joint surgery. So what is the, that brings to the research focus of the lab. So we are working on trying to find out a novel drug targets. We are trying to find out a molecule or a pathway or a, let's say for example, mitochondria. What can we do to improve those functions, or what we can do to target those bad molecules which are causing the disease progression. So that's the focus we are trying to find. So now I'll start a little bit of biology over here. So if you have any question, you can note down and ask your question. So osteoarthritis is basically characterized by degradation of the cartilage extracellular matrix. ECM here stands for extracellular matrix. There is an inflammation in the joint, which means there is a pain, there is a, you feel stiffness also, there is oxidative stress, and there is a chondrocyte apoptosis. Chondrocyte apoptosis is, chondrocytes are the cells basically present in the cartilage, and apoptosis is basically there is a cell death. So with age, with the disease, the number of chondrocyte, it keeps going down actually because of the cell death. And there is a decreased matrix synthesis. Matrix synthesis is the cartilage extracellular matrix synthesis. So this is a hip OA. This is a real sample of a human hip bone. And this is the area actually, what we see, this is the area. So this is a good one. There is no disease, and this is a one with disease. So these are the real samples from human we get from the hospitals, and that's what we use in the lab. So you can see this on the left side of my screen is the white thing. White layer is basically the cartilage covering the bone on the femoral head or femoral wall. The middle one is, there is no cartilage left here. So it means that whatever the person it came from, whoever he was or she was, it was very painful. Even more painful was this one. This was supposed to be round like other two, and at least smooth like the middle one. But if you see a lot of bone spurs are there. This is called bone spurs or sclerosis. And on the sides, what we see over here is osteophytes. So there is extra bone formation. So this condition is last stage and very painful. And this causes the most pain and leading to surgery of the joint. We also get samples from the knee OA. And this is the actual sample from the human. So this is the highlighted area. So this is the femur. The top is the femur bone, the bottom is the tibia bone. And you can see a healthy joint should be like this. But if we see here, you can see the bone and the cartilage is almost gone. This schematic represents the processes or what is happening in the joint during the osteoarthritis. So we have a healthy cartilage, and the cartilage is in the red color is completely gone in osteoarthritis condition. So we measure the osteoarthritis, the degradation of the cartilage extracellular matrix. So these are human samples, human OA samples. So one way to measure is the safranino fast green staining. This is a dye. What it does basically, so there are two major components in the cartilage. One is aggrecan. Safranino fast green measures the aggrecan. So if we see red, it means there is aggrecan. If we don't see the red, just the background, which is green, then it means that the aggrecan is gone. And this surface, the fibrillation there means this is an OA sample. On the other side, the more green means more collagen is degraded. So the other component is the type 2 collagen in cartilage, which is degraded over here. And we see a lot of fibrillation, basically indication of collagen degradation and osteoarthritis progression. So in this video, I'm trying to, okay. So on the left side, I have a normal cartilage. On this side, I have a OA cartilage. So what I'm doing over here, I took the cartilage from the patient samples and I stained them with a dye. The short form of the dye has a very big name. We call it JC1 dye. What the dye does actually, it measures, or it's an indicator of mitochondrial membrane potential. So normally when there is a healthy mitochondria on the normal side, the dye will show only red color. So we see red color over here. So green is one window, red. So mostly red, and this one is the merged one. So we only see red color means the mitochondria is healthy. But this dye has a feature that when there is a loss of mitochondrial membrane potential, the dye will change its fluorescence to green color. And that's what we see over here. So this was the indication that shows that mitochondrial membrane potential is lost. And if you remember in the beginning, I said that mitochondrial membrane potential is essential for the synthesis of ATP, and it also regulates it also regulates the production of the ROS. This image is basically taken from the video, and this shows that there is a green fluorescence in OA cartilage, which indicates that it's a mitochondrial dysfunction going on. So the next thing was what is happening to ATP levels. So the ATP level was reduced in OA cartilage compared to normal cartilage. So normal cartilage here, I mean that the person was not having any OA. So this is not, nobody wants to give their cartilage. So the normal cartilage is obtained from donors who are in accident and they pass away, and they, in US, they have a culture to donate their whole body for medical reasons, medical research. So we get those samples from there. So it's from those donors. So we see that there is a reduced ATP production. And to determine the role of mitochondrial dysfunction, we use a mitochondrial uncoupler. Uncoupler is basically, it uncouples the membrane potential. So it will destroy the membrane potential. The molecule is, in short, it's called CCP. It's again an organic compound. It's a very big name, but if you want to know what it is, just type CCP and mitochondrial dysfunction or any keyword mitochondria, it will help. And then stain the cells. So these cells are chondrocytes, means cartilage cells. So at 0, and I did a live cell imaging. So at 0 minute, there was more of a lot of red fluorescence. You can see over here in the merged image. But with time, within 6 minutes, almost all the mitochondria was depolarized. So this shows that this molecule can induce mitochondrial dysfunction. And then in those cells, what we looked at the markers of inflammation, and we looked at those proteins which are involved in cartilage matrix degradation. So COX-2 and IL-6. IL-6 is an interleukin, COX-2 is another inflammatory marker. So these two are markers of inflammation. You can see their expression is increased. So these are protein expressions. MMP13 is a matrix metalloprotease gene 13. So there is 1 to 13. Then ADAMTS5 is another protease with a very big name, actually. That's not important, but over here, what I want to say that MMP13 is a collagenase, it degrades the collagen. ADAMTS5 is a aggrekinase, and it degrades the aggrecan. These are two major components of the cartilage extracellular matrix. If these enzymes are high, it means that the cartilage will be degraded. And on this side, this is the mRNA levels of these proteins and inflammatory markers and matrix degrading markers. So this shows that mitochondrial dysfunction induces these genes. I didn't show the data over here, but we have data that these genes are increased in OA cartilage when we compare this with the normal cartilage. And this on this side, the red color circles, what we see over here, these are cartilage explants. So what we do when we get the cartilage samples from the human patients, so we take the healthy cartilage, and then DMSO is a dimethyl sulfoxide, and CCP, because we use dissolve CCP in there. So CCP is a treatment and DMSO is a control. And we treated the explants, and then at the end of the experiment, we stain with the safranino. If there is a less staining, means the matrix is degraded. And that's what we see upon induction of mitochondrial dysfunction. Over here, we stain for collagen degradation, and CCP increased collagen degradation, suggesting that both the matrix component are degraded upon mitochondrial dysfunction. So to summarize this work, so there is a healthy mitochondria, it's doing its job, it's producing energy, everything. But when there is a dysfunction of the mitochondria, which could be pharmacological, which could be island beta is one of the inflammatory molecule, which is increased in OA. So in the synovial fluid, we have shown the data with that. We have shown with the oxidative stress, reactive oxygen species. So whenever there is a dysfunction of mitochondria, there is an increase in the oxidative stress. And these are the signaling molecules, basically. I didn't present over here, but if anyone has any question, I can answer them. Basically, this leads to the increase in inflammation and matrix degradation. There is a pathway called autophagy. Auto means self, phagy means eating inside the cell. So what this pathway does is actually, it clears off everything which is bad inside the cell. So cell has a defense system. So what we did actually, we found that there is a bad mitochondria, or a mitochondria which is producing more of reactive oxygen species, which is causing inflammation and other damages to the cartilage. So we thought, if we increase autophagy, can it clear the dysfunctional mitochondria? The answer is yes. We published that paper, and with the extract from Butia monosperma, which is very common in India. I'm missing the Hindi name, but it's the English name for Butia monosperma is flame of the forest. So maybe some of you know that. And this study was liked by the people over here, and they published in their news actually, Ancient Science of Ayurveda Inspired Arthritis Research at NeoMed. And we used the extract, whole extract from the flower. We used the purified compound, and both of them actually, they were helpful in clearing. And also we found that there is a protein molecule which called parkin. It also clears dysfunctional mitochondria and then suppresses oxidative stress and improves the survival of the chondrocytes, which is nothing but the cells present in the cartilage. I want to skip this to save some time. And to conclude, mitochondrial function is impaired in OA cartilage, and increased mitochondrial dysfunction correlated with the increased cell death, expression of OA-related genes and OA-related genes in OA cartilage and chondrocytes. So I want to thank all the lab members, Dr. Hakki, Kim, and all the past members, and all the funding agencies. I just want to mention this point over here as a take-home message, that articular cartilage is a lifetime gift. And once you lose it, it's not coming back. So take really good care of it. And with this, I thank you all for your attention. And if you have any question, please feel free to ask me. Thank you very much. Dr. Rajput,
okay.
I can't hear you.
Okay. Dr. Ansari, your address amply demonstrated your scholarship experience, and expertise in the field of arthritis research. It has been really intellectually stimulating and academically enriching feast of knowledge and wisdom to all the participating delegates. So I request delegates to ask any query if they have their mind and get it clear from Dr. Ansari. Now the session is open for discussion.
Yeah, please feel free to ask. I'm going to stop sharing, but if someone wants to see it, so they can ask me.
Okay, I think no question is coming from the delegates side. Okay, Butea monosperma is abundantly available in India. That is the Palash.
Palash, yes, yes,
Palash is
Palash.
yes, Palash.
Yes, yes.
Sir, I think in osteoarthritis, yogic remedies are also very useful. Man today is sick because he thinks he is sick. Sickness and illness have no place in the life of a person who doesn't believe and tolerate the thoughts of self-limiting, which are the real seeds of our myriad ailments. In order to overcome from mass history and collective hypnosis of diseases and ailments and enjoy the real bliss of our human agency, we must adopt systematically yogic lifestyle so we can provide a good remedy to such type of ailments. So thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, maintenance of good health, yes, you're absolutely right.
I hope, sir, that you would kind enough to continue your learned association with us in future as well.
Yeah, I really want to thank all the organizers for this.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for your really electrifying address. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Now, friends, I'm immensely happy to enjoy one more privilege of introducing to you one of the towering Indian scientists, Dr. Syed Akil Ahmed, who has been rendering his distinguished services as a renowned faculty at University of Mysore. He is a man of very diverse academic and administrative experience and contributed immensely at the national and international level to the field of education in general and research in particular. I'm really proud by sharing with you his exceptionally rich career profile. Professor Syed Akil Ahmed is the founder Vice Chancellor of Enepoya University, Mangalore, Karnataka. He is a great scholar, outstanding academician, able administrator, passionate researcher, excellent orator, and a teacher par excellence. He has voluminous achievements and innumerable accolades. He has 42 years of experience in teaching postgraduate students at the university level. He has to his credit being one of the longest served faculty across the state universities in India. Professor Akil Ahmed significant international assignments include Icon Professor from 2015 to 18 and Collaborator, University of Malaya, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, first in the state of Karnataka to achieve this distinction. He also served as a visiting professor during 2011 and has served as an external assessor, Polymer Chemistry, University of Malaya, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia since 2011. He is the first in Karnataka state to be recognized as an international referee, King Faisal International Prize for Science in Chemistry of $2 lakh rupees in 2011. Professor Akil Ahmed was appointed as the founder Vice Chancellor of Enepoya University, Mangalore, India in 2008. Under his leadership, Enepoya Research Center blossomed with innovative research initiatives furthermore. He has the distinction to be the founder, coordinator, and principal investigator for the prestigious project sanctioned by Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, and entitled Promotions of University Research and Scientific Excellence, worth 9 crores at University of Mysore. Also, he was responsible for establishing several academic programs and platforms bridging the gap between university and industry. Professor Akil Ahmed joined University of Mysore as a lecturer in analytical chemistry in the year 1974 at a very young age of 20 years old. He was selected as a reader in 1986 and professor of chemistry in the year 1994. He held many positions in the University of Mysore as Dean, Faculty of Science and Technology, member of Syndicate and Academic Council, Director, University Industry Interaction Center, Chairman, Department of Chemistry, Chairman, Board of Studies in Polymer Science and Board of Studies in Chemistry. He has served University of Mysore and other universities as a chairman or member in over 500 committees. Professor Akil Ahmed held many positions in France, postdoctoral fellow during 1981-82 at University of Paris and as assistant professor during 1982-83 and associate professor during 1983-84 at University of Grenoble, France. He was designated as foreign collaborator by Atomic Energy Commission of France for the year 1984-85. Professor Akil Ahmed has held memberships as many international bodies, Governing Council of University Grants Commission, Department of Atomic Energy, Advisory Committee, Meenakshi University, Chennai Academic Council, Pondicherry University, Project Review Committee, Department of Scientific and Industrial Research, Ministry of Minority Affairs, Government of Karnataka, Chairman of NAC committees, and so on. Professor Akil Ahmed has more than 120 research publications in national and international journals and over 2,500 citations in books and journals, which include over 30 citations from Nobel laureates. Professor Akil Ahmed has been conferred with several awards and honors, including Young Scientist Award for Chennai for Chemical Sciences in the year 1989, and Professor S. Sankhe Gowda Research Award for Analytical Chemistry in the year 1992-93. He received US $500 as an honorarium award from Pergamon Press, Great Britain, for his review article published in International Journal Talenta. He is a recipient of Republic Day Award for Excellence in the field of analytical chemistry and Appreciation Award from Chromatography Society of India, Mumbai. He has been conferred Mangalorean Star by One Line newspaper, www.mangalorean.com. He has been conferred with Sir Isaac Newton Scientific Award of Excellence in Chemistry, North Carolina, United States of America in 2012. Distinguished Professor Award conferred by Aligarh Muslim University at Second International Conference on Chemistry, Industry and Environment in 2019. Professor Akil Ahmed is a great educationist and served as a chairman, competitive wing of Janabhuti, as organization which has delivered over 5,000 hours of lectures and provided with free coaching for over 70,000 candidates spread over a period of about 15 years. He has served in many literary and academic institutions in the capacity of member secretary and vice president. He is the vice president of RM Educational Trust is running 11 institutions, which include Farooqia Dental College and Farooqia College of Pharmacy. He also served as a special invitee to Minority Commission, Government of Karnataka. Sir, we look forward to be enriching and enlightening by your eloquent speech. So it's over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Dr. Rajput, for showering all the superlatives on me. One of the dangers of getting all the superlatives is I have no other choice but to stand to all your expectations. Only I hope By wishes of all you people, I will stand to your expectations and try to discharge my duty as a keynote speaker for a very important topic that has been assigned to. Well, ladies and gentlemen, my topic for the keynote address is Molecule to Medicine, an arduous route to drug development. Well, already I have been introduced, and I would like to go to the next slides. As you have already heard that I have served 42 years as a teacher and continue to just teach all the students. My concentration is only to motivate the youngsters and to inspire them to carry out not only the research but also the quality research which could leave a concrete impressions on different disciplines. But if you want to carry out the research work, it is desirable that you know the basics of everything. I have given the topic which is very simple and it is all encompassing. And then if you are talking, when you are talking of molecule to medicine, I am sure this picture, most of the people who are the authorities in chemistry may laugh at it, but at the same time, it is also necessary that sometimes you will also be overlapping with some of the important concepts and ideas which have undergone a change. When we are talking of what is a molecule, everyone knows is an electrically neutral group of atoms joined together by chemical bonds. Why I am insisting on this is the one which you will see that this is absolutely important for the whole of the drug development and how these basics will start. We know everyone about the oxygen, methane and caffeine I have taken into consideration, and you will also know the DNA and RNA structures. Well, when you are talking of the chemical bonds, you will see that not only the chemical bonds which plays an important role, but you will also have the physical bonds like van der Waals forces or electrostatic forces of attraction, or even what you call it as the hydrogen bonds. And it is the hydrogen bonds which gives a helical structure, and that gives a life. Well, when you are looking at the simple definition of a molecule, it consists of two atoms, two or more atoms and elements, and make many atoms of the different elements. Well, when you are talking of it, let me just again reread it. A molecule is an electrically neutral group of two or more atoms held together by chemical bonds. Well, this definition is an high school definition, everyone know about it. But a modern definition of a molecule is polyatomic ions. This is why I just made it very clear that whenever we are just addressing this one, we will see that even a simple basic definitions are getting overlapped and getting changed. For example, hydrogen is homonuclear and water is heteronuclear, but nevertheless, you will see that even this definition, which you call the modern definition, is wrong because noble gases are homonuclear. Atoms and complexes connected by non-covalent interactions, such as hydrogen bonds or ionic bonds, are typically not considered as a single molecule. These are some of the restrictions which I am making it whenever you are talking of a lead molecule which you are using in the drug discovery. I am sure most of the authorities who are there will agree with me. Well, this is the structure we always see it. The models have been always given. But look at the genius of those people without looking at what is happening at a molecular level. They had designed the structure into such almost to perfection that today's science are going to just say it. Whenever you are talking of an atom, I'm going for the basics, but it will be so refreshing. When you are talking of an atom, it consists of the two parts. When you have the nuclear part and another is the extra nuclear part. When you are talking of a nuclear part, you have the positive charges and neutral charges. Positive charges are called the protons and neutral are neutrons, but you have the extra nuclear part, which you call it as an electron, which are in completely moving with a speed of almost light. It is a simple thing, just like you switch on the fan and increase the speed, you will see the hazy picture of the fan. You will not see the wings. Exactly this is the one which is happening. If you are talking of the hydrogen atom, it consists of one proton and one electron. But this electron is moving with such a high speed that you will see that you will become a hazy. That's what you call it as an orbital. And you will see that is the sharing of electron takes place to give a molecule. But when you just look at this, this was produced, I'm sure, let me go back to this. This was This was the structure that was proposed by many of the scientists without knowing. At that time, there was no microscope, nothing of that sort, but they had proposed it. And that is a wonderful discovery. And this is why I always salute those scientists who have really laid a solid foundation in science and technology. Now let us look at this. Now we have many of the great, scientists who have also worked on this development of a new instruments. We have AFM, atomic force microscopy, and you will see you take this chemical structure, and this chemical structure, you can see that it is exactly the same. But what we are just moving this is the one which is a recently discovered, but this was being predicted and proposed, which is exactly similar to that what the AFM, the modern instrument, is trying to detect the structure or to care. Now you have the organic molecules. These are the important, which you say category. If you look at it, carbohydrates, proteins, lipids, nucleic acids. And whenever you are going to have a drug design or a drug discovery and everything, the basics are very important because you will have to link it, the carbohydrates, which are polymers, and what is the building block. The building block happens to be a monosaccharide. When you are talking of a peptides or proteins, you will have amino acids. Then you have a lipids, you will have a glycerol, a fatty acids, nucleotide, and nucleic acid. Well, these are the basics which everyone know, and most of you have completed your studies in high school and secondary school. Then now there is again a overlapping between when you are talking of a medicine and medication and various drug and other terminology. The terminology which is quite overlapping. For example, when I use the word medicine is the science and practice. We never thought that practice is also a medicine. This is very important. The concept should be clear, and then only it is possible that you can just design a drug. Medicine is the science and practice of establishing the diagnosis, prognosis, treatment, and prevention of a disease. Nevertheless, we have never come across any definition, and most of the times we take it for a think is medicine is only for a curative process, not for a preventive. So when you are talking of prevention of a disease, medicine encompasses a variety of healthcare practices also. And in this context, drinking the pure water, for example, if you happen to look into to turn the pages of the Greek history, medicinal history, they have considered that drinking pure water is also a medicine. And maintaining cleanliness of the body and the surrounding is also a preventive medicine. So it is in this case, when you are talking of the difference between medicine and medication, a medication is a drug used to diagnose, cure, treat, or prevent a disease. Now let us look into what is it. Then what is a drug? When you are talking of medicine, then you know what is a drug. Drugs are typically distinguished from the food and substances that provide the nutritional support. Now it is in this context when you are talking of it, we have always, as I told you in my inaugural address, we Indians always still we have a certain right of what you call it as a British legacy or slavery instinct, that we always will be fascinated by the white skin and the blonde hairs. And we will always consider them to be the intelligent. In fact, we are sitting on the mines of knowledge treasure in India and Indian culture in Indian ethos. That is why I would wish to draw and inspire some of my students who are listening to this to still look into the word nutraceuticals. Nutraceuticals are also derived from our grandma recipes, which they were giving it to us. Now it is a $200 billion market. And it is in this context you will see now the whole world is shifting from the typical allopathy type of a medicine to the other type of a medicine. In this context, it is desirable to mention the three important history of medicines. One is the Greek medicines. The Arabic name or Urdu name for that is called the Unani medicine. Yunan is the name of the Greek. So you call it as a Unani medicine, which was patronized during the time of Mughals, and it established and had deep roots and a lot of information that was available, which was slowly dismantled by the ingress of the Britishers during the 17th and 18th century and thereafter. We do have the Indian medicine, which has its own history, which has its own civilization. And a lot of information is there, and that's why you have the word Ayurveda. The third is the Chinese medicine, which you will have an overlap. Unfortunately, we are not looking at our local. The patronage given by the Mughals to establish Unani medicine, the indigenous Ayurveda type of a medicine, and including the neighboring, which you have the Chinese medicine, they have a long thing, which we will have to think of that as important. Why I am going to just give this importance, I will come to that. The modern new terminology are using of 360 degrees and all is nothing but the jugglery of words, and actually they are falling back upon the knowledge that was proposed by the various scientists or rishis of our own country. In pharmacology, a drug is a chemical substance of known structure, which when administered to a living organism produces a biological effect. This is exactly which even Ansari during his speech was mentioning about it. When you are talking of it, with pharmaceutical drugs is a chemical substance to use to treat, cure, prevent, or diagnosis. That means to say, whenever you are talking of a chemical substance, the concept of chemistry comes in. And when you are talking of the concept of chemistry, naturally we'll be talking about very important is of the combinatorial chemistry, click chemistry that comes into picture, which is already getting outdated. Now, the pharmaceutical drugs may be used for a limited duration on a regular basis for chronic orders. Now, what is the disease? This all you have to bear me for another 2 or 3 minutes before I enter into a higher level. When what is a disease? A disorder of a structure or a function in a human, animal, or a plant, and that will affect except the physical injury. But we'll take an example of a disease. I am talking of a cancer as a disease. I will come to that why I am taking cancer as a disease, and this is the second largest cause of the death in the world. If a person's body cannot control the spread of this, that means to say a simple way, I think so some of the doctors who are there would agree with me. If you want to explain the whole of cancer in the chemistry terms, there is a death of a cell and there is a birth of a cell. For a chemical kinetics, the scientist, he will say that the rate of death rate should be in equilibrium with the rate of the birth rate. If this equilibrium is disturbed, there is a possibility of cause of the cancer. And this is a simple way of explaining how the cancer comes in. So next we will see, if you are talking of it, then what is a therapy? Drug therapy is an important of the medical field and relies on the science of pharmacology for continual advancement. I used deliberately the word continual for a simple reason, that whenever you are talking of an advancement, it cannot be having a positive slope. There is a possibility that could be not advancing regularly. There may be a certain still the things, but what is important is an appropriate management. Then what is drug discovery? All this I am giving this because the keynote address refers to that you will set the tone for all these topics to be covered in the whole of your conference. When you are talking of a drug discovery, is a process through which a potential new therapeutic entities are identified using a combination of computational, experimental, and translation and clinical models. Despite advances in biotechnology and understanding of the biological system, drug discovery is still a lengthy, costly, drug and inefficient process with a high attrition rate of new therapeutic discovery. Now, then how you are going to go for a drug development? Drug development is not a new idea. It has the history of mankind. So in this context, when you are talking of a drug development, is the process. Process, when I'm using it, I'm using the appropriate word because it cannot do a magic. I should undergo many of the various steps. Is the process of bringing the new pharmaceutical drug to the market once a lead compound has been identified through the process of drug discovery. So from this, you will also see that whenever you are talking of it, a chemical compound or chemical entity which can be used as a lead compound has to undergo many of the phases. Ultimately, it ends up as a commercial product in the market so that you can sell it to the common public. So it is in this context, you need to design a drug. Drug design is an inventive process of finding new medications. The way in which you are going to design a drug, it has got a multiple. It can go for a modeling, and you can involve a design of molecules that are complementary in shape and charged to the molecular target, which they interact in the mind. But with all said and done, if you have the small molecules, biopharmaceutical, especially the therapeutic antibodies are an increasingly important class of drugs and computational methods for improving the affinity, selectivity, and stability. In this context, I wish to draw your kind attention to the word selectivity. When I'm talking of the word selectivity, that means to say, up till now, we have not found one particular drug which is highly specific. Despite the target is specific, but the drugs which we have been using are not specific, they are selective in their nature. And most of the times, the stability plays a very important role. And these, particularly when you are talking of the protein-based therapeutics, have also gained great advances. Well, I would like to share a simple example when you are talking of any of the drug development. If you know these basics, how you are going to design. As I told you, I have taken the example. I'll just go back. I have mentioned in my last line, protein-based therapeutics. When you are using the protein-based therapeutics. When you are talking of it, let me just take an example. My experience at University of Paris. You will say that everyone you are using it is the ricin. Please remember, the world has been slowly shifting from the chemical compounds to the naturally occurring compounds. That is where I am coming to that we have a lot of knowledge. Ricin as a compound has been used in our country for ages for the against worms, and many of the people, they use the castor oil. And many people do not know that this castor oil consists of a very highly toxic compound, which is almost about 1 million times more toxic than the venom of a cobra, but it is present only in the PPT level. Now let us look at this. What you're talking of a genetic engineering or whatever it may be. Ricin, which consists of the two parts. You have a sugar binding subunit B, and it attaches to the receptors on the surface target. And you have a subunit A, which will attack with the enzymatic activity, it will attack the inactivates ribosomes. Now, we had designed, when I just went there, we had designed one simple way of calculating. So we have the ricin, and when you are talking of this one, it contains the chain A and chain B. Chain A is very deadly poisonous, chain B is a receptor. But when you are talking of ricin, it will be rejected by the body. How you are going to target it? Target the particular type of a cell, that is why you call it as the target specific design of the drug that is more important. In this context, what we did was, we took another one common, HCG, which is having a replica of the same two chains, which is nothing but A and B. What we did was, we just break the chains of HCG into two groups, A and B, and break the chains of the ricin into A and B. The toxic A was attached with the B unit of the HCB, which is a receptor, and by a chemical modification, which I carried out extensively on this work. And we tried to introduce this into the testicular tumors. We were just at that time, from the beginning of the study, way back in 1981-82, there was a very spectacular results. A few of the cells died as far as this one is concerned, and which I presented a paper, HCG-RTA as a biomissile for a particular this one. Biomissile at that time was considered to be missiles, were this one during 81-82. What I am just trying to say is, there has been a shift from the chemical compounds to the naturally occurring compounds. And this is exactly, when you are talking of HCG, HCG is available in plenty, particularly during the time of pregnancy. And that is the one test to confirm that there is a pregnant, and one can collect the HCG urine of a pregnant woman, and we can isolate the HCG, break this into two chains, A and B. You take one and the receptor, one is an activator, make a chemical modification and do it. This is also a drug. Well, in the sense, whenever we are talking of a LSD is a drug and all this is a little misconception with most of the people, and this deliberately I am telling, because many of the delegates who are there may be coming from a different background, who will not be knowing the basics of particularly the definitions, which are overlapping, and sometimes it is confusing. Now, new avenues and new challenges. Now let us look into this. The drug discovery sector is revolutionized by human genome projects and by the development of new technologies for biomarker testing. And as you are aware of it, one has to necessarily look into their biomarkers. Biomarkers are absolutely important. So it is in holistically, if you want to present it well, that is the best creation of the God happens to be a human being, and anything happens, there will be a certain indication. If some metabolism or some working is not taking place, either you will get a headache or you will get a fever, that is an indication. So likewise, you can have many of the biomarkers. So in the sense, you have to shift from the what you call it as an externally diagnostic way to internal. Even the biomarkers will also play an important role. And in this case, you can look at the development of innovative diagnostic products meeting all the criteria of improved efficacy and safety as well as the better concept. So what I'm talking of the word innovative diagnostics, that is very important. Now let us look at this. I'm just little going. Now we are talking of the innovative diagnostic techniques, predictive or personalized medicine. Now I am coming to that. That's why I said I made a remark that even today we have not left our slavish mentality and always we are considering the white skin, whatever, tell as something new. With the whole of the experiment of the allopathy medicine, except for the surgery, we will see that there is a whole of the West is now shifting to the what you call it as a plant-based medicines. When you are talking of the personalized medicine, this is the concept of Ayurveda and Unani, or in Chinese medicine. You will see that no drug can be universal. It should be a human-specific drug. The dosage you should control. So that means to say, the personalized medicine which have been there for centuries, now the allopathy medicine are taking this and trying to reform it. Before they take every treasure of our Indian medicine or Unani medicine or including the Chinese medicine, we have to rise. And it is in this context we come across another one new terminology called theranostics. It is a highly specific text for the diagnosis of a disease and to administer the most appropriate treatment regimen. If anybody who is apparent, if you are going for a Pandit or for an Hakim, looking at the pulse of the people, looking at the urine of a patient, one used to diagnose it, and that was to be a target specific or human specific. That means to say the dosage, one suffering from the fever will not be the same when compared to the other. This concept is now coming back. So this what you call it as a personalized medicine, and this we call it as pharmacogenetics. This is very important. When you are talking of the pharmacogenetics is nothing but, now, of course, all these they have collected the data, they have tried to revolutionize everything, and there is what you call it as a point of care, and wherein you have a lab on chip. This is lab on a chip refers to that they are falling back upon the advances in advances in computer technology, wherein you can just put the whole of the lab. So dual uses of the particles and devices becomes very important. Now, let us look at it, what is a medical model. So medicine, when you are talking of the personalized or a precision medicine, that means to say you need to have a model. A model is the one which gives a generalized framework, and the same framework cannot be universalized. It needs to be very, very specific. It separates, when you are talking of a medical model, separates people into different groups with medical decisions, practices, intervention and/or products being tailored to the individual patient based on their predicted response or the risk of the disease. That means to say, it includes the complaint history, physical examination. That means to say, if I'm suffering from a fever or viral fever, the same thing, antihistamines, antibiotics, this one, that type of a common will not be there henceforth, even in allopathy type of remedies. Because the hardcore people who advocate the allopathy of medicines, they are now fully aware of it. They stick on to the similar type of extracting only the principal component and or lead compound and then introducing in the body and trying to cure that. It has got a lot of side effects for a simple reason. Any medicine which you will just introduce it, however it has, they claim one to be a side effect. If you are including only one particular compound, it will have its side effects. The very concept of Unani medicine, concept of Ayurveda, concept of the Chinese medicine is to take the whole component, right from the phytochemicals. And they will have the secondary and tertiary metabolites, which will cater to the needs of the secondary reactions or side effects. So it is in this case, if you are carefully look at, you need to drive research and theorizing about the physical or psychological difficulties on the basis of causation and remediation. This is very important aspect that you have to take into consideration. Now, you are talking of the genomics. These all are, everyone have read it. These are not in the new words. When I'm talking of the genomics, it's an interdisciplinary field of biology. What does it mean? It focuses on the structure, function, and evolutionary mapping and editing of genomes. Fine. You are just trying to create the data, you are mining the data. But advances in genomics have now triggered a revolution and the discovery based on the system biology. And it is here the new concept coming that you will have to take into consideration a system. What is a system? A system necessarily consists of a subsystems or the organs or which have a desired or we have targeted functions or dedicated functions. This we will have to look at. Now the concept of the systems biology comes in. When you are talking of a systems biology come in, I'll just explain a little more in detail why this is important and how there is a shift in the paradigm in allopathy type of a medicine from the analytical thinking to the systematic thinking. I will also explain and make it clear what is important. When you are talking of a system biology, is the computational and mathematical analysis and modeling of the complex biological system. It is a biology-based interdisciplinary field of study that focuses on the computational interaction with the biological system using the holistic approach. Now they have introduced the word holistic approach, which is a part of Greek medicine. And then you are talking of Indian medicine as well as the Chinese medicine. Now the allopathy medicine is shifting to us. So if you just look at this, what are systems? When you are talking of now, that means there has been a shift from the allopathy medicine and coming back to take into totality. Dr. Ansari was mentioning about it. For example, he was talking about the arthropacies or knee problems and all. Well, in the case, it means you take that one particular part, you go into the depth and just do it. That is absolutely important. I do not deny it. But if there is any other function, for example, if the knee is having some problem, is there any problem or anything which is linked to the brain and linked to the other parts of the body? That is also being under study, but not much importance have been given. I hope Dr. Ansari would agree. This is not in the case of a Chinese medicine. Acupuncture is a coming. For example, you have some pain here, they will make you just introduce a needle somewhere and you'll see that that will just cure this. How do you account for it? That means to say, going holistically when you are just calling out, and even many of this Dr. Ansari and all people would agree, when we are considered as Ashraful Makhluqat, the best of all creation, naturally the most complex system in the whole of the world is human being. And it is not so easy that you can divide in parts and take only isolated part and doing it. That is why I'm just talking about what are systems. Systems are the framework comprised of the subsystem or components or organs with a defined function. For example, whole of the environment is a system. Whole of the environmental management is a system. The city is a system. Biological human body is a system. Mechanical engine is a system. Now there has been a shift. What is a systems thinking? What I am now coming at a higher level. Why? That's why I wanted to just make it very clear about the basics. Where you're using the word system so loosely, but now you will have to start thinking. That is called the systems thinking. When you're talking of a system thinking, there is a shift in the paradigm from analytical thinking to the systems thinking. What do you mean by an analytical thinking? The analytical thinking is the parts are primary, the whole is secondary. Dr. Ansari would agree with me, because you are talking of a knee, that is more important for him. The rest of the body is secondary. But that is not is required in the future. Or rather it is undergoing a revolution or undergoing a change. And wherein you will see that not only you are talking of the knee, you will have to take into consideration the other parts of the body also. That means what you call it as a systems thinking. The whole is primary, the parts are secondary. There is a shift in the paradigm. And this is what the message I would like to give it to the students, to look into this one, rather to be very, very targeted and research, as I most of the times in a very lighter vein, I will call it. I don't like flirting, but only I permit academic flirting. When you are doing this, you should also know that. And you have to come back to this one. That's what, I don't say that the parts are primary, the whole is secondary. It doesn't mean that the whole is not important. It is, whole is also important, but it is secondary. But in case of a system thinking, the whole is the primary and the parts are secondary. You take the important system and then you try to put in how the important parts and how it is linked. I am sure knee is not an isolated part of the body. It has a number of this, which even today, everything, for example, you take up a brain, you take up any part of the body. Nobody has made a very, very thorough research to come part-wise to that extent that every 1 millimeter of this one, which consists of millions of other small cells and all, you have not able to distinguish. Now, coming back to the whole of this one time scale, this is an old one which we are doing it. The time scale for the new developments is from the drug discovery 7 years, discovery, preclinical. When you are looking at it, you will have a target validation. I'm using the word target validation. The word validation is very good, and this is where you will see that allopathy medicines have still tried to gain the control of the world because of the validation. Why still the Ayurveda medicine or the Unani medicine or Greek medicine or Chinese medicine, they have not been able to make a deep inroads into any other people is only because that we have not developed suitably the methods, methodologies, procedures, protocols for the validation. Then you will have the mechanistic models. And during the Ansari's lecture, I will quote it because it was more of what I am trying to say, supported by a lot of pictures, which is very important and which is very also attractive. In this context, you'll see he was talking about the mechanistic models also. This mechanistic models, how it will have everything has explained. Then what you are talking of, the drugs aimed at one particular thing. And now what is important is improved decision making. The doctors are not able to come to a conclusion and what is how they are going to come for a decision, and decision has not been valid. And this has been the greatest, what you call it as a limitation of allopathy type of medicine, despite the fact, starting from the penicillin, there have been a lot of inflammatory, all type of psychotropic drugs, everything, but still we have not been able to just make it what you call it as a improved decision-making quality. So you have the discovery, you have a preclinical, you have phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, then food, and of course drugs authority, which is also there is very, very stringent in America. I am sure Dr. Ansari would agree with me. All this is there, and ultimately the marketing and all. What does it mean? It means to say this is all old thing. So I have not given a lot of attention to this. What is more important is now there is a shift in the paradigm from the analytical thinking to the analytical thinking to the systematic thinking, and that's why you will have to change your this one. In this case, let me take an example. Now you have this. You are talking of a real system. Your body is a real system. Then you make a model. Then you have a model system. You construct approximate theories, theoretical predictions, compare and improve the theory, then look at how much, perform the simulations, the simulation results, perform experimental results. So on one side you have the experimental, the wet labs, another one you have the dry labs, then you will have the theorization, mental creativity, all these need to be assembled to come to a very good decision making. This is very important. So now, how you are going to, how this is what you call it as the analytical thinking to systematic thinking has led because of the discovery of nanoscience and nanotechnology. This is the future of medical science. Take this example. What is the nanomaterial? For those students who are, of course, maybe in this one, but everyone knows about it. Whenever you are going for a smaller size, for example, I take the gold. You make it in a smaller, finer. The yellow gold at one particular stage, when it comes into a nano level, it will no more be yellow, it will be green. It will be green. So why? That means to say all the properties. That means there are a lot of properties, not only the surface area, there are other properties that you can say. That means to say you can take into account even one or two, a few cluster of atoms or the molecules, and you can devise rather to take the whole bulk in terms of kgs. The work can be done. Now look at this. Material science, biochips, nano-analytical probes, nanotechnology, molecular medicine, biochemistry, and this is where you will come in. And if you are talking of this, any disease will be under the scrutiny or the scan of so many other disciplines. So now let us look at what this. This has led to another new discipline called theranostics. What does it mean? Again, I'm telling you, going back to the same three type of medicines, combination of diagnostic and therapy. Take this example. Therapeutic agent is there, targeting agent there, stimuli, nano antenna, cell penetration and ligand, and we'll say the drug-loaded vesicle. All this is nothing but is the concept for delivering therapy and then examining the effect. That means to say, the very basic analytical concept, source of excitation, system, and response. Here, source of excitation could be a therapeutic agent. You have a system which could be a complicated a living body, and then you are going to assess the response. In all this process, ultimately, you will have to go into the deep, into a nano level, and to see how each and every one small molecule or an atom behaves. For example, if you are talking of the technique they are using, the lithium, of course, lithium cannot be used as a metal, it will be lithium ion. But you'll see that here, cell penetrating ligand will also be there, how it can penetrate into the cell. Stimuli sensitive to nano antenna, drug loaded. That means to say the complications which we thought it is not important, and now we have to unravel it and try to understand more better. Now take this example, for example. Evaluate the treatment. You have the disease cells, you have a healthy cells, and you are target the specific cells. This is what I took an example of what I did it in Paris. You are targeting. How you are going to target, as I told you, even today we do not have any specific, any therapy that can target only to that particular types of the cell which are accumulated. And it will be too difficult, but nevertheless, even selective is also better. So when you don't have the specific, then you have to, that's why selective therapy is not specific therapies. So now let us look at this. The possible combinations built around the quantum dots. Look at the science and technology, how. Quantum dots may have a possible toxicity. And what do you mean by that? A small, a cluster of few atoms and molecules can act as a device. That is wonderful. So you have a therapeutic agent, you have a targeting agent, and you have a diagnostic agent, you have drug a gene carrier. All this you can just do it. That's why drug release, everything, all these mechanisms comes under this one, but now it has much more advanced. You have a body, antibody, everything will come into this picture. Now let us look at it. You have the porous carriers. These can be loaded with drugs such as anything, busulfan or whatever it may be. And how you are going to follow it up? You have MRI, magnetic resonance imaging. If you are talking of magnetic resonance imaging, that means to say each and every atom acts as a magnet because it has a charged species. When you are talking of an atom, you have, as I told you, it has a nuclear. That's why I use the word nuclear and extranuclear part. I went for the basics. Nuclear part and extranuclear part, and in this context, you will say that it acts as a dipole. Once if you have dipole, it acts as a magnet, and once if it has a magnet, you have an MRI. I'll just take 5 minutes, Dr. Gupta, for a simple reason. I know people must be hungry, and when they are hungry, they will also be angry, and nothing will go into their mind afterwards. But anyhow, we have a few more slides which I can use it, and I'll try to wind up. So you have again the carbon nanotubes. Look at this. You have the MRI here. A small, the whole body, it contains of millions, billions, trillions of this whole of the cells. And each cell is acting as a magnet, and you are making use of that and magnifying it. Look at the wonders, the science as far as the development of the new instruments are concerned. So now let us go to the next one. Magnetic thermostic particles, how each and every particle looks like. Though we are nano, still they have the cluster of molecules. Each molecule has got a different boundaries, having a different characteristic, different types of atoms and everything they can be available. Well, you have the composite loaded particles also. This is the one. It is in these cases, I will come to that, the whole of the allopathy medicines coming back to the Ayurveda medicine. For example, the curcumin is an important component of turmeric. And turmeric has been used for ages in our country. That's why I use the word grandma recipe. Turmeric is used for all the religious purposes. Please remember, when you are attaching a religious, this one, that means to say it has got certain importance. Even before this marriage, you are talking of a haldi ka rasam, is nothing but you are trying to just cure some of these skin diseases. And now it has been established that the turmeric which contains the principal component or the lead compound called curcumin, can cure more than 20 to 25 diseases. But at the same time, they are again making a mistake. Sorry. They are again making a mistake. Again, they are taking to isolate the compound. When you are talking of a turmeric, for example, curcumin is the lead compound in the turmeric. It contains only 5%. My simple holistic approach would be, when you call the gods to be a perfect, which you call it even in Arabic as Kamal, a perfection, do you think the 95% is a waste one? But it is the 95% which will take care of what you call it as a side effects or secondary or tertiary effects. That's why taking a turmeric in a milk will be of more purpose rather to take curcumin. This is again still the Western people have to overcome this stigma, thinking that allopathy type of a medicine still is the best. And that's why anyhow they're slowly coming towards our type of medicine. You will see that gold particle increase the optical visibility of our surface plasma-resonance scattering. Well, they are using all this, including in the drugs they are using it. The use of the gold as a part of our diet, including on a pan bida and all, is not a new. It has been there for centuries. All these things will be playing very important role. Now look at this plasmonic nanobubble approach. All these approaches, which whatever you're talking it is an analytical approach. It is not a systemic approach. They will have to just make all the small analytical, make it one particular system, and they'll study the comprehensive one. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is another one which we'll have to look at, as it is almost 45 minutes. I do not want to go because there should be some time even for the discussion, because I've started from the high school portion and then I have come up to the most advanced techniques. Probably there could be many questions, but also I'm not be surprised if there are no questions, because it's 1:45, everyone will be hungry. Maybe it is a late night in America. I think so that should not be the way. Well, with this, I wish to thank the organizers once again for giving me an opportunity, and for all the delegates who are listening to my lecture. The take-home message is, one, we have to shift from analytical approach to the systemic approach, and please see that we have a mines of knowledge in our own systems called the Ayurveda, or even in the Unani, which is a part of Indian system. There is a lot many we can just cater to the needs and demands of the world, which we have to be the leaders in the coming years. With this, I will just give this and say thank you for the all wonderful things, because these are the two words which is used by trillions of people, by trillions and trillions of times, still look fresh. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you so much, sir, for your such a wonderful lecture. It has been the class of its own. The sheer eloquence, fluency, felicity, and finesse, characteristic of scientists of parallel excellence, has been on display. I am sure the young scientists in this conference will greatly benefit from your very, very knowledgeable lecture. Now, delegates, session is open for discussion. If you have any question in your mind, please feel free to ask Dr. Akil Ahmed. I think
people are hungry, don't worry.
All are very hungry. Yeah. I can understand, sir. Friends, I'm sure, and as anticipated by the organizers, this conference would go a long way in enlightening the participants, academicians, and researchers, and provide them with a right stimulus on planning their prospective research. In the wake of COVID-19, when the entire human existence on the planet seems threatened, and the entire science and technology created by human world is seriously engaged in discovering the remedy to vanquish this tiny, invisible, but deadly virus. In this context, chemical science is playing the indispensable role in discovering the potential vaccine and drugs for preventing and curing the diseases, the spread through epidemics and pandemics and curing the diseases, all sort of diseases. Based on the experience, the entire scientific community has been relentlessly toiling. The entire scientific community has been the human race from the onslaught of this dreaded disease. It is surely the welcome endeavor, but we the Indians live in the country where Acharya Charaka 600 BC produced Charak Samhita, which is considered as the encyclopedia of Ayurveda. In this renowned work, Acharya Charaka, through his innate genius and entire inquiries, revealed the fact on human anatomy, physiology, embryology, tuberculosis, heart disorders, diabetes, etc. He has described the medicinal qualities and the functions of more than 1 lakh herbal plants. He has also emphasized the influence of diet and correlation between the mind and body. It is therefore my firm conviction, and as rightly pointed out by Dr. Akil Ahmed ji, Ayurveda and Unani medicines, if scientifically explored by the superior brains using the present day sophisticated technology, can prove to be a potential remedy for all sorts of diseases and ailments. I am sure that eminent scientists participating in this conference will utilize their academic prowess and academic prowess and technological expertise to come out with a tangible solutions, and which will be shared with the human world to tide over this unprecedented crisis. So, lastly, on behalf of the organizers and everyone in this conference, I express my sincere gratitude to both the eminent speakers, Dr. Ansari and Dr. Syed Akil Ahmed, for the feast of knowledge that you have laid for us. Sir, last but not least, हमारे पास में जितना भी समय है, अगर समय पर हमने उसका अगर सही इस्तेमाल किया, तो मुझे लगता है कि निश्चित तौर पर हम लोग सारे के सारे इन सारी बातों पर ध्यान भी दे सकेंगे और आगे इन बातों से हमें किसी प्रकार से कोई हानि न पहुंचे, इसके लिए भी हम काम कर पाएंगे। किसी शायर ने बहुत खूब कहा है, वक्त जब सजने का आया तभी टूटा आईना, वक्त जब सजने का आया तभी टूटा आईना, पहले तो हम रूठे रहे अब हमसे रूठा आईना। ऐसा हमारे जीवन में कभी ना हो, और इसी के लिए समय रहते से ही हम सब लोग अच्छी तरह से इन सब बातों पर गौर करें। आज आई एम रियली ग्रेटफुल टू मैम रशीदी, डॉक्टर विलास राउत फॉर गिविंग मी दिस अपॉर्चुनिटी टू chair this function. So once again, thank you so much. Thank you. Over to Ma'am Rashidi.
Hello. Thank you very much, sir. Special thanks to Dr. P.R. Rajput, sir, for his graceful presence and contributing a lot to our conference and nicely conducting technical session 1 of day 1 of international interdisciplinary virtual conference on drugs, disease and development. Now, without wasting time and without proposing vote of thanks in between, it is time to start the second technical session. And second technical session will be chaired by Dr. B.N. Berad. He is from Department of Chemistry, RTM Nagpur University, Nagpur. I take this opportunity to introduce Dr. Berad. Yes, Dr. So it's my great pleasure to introduce Dr. B.N. Beret sir, presently retired from PG Department of Chemistry, Nagpur University, Nagpur. He has a huge teaching experience, more than 33 years. He is the receiver of King Edward Gold Medal. He, under his able guidance, more than 24 students awarded PhD. He guided 9 MPhil students. He published more than hundreds research papers and reviewed national and international papers. 2 books under his belt. He published 2 books. Dr. B.N. Beret worked as a selector for the post of professor and other allied posts at Kamayu University at Nainital and G.B. Pant University, Modinagar. Dr. B.N. Beret sir attended 22 national and international conferences. Dr. Beret sir completed 1 major project and 2 minor projects. So actually, sir is a great academician and educationalist. So looking to the time schedule, I once again curtail some of the achievements of Dr. B.N. Beret sir, and I cordially invite him to chair the session. So over to Dr. B.N. Beret sir.
Inviting me.
Yes, sir. Hello, Dr. B.N. Beret sir.
Yeah. I'm taking over as a
only one speaker is going to speak.
We have one speaker, Dr.
Yes. Vishal, please rectify the network issue.
हाँ सर.
We are not listening, Dr. B.N. Beret sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
I am audible.
Yes, sir. Now you are audible.
Dr. Tokir Ahmad. Next speaker is Dr. Tokir Ahmad. Should I introduce him? Should I introduce? Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Ms. Rasidi. Mrs. Rasidi.
Yes, please proceed, sir.
Should I introduce our next speaker?
Yes.
Yeah. Our next speaker for the national and international conference on drug disease and development is Dr. Tokir Ahmad. He did his postgraduate from Roorkee, and then he completed PhD Delhi. Presently, he is working as a professor at Delhi. His research interests include development of advanced functional nanostructure for the use of photo and electric catalysis, gas sensing, and applications. his research guidance has guidance to both PhD students. He has so far guided 9 PhD students successfully and 7 PhD students are working under him. He has also students on their dissertations. Regarding publication, he has published 116 in peer-reviewed journal of international review. Major project include project awarded by different funding agencies.
Hello, Beret sir. Respected Beret sir. Your voice is not audible, sir. Hello.
For inviting me, Chairperson of this Turkey. He has so far guided 9 PhD students successfully and 7 PhD student admissions. Regarding publication, he has published a major project from India as well as abroad. One including from Saudi Arabia. The title of his book almost 3,327. Our speaker joined. Dr. Tokirama has joined.
Yes, sir. Sir has joined.
Yeah. Should I start introducing from first? That is from the start.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello, yes, sir. I think Dr. Toki sir.
Yeah. Should I continue?
Yes, sir.
Achha. Should I continue?
Yes.
Should I continue his introduction?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Have you completed, sir? Hello. Hello.
Am I audible?
Yes, 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 sir. You may continue, sir. You are audible.
Yeah. Tokyo has 116 publications in International Journal of Review. Regarding his project, he has completed 8 major projects funded by national and agencies, and one of the projects is funded by Saudi Arabia, which is worth 3.12 crores. He has some books to his credit. Title Principles of Science and Technology is also to his credit. This citation includes 3,327 with H index of 24 and attend index 70. He is member of national and international research societies, including American Society, MRSI, BAR, ACT, etc. He has delivered talks, which include 80 talks, and he has presented 20 research papers in different conferences. He has served as a coordinator of Swachh Bharat Mission of Government of India. He has got DST DFG award from Government of India in 2009. He has also a ISCAS medal to his credit, which he was awarded in 2011 for his significant contribution in nanotechnology. And recently he has got inspired teachers recognition from President of India. He also got Distinguished Scientist Award in 2019 from Indian Association of Solid State Chemists, and he is elected member of the prestigious National Academy of Sciences, India. With this brief introduction, I invite Dr. Toki Rama to proceed with the invited talk. Hello, madam.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So you may invite Toki, sir. He's
Now
there.
I invite Dr. Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. So first of all, I must thank the whole organizing committee, including the principal and the convener of the conference, Professor Nazia, for inviting me for in this prestigious conference in which Professor Akil Ahmed, which is already known to me, is a very well-known face for me. He was the chief guest as well as he spoke to the conference before me. So I am feeling honored to be here among the august gathering of the eminent scientists of the country as well as abroad. So actually, my topic is slightly deviating from the theme of the conference, but I will try to correlate with the theme of the conference. And already Professor Akil Saab already spoken over the some beautiful or the advanced nanomaterials. So being a chemist, my title of the presentation is the multifunctional nanomaterials for smarter applications. Since I'm a chemist and doing the research based on the nanoscience and nanotechnology, so first of all, I will briefly speak over about the basics of the nanoscience and nanotechnology. Actually, when we talk about the nanoscience and the nanotechnology, the first point that came in our mind that this nano terminology is related with one of the dimension of the length. So yes, as we know, the basic unit of the length is meter, and we can correlate the 1 meter dimension with the various uh, units of the length like inches, centimeter, millimeter, micrometers, and the nanometers. For example, 1 meter is the is equivalent to the 100 centimeter, or in other words, we can say that the 1 centimeter length is the 100 part of a meter. Similarly, we can correlate with 1 meter dimension with the microns, and it is 1 million micrometer. So, or in other words, we can say that 1 micrometer dimension is called as the 1 million part of a meter. And similarly, 1 meter is 1 billion nanometer, or 1 nanometer we can define as it is 1 billion part of the meter. As a number, this number is 1 billion or for example, if I have a rod of 1 meter length, and if I cut this rod into the 1 billion pieces, then the length of one piece is 1 nanometer, and this dimension is the smaller than the wavelength of the light. So basically, nanomaterials are the very fine materials in which the grain size lies in the range of 1 to 100 nanometers. And as we know that the typical size of any atom is in the range of 1 to 2 angstrom. Therefore, we can arrange 5 to 10 atoms in the 1 nanometer dimension. For example, if I have the hydrogen atom, the size of the hydrogen atom is 1 angstrom. So if I actually place 10 hydrogen atoms side by side, then the whole dimension is called as 1 nanometer. So when we approach to this nanometric dimension, the materials show the various or the potential application because of the number of reasons. Like the at this nanometric dimension, the electrons are highly confined and they have the large surface area, and because of their large number at the surface, therefore their dipoles, either in the form of the electric dipoles or the magnetic dipoles, are highly disordered on the surface. I will explain in detail why the nanometer has the high surface area in my next slides. At this nanometric scales, the size really matters because the most of the physical and the chemical properties changes when size shrink even in the nanoscale. For example, these are the cadmium selenide nanoparticles, and these are exhibiting the different colors even in the nano region. For example, when the size of the cadmium selenide move from 2.3 nanometers to the 5.5 nanometers, then you can see the changes in the color from blue to red. And Professor Akil Saab already actually spoke over the gold nanoparticle. When you have the different size, the color will change from yellow to green. I will show in my next slide the same point. And because of this smaller size of the nano size, and because of these unusual properties of the nanomaterials, the nanomaterials have actually applications in various sectors, like in the electronic industries, the next generation computer chips, the memory devices, and nowadays in chemistry, this portion, the catalysis, nanosensors, and the energy storage devices is going to be very important. And I have also diverted myself to work on the nano energy, nano catalysis, and the nanosensors. For example, in the catalysis, actually, what catalyst does? Actually, catalyst gives in its surface to the reaction media, where the reactants can get absorbed, and they actually it increase its energy so that they can easily pass the energy barrier and give the product formation. So actually millions of the organic transformations are known which are supported by the inorganic catalyst. So actually now the whole chemistry is transforming at the nano dimension. So if you have the nano catalyst, means nano inorganic catalyst, and you make the same organic transformation reaction that are already known in many of the books, then you can actually transform its reaction rate of reaction, and other parameters, and you can actually report the good number of papers. The nano sensors, there are a lot of work is already actually is being carried on, and the energy storage or the energy sectors. I'm also working on the green energy aspects of by using the nanomaterials, and I will show this some of the possibility how we can actually produce the hydrogen with the help of the inorganic nanomaterials to split the water. So I will show the possibility in one of my next slides. So for example, actually, if we see the different objects that are present in our surroundings, then we can classify these objects on the basis of their dimension. For example, if you move from few centimeter to the few nanometer, then the nature of the object may change from football to fluorine. And meanwhile, you can see the different objects of the different sizes. For example, this is the ant of size few millimeter, and this is the human hair of size few micrometer, and these are the blood cells of size several micrometers, and this is the viruses of size 50 to 100 nanometer. So actually what happens when you actually reduce the size of the objects from bigger or bulkier size to the smaller or the nano size, then what happens, the number of atoms at the surface, it will increase in a huge amount, or the surface energy is associated with the number of the surface atoms. The surface energy will increase, and the surface energy is proportional to the surface area. So the surface area for a constant volume will increase when we reduce the size of the objects from micrometer to the nanometer. So this is the actually theoretical concept how the surface area correlates with the size of the material. In my next slide, I will show mathematically how the surface area will increase when you reduce the size of the object. This is the mathematical calculation. For example, if you have these are the cubic structures. For example, you have a cube of the surface area 6 square centimeter. Now, if I actually broken down this cube into the 8 smaller cubes, its surface area will increase to 12 square centimeter. Now, if we actually broken down these 8 cubes into the 60 more smaller cubes, then its surface area increased to 24 square centimeter. Now, what is the mathematics behind actually this concept? For example, if I have this cube of edge length of 2 centimeter, now you can actually calculate the area of this surface. The area of this surface will be 2 into 2 means 4 centimeter. And how many surfaces are present in a cube? There are 6 surfaces. So you have to multiply 2 into 2 with 6. So the surface area of the cube of edge length 2 centimeter will be 24 square centimeter. Now I have broken down this cube into the 8 cubes of dimension 1 centimeter. Now you can calculate the surface area of one cube. It will be 6 into 1 into 1. Now there are 8 cubes when we broken down into this cube into 1 centimeter length cube. Then you have to multiply with 8. So the area will increase to 48 square centimeter. So this is the mathematical concept how the student can understand that when we actually reduce the size, how the surface area for a constant volume will increase. This is the mathematical concept which gives the clear picture how the surface area increases. So actually what happens when the size becomes very small? So this is called as the size effect. So generally when the size actually transforms from millimeter to the micrometer, then there is no change in the physical and the chemical properties. But when the size changes from micrometer to the nanometer, then most of the physical and the chemical laws differs. And because of the variation or the difference in the physical and the chemical laws, the aesthetic properties like the electronic property, physical or the chemical properties, they will change. For example, the optical band gap will change, the melting point, hardness, ductility will change, the catalysis I have already actually spoken over it. The structure of the nanomaterials will also change. I have actually compiled 2 examples. Melting point. Professor Shakil already actually give a brief discussion over the melting point of the nanomaterials. Like actually the reported melting point of the bulk gold is around 1000 degrees centigrade. But when we have the fine gold nanoparticle of size 2.5 nanometers, then its reported melting point is 300 degrees centigrade. Why? Actually, if you have the bulk crystal, then the crystal lattice is very huge, very large. So to melt that crystal, you require the high temperature. But when you have the very smaller size nano gold particles, then the crystallinity actually reduces. You have the crystal lattice very smaller as compared to the bulk gold. So less temperature is required to break the smaller crystal. Then another example for the oxidation of the carbon monoxide. So this is supported by the gold oxide surface. So if you have the bulk gold oxide surface, then it won't help the oxidation of carbon monoxide to the carbon dioxide. But if you have the nano size gold oxide surface, then it helps the oxidation from carbon monoxide to the carbon dioxide. This nano, actually this slide in a different way already shown in my earlier talk by Professor Akil Saab. He's a very great scientist and I respect a lot to Professor Akil Saab, and I am happy the organizers that they have this great scientist in this conference. So because of the high conductivity, high strength and the high reactivity due to their high surface area, and because of their smaller size, the nanomaterials can be easily dispersed in a variety of matrices, and because of their small size, they can have the high degradation property, high durability. So because of these number of properties and the number of reasons, so most of the scientists, either they belongs to the life science, biology, chemistry, physics, any branch of the engineering, they have the common platform to exchange their research, to exchange their ideas. That is called as the nanoscience and the nanotechnology. So nowadays, most of the scientists, they are doing their research under the umbrella of the nanotechnology, which is already explained by the by Professor Akil Saab. Yeah. This slide actually, Akil Saab already actually spoken very briefly on this concept. I will show you. These are the Lycurgus cups. These cups are placed in the British Museum, London, dating from 4th century AD. These cups are actually made by the glass impregnated with the gold nanoparticles. When actually it is seen in the transmitted light, it reflects as red in color, and when it is seen in the reflected light, it appears as green in color. But at that time, actually, people think that it is a kind of miracle. But nowadays, the chemistry is clear. Actually, when you have the different size of the gold particles, the gold atom of size 1 angstrom, it is colorless. But when you have the different size of the gold particles, the color of the gold particles changes. Actually, what happens when the gold particles from atoms to the bulk size, they form the building blocks, and their colors correspondingly changes. So basically, actually, this nanoscience and nanotechnology branch has its root from the landmark lecture that was delivered by the famous Nobel laureate Richard Feynman. It was delivered on 29 December 1959. And the title of this lecture was very famous, that there is a plenty of room at the bottom. He was very clear in his vision that the time will come when the people will think about the manipulation of the material at very small scale. And today we are doing the same thing. So actually, when we talk, sometimes we call this branch as nanoscience, sometimes we call it as nanotechnology. Actually, there is a slight difference between these two terminology. Actually, nanoscience deals with the phenomena and manipulation of the materials at atomic, molecular, and the macromolecular scales. Basically, actually, nanoscience deals with the fabrication, characterization, and the property measurements of the materials, which are actually differ significantly from the bulk material. And the nanotechnology basically deals with the design, production, and the application of the structures, devices, and the systems by controlling the size of the objects and shape of the objects at the nanometric scale. So basically, nanotechnology uses science at the nano scale. So this is the basic actually difference between these two terminology then of nanoscience and nanotechnology. So nano in the computer world, nanotechnology enables the development of the small computer circuits that can reduce the size of the computers. The first generation computer actually requires its installation of nearly half of the room. Actually, it was based on the vacuum tube technique, and nowadays actually in your pocket you have in your mobile you have all kind of functions, and which is more smarter as compared to the larger computer. So nanotechnology enables the size of the computer from half of the room to the size of your pocket. Nanomaterials in the healthcare sector, the artificial bone could be made from the nanocrystalline composites of the calcium phosphate, and the characteristics of these bones are similar to the natural bone, and strength is comparable to the stainless steel. The nanomaterials are also used to design the nanosensors for the early detection and prevention of the several diseases. More durable and rejection resistant artificial tissues could also be made with the help of the nanomaterials. These are the certain applications of the silver nanoparticles in socks, in the silver nanoparticle sensor, which actually provide or which can detect the melamine content if it is present in the infected milk. And the silver nanoparticles having the tendency to reduce the growth of the 100 types of bacteria which are responsible for the wound infection. So silver nanoparticles have been actually used to make the silver strips, and the results were found much better as compared to the normal bandages that are available in the market. Actually, when we talk about the fabrication or the nanomaterials, then the synthesis part is very important. The synthesis of the nanomaterials is broadly classified in two major categories. One class is called as the top-down approach, and other class is called as the bottom approach. In top-down approach, actually, we broken down the bulk size particles into the nano size particles, and here in the bottom approach, we have the smaller size or the atomic size particles, condense them chemically and bring them into the nano size particles. So these are the various actually top-down approach generally used by the physics peoples, or therefore these methods are called as the physical methods, and being a chemist we use the bottom approach, therefore these methods are called as the chemical methods. So in my research lab at Jamia I am using all the chemical methods, and here in this lecture I will show some of the results which are obtained by the polymeric citrate precursor method. So this method is a very simple method, and its backbone, the backbone of this method is the polyesterification reaction between the ethylene glycol and the citric acid. When ethylene glycol and citric acid reacts, then they form the 5 to 6 membered ring of metal citrate complex, where the chemical reaction carried out to make the nanoparticles. So this cavity or the matrix is called as the nanoreactor. And this method is a very simple method, or the simple technique, because it requires only inexpensive chemicals, glassware, and the equipments. It does not require, this method is not sensitive to the presence of water. It does not require any inert atmosphere. So by using this methodology, we have actually prepared a series of the multiferrics, which actually we have used to give the smarter applications. So multiferrics, I will give a brief insight. When you actually apply the place the material in the applied magnetic field, and if it shows the spontaneous magnetization, then it shows the characteristic of the ferromagnetism. And the same material, if placed in the electric field, and if it exhibits the spontaneous polarization, then this class of the material is called as the ferroelectricity, or the property is called as the ferroelectricity. So when the same material exhibit the property of the ferromagnetism and the ferroelectricity, then this class of the material is called as the multiferrics. And these are the certain applications of the multiferrics, and we are the first in the literature who have shown the possibility of the use of the multiferrics in the photocatalytic water splitting for the hydrogen generation. And I will show some of the results. This is the reaction scheme of the polymeric citrate precursor method. By using this reaction scheme, we have prepared a series of various nanomaterials of the very interesting properties and the interesting characterization. The first material is the yttrium ferrite nanoparticles we have prepared, and it was actually stabilized in the orthorhombic form with an average X-ray size of 72 nanometer, and we have reported the highest surface area of the yttrium ferrite, which was 338 meters square per gram. And these are the transmission electron microscopic picture, which gives an average grain size of 77 nanometer, and this is the selected area electron diffraction plot. Each ring is corresponding to the X-ray reflection, which could be seen over in the X-ray diffraction diagram. These are the MH plot and the P plot, which give the significant and the reasonable characteristics of the hysteresis loop in the form of the coercive field, the saturation magnetization, and the Ramanant magnetization give the characteristic of the ferromagnetism. The weak ferromagnetism is also correlated with the distorted perovskite structure of the yttrium ferrite. This is the PE loop, which the results in the PE loop were found much better as compared to the earlier report. So the MH and the PE characteristics confirms the multiferric characteristics in the YFeO3. So these are the very beautiful how the hydrogen could be generated, the energy could be generated using the YFeO3 nanoparticle. The concept was actually to break the water into the hydrogen gas. So actually we take water in a sample glass and add the yttrium ferrite nanoparticle as catalyst, and the sacrificial agent used in this experiment was sodium sulfide and the sodium sulfide, and the co-catalyst was used the platinum. So when actually you expose the whole reaction mixture in the visible light, because actually the optical band gap was in the visible region, then what happens, the nanoparticle will generate electrons in the conduction band and the holes remains in the valence band. So these electrons which are generated in the conduction band, they will transfer to your aqueous solution via co-catalyst, where it reduces the H plus into the hydrogen gas. So this is a very beautiful mechanism how we get the hydrogen as a green energy using the multiferric nanoparticles. And these holes were actually the sacrificial agent will lose their characteristic to occupy the hole. So this is the mechanism and the whole experimental setup to get the hydrogen using our nanoparticle. So this is the experimental plot which shows that the linear increment for the production of hydrogen with time which shows that the yttrium ferrite is the effective nanoparticle for the production of the hydrogen. Then we have actually applied this yttrium ferrite nanoparticles for the fabrication of the dye-synthesized solar cells, and we have found that the power conversion efficiency of yttrium ferrite based TiO2 nanoparticles increased nearly 5 times as compared to the TiO2 based DSLCs after adding the high surface area yttrium ferrite. So we have actually reported this report for the first time based on the yttrium ferrite, showing the possibility for the hydrogen production as well as the dye-synthesized solar cells, which give the highest efficiency. The next material in this class is the yttrium magnet YMNO3. Very beautiful actually X-ray diffraction pattern could be seen over here, which was indexed stabilized in the hexagonal form with an average grain size of the 48 nanometer. And these are the MH plot, which gives the ferromagnetic characteristic, and this is the P plot, which gives the ferroelectric characteristic. So both the properties gives the multiferro characteristics for the YMNO3 nanoparticles. The other material, next material is the yttrium chromate nanoparticle. This material is very important because this system is a less studied system in terms of its nanoscale characterization, and we have stabilized this yttrium chromate nanoparticles using the low temperature polymeric citrate precursor method. It was actually, we have prepared in the grain size of 22 nanometer with the high surface area of 344 meter square per gram. And the magnetic and the ferro electrical properties corresponds to the existence of the ferromagnetism as well as the ferroelectricity, which confirms the multiferro characteristics of in YCRO3 nanoparticles. An interesting point we could observe when we actually study its dielectric properties. Here you can see the two transition at two different temperature range. Earlier, this transition was actually observed, which was reported in jets in the temperature range of it was observed actually at 177 degrees centigrade. But in our study, we have reported two transition, and we have actually added the concept that these transitions are actually corresponding to the ferroelectric phase transitions. And in our study, the two transitions could be observed because actually in our instrument we have the broad temperature range for the measurement. Earlier it was actually measured in a low temperature range, and we have also correlated this this transition and suggested that a material is a dielectric relaxer material. This is copper chromate nanoparticles, which was actually indexed in the hexagonal form, and very beautiful X-ray diffraction could be seen over here with an average grain size of the 40 nanometer. And we have shown that this copper chromate nanoparticle is useful for the degradation of the methylene blue dye nearly 80% in the sunlight. We have prepared sodium niobate nanoparticle for the electrocatalytic and photocatalytic production of the hydrogen, and this is the nano X-ray diffraction of the nanophase sodium niobate nanoparticle. We have also prepared the sodium niobate nanoparticle in the bulk phase actually to compare their properties and size and other applications also. And we have actually stabilized this sodium niobate nanoparticle in a fine grain size of the 50 nanometer. And these are the detailed electrocatalytic properties for the oxygen evaluation reaction and the hydrogen evaluation reaction. And it was shown by our group that the low value of the Tefel slope and the high value of the current density for the nano size sodium niobate nanoparticle as compared to the bulk size NaNBO3 nanoparticles for the both oxygen evaluation as well as the hydrogen evaluation reactions suggest the effective electrocatalytic conversion of water to the hydrogen gas. Then we have actually used this sodium niobate nanoparticles for the degradation of the rose Bengal dye, and nearly 86% dye was actually degraded, and the results were found much better as compared to the bulk NaNBO3 nanoparticles. And the results that we obtained by using the LCMS studies, and we have actually shown the possible degradation pathway and the different fragmentation products of the rose Bengal dye and added in the literature. This is sodium tantalate nanoparticle. It was stabilized and prepared by the polymeric citrate precursor method. Very beautiful X-ray diffraction could be seen over here, and the surface topography could could be seen with the help of the scanning electron microscopy, and the surface area we have reported in the literature, it was 47 meters square per gram. And these are the photocatalytic studies. We have actually done its the degradation of the methylene blue dye in two medium, neutral medium and the alkaline medium, and we found that nearly 90% dye was degraded in 80 minutes in alkaline medium, and the same amount of dye was degraded in neutral medium and taking the 200 minutes time. So we have actually pointed that the alkaline medium is more effective for the degradation of the methylene blue dye. And by using the LCMS studies, we have shown the different fragmentation pathway and the products for the methylene blue dye. These are the detailed ferroelectric and the piezoelectric properties, and we have shown the possibility for the use of sodium tantalate nanoparticle for the piezoelectric characteristic. Actually, in the piezoelectricity, what happens when you actually press a certain material and it generates current? So we have shown the possibility that this material could be used for the piezoelectric application, as it is used. Actually, the piezoelectricity could be used in the self-start bikes, self-start cars, and the lighters, smart watches. This concept. Then these are the ultra-fine ruthenium oxide nanoparticles, and this is TM picture, which gives the average grain size of the 20 nanometer. And here, the maximum activity of the ruthenium oxide nanoparticle could be observed at the high concentration of H2O2 at 1 molar, and as compared to the HRP enzyme. And this is the thermal stability plot, which shows that the catalytic activity of the ruthenium oxide nanoparticles could be preserved till 90 minutes at 80 degrees centigrade, whereas the HRP enzyme showed no activity at all. And then these are the cyclic voltammetric studies, or the electrochemical studies of ruthenium oxide nanoparticles in three different atmospheres: air, nitrogen, and oxygen. And we found that the as prepared ruthenium oxide nanoparticle can generate more current in air as compared to nitrogen and the oxygen saturated atmosphere. And these are the LSV plots for the oxygen evaluation and the oxygen reduction reactions, which can give the insight for the onset potential, reaction kinetics, and the mechanism reaction to identify the number of electrons taking part in electrochemical reactions. And the water redox reaction behavior can be could be optimized for the water splitting reaction, and have shown the possibility for the electrochemical water splitting by using the ruthenium oxide. These are the actually chronoamperometric plot, which where the constant current is generated with time, which reflects the stability in as prepared ruthenium oxide nanoparticles. And these are the detailed Tafel slope plots in three different atmospheres: air, nitrogen, and oxygen, which could be used to give the comment that the effectiveness of the ruthenium oxide nanoparticles for the electrochemical water splitting of water. And this report was actually added in the literature. The last material of my lecture is the iron oxide nanoparticles. So we have, by using the simple co-precipitation method, we have prepared the Fe3O4 nanoparticles in the cubic form. Very beautiful TM picture could be seen over here. And it was actually characterized by using various electron microscope techniques as well as X-ray diffraction. But actually, when you prepare the iron oxide, generally iron shows the variable oxidation state. It may show the formation of FeO, Fe3O4, Fe2O3. So to carry out or to actually optimize whether we have the pure Fe3O4 nanoparticle, we do the Raman and the X-ray study, which gives the clear picture that we have monophasic Fe3O4 nanoparticle. And this is the MH plot, which gives the weak ferromagnetism in Fe3O4 nanoparticles. And these are the CV plots, which gives the redox reaction behavior between iron 2 plus and the iron 3 plus. And this is the anodic and the cathodic reaction. And the hydrogen could be generated at the cathode. And these are the LSV and the chronoamperometric plots. And actually, the electrochemical water splitting reaction stops when the current drops drastically to 0 by switch off the potential. And the low value of the Tafel slope gives the effective electroactive catalyst for water splitting by using the iron oxide nanoparticles. This slide shows the supercapacitive behavior of magnetic iron oxide nanoparticles. This is the CV curve of the magnetic iron oxide nanoparticles. The area under this CV curve suggests the efficient supercapacitive behavior of the electrode material, and the nature of the hysteresis reveals that the as prepared material could be useful for the energy storage applications. The stability of magnetic iron oxide nanoparticles was actually optimized with the help of this plot, which is called as the GCD plot, and obtained by the GCD measurements, and the good cycling stability and the high specific capacitance of nearly 95% using GCD method, which actually contributes to the high supercapacitive performance by using the as prepared magnetic iron oxide nanoparticles. Now, to conclude my lecture, we have prepared a series of various multifunction nanomaterials by using the high surface area with the help of the polymeric citrate precursor method. The power conversion, highly efficient power conversion efficiency we obtained for the lithium ferrite Ku2 based stainless solar cells, and the lithium ferrite nanoparticles also show the possibility for the production of the hydrogen in the water splitting reaction, and the significant photocatalytic activity could be seen by copper chromate, sodium niobate, and sodium tantalate nanoparticle. And this magnetic iron oxide nanoparticle has shown the significant electrochemical water splitting and the supercapacitor applications. The enhanced bifunctional electrocatalytic performance of the hydrogen evaluation ruthenium oxide nanoparticles, and it has shown the possibility for the use of the ruthenium oxide nanoparticle as a sensor for the detection of the H2O2 in solution. First of all, I would like to thank for this lecture to my all research scholars, either they have passed out or currently working in my research lab. I must thank to my collaborator, Professor Chari, Rowan University, New Jersey, USA, Professor Ingole in IIT Delhi, Professor Samir Sapra, name is missing, Professor Samir Sapra from IIT Delhi also, Professor Banerjee from Texas A&M University, Professor Jahangir Ahmed, King Saud University, Saudi Arabia. And I must thank the funding agencies, SCRB, DST, CSIR, MHRD, Spark, Government of Saudi Arabia for giving funding to my research lab at Jamia Islamia. And I must thank Jamia for giving me the opportunity to explore my research expertise on bench. And I must thank to all the participants for the patient listening, and the organizers for inviting me in this August gathering. Thank you very much. Now, over to the organizers.
Now the session is open for a few questions if there are some queries from other participants, etc.
Sir, I am Nazia. I want to ask one general question that why India is lacking behind in drug discovery process or in drug discovery.
I think Professor Akil Saab is the most appropriate person to comment over your question. Why actually we are actually lacking behind on the drug delivery or the drug discovery system. Actually, my work is most oriented towards chemistry and physics. Akil Saab will respond your question more accurately.
Okay, sir. Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Hello, sir. Over to Berat, sir. Respected Berat, sir.
Okay. With this, we have come to an end of Dr. Tokir Ahmed's lecture, and I take this opportunity to thank Dr. Tokir Ahmed for his illustrious lecture on nanoscience and nanotechnology and their smarter application in different fields. including energy applications and degradation of pollutants, etc. He has elaborated use of ferrites, copper chromates, neobates, tantalates, and iron oxides for different purposes. So I thank him on behalf of the organizer for giving such a nice lecture.
Thank you
Once
very much,
again,
sir.
I thank him.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. We had been together in Chhatha University in 2017 since I was one of the participants, and you have also given invited talk at Chhatha University in 2017. Toki Ramat sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
2007.
Yeah, I was there in Sharda University.
Yeah. In
And I
2007.
am remembering your face, sir. I'm
Yeah.
familiar with your face. Yeah, I met you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Sir,
Thank you
for
very
a
much.
nice lecture.
Yeah.
Over to Nazia.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, respected Dr. B.N. Barrett, sir. You have excellently chaired second technical session and also contributed significantly to the grand success of this 2 days international interdisciplinary virtual conference on drugs, disease and development. I express my heartfelt thanks to respected Dr. B.N. Barrett, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we are directly going to start third technical session. I feel proud and privileged to invite Dr. Prashant Mandalik, sir, as a chairman, and I take an opportunity to introduce briefly Dr. Prashant Mandalik, sir. Dr. Prashant Mandalik, sir, presently working as an associate professor, Department of Chemistry, Sri Shivaji Science College, Amravati. I would like to mention Dr. Mandalik, sir, is the first merit and university toppers in MSc Chemistry. He got the very prestigious award, late Dr. M.M. Mahala Gold Medal. Sir has a teaching experience of 15 years. Coming to his research contribution, his area of research is coordination chemistry and analytical chemistry. He has a research contribution of more than 18 years. Under his belt, one research publications. Dr. Mandalik, sir, attended more than 12 national and international conferences. Dr. Mandalik, sir, is registered guide supervisor of Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University, Amravati. Under his able guidance, he guided 3 PhD, 3 MPhil students and 3 PhD students working under his able guidance. Dr. Mandalik, sir, are you getting me? Yes. Sir has published बिल्कुल नहीं
आवाज नहीं आ रही।
Hello.
Dr. Mandalik sir
Are you hearing me?
work on many academic bodies. He worked as a NSS program officer for 3 years, from 1997 to 2000. He also worked as a HGB Amravati University badminton team manager. He worked as a organizer for 29th All India Rose Convention and Rose Show of All India Rose Federation in Amravati, which was held from 14 to 16 January 2011 as a joint secretary. He is a editor of magazine Shiva Spruti since last 6 years. So with this brief introduction, I once again welcome you, sir, and I hand over the further proceeding of technical session third to respected Dr. Prashant Mandalik, sir. So over to Dr. Prashant Mandalik, sir.
Thank you, Najee sir. Thank you, madam. Are you hearing me well? Are you hearing me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Start this session. Before to proceed this session, respected guests, speakers, organizing committee, convener, delegates, and the students of this international interdisciplinary virtual conference on drug disease and development. This is great opportunity for me to chair one of the session in this conference where we will enjoy the research contribution of extraordinary young scientists from our country and having good academic career. The person is Dr. Chandra Godgu. Before starting with the lecture of Dr. Chandra sir, I take an opportunity to introduce Dr. Chandra sir to all of you. Now, Dr. Chandra sir is assistant professor in Department of Regular Toxicology, National Institute of Pharmaceutical Education, University of Hyderabad. Dr. Godgu is highly qualified young person of India. I think he is postdoctoral fellow of Florida A&M University under the supervision of Professor Mandeep Singh Sedwa during the period of 2011 and 13. He did his PhD at National Institute of Pharmaceutical Education and Research, Mohali, during 2006 to 11 under the able guidance of Professor P. Ramarao. He did his MS Pharma from National Institute of Pharmaceutical Education and Research, Mohali. Then he also qualified B.Pharm, Bachelor of Pharmacy at UCPSC, Kakatiya University, Warangal, Telangana. Toxicology and drug delivery.
Sorry to interrupt you, sir. Mandlik sir, your voice is breaking. Mandlik sir. Hello. Mandlik sir, are you there? Hello. Mandlik sir. पता नहीं.
Hello, Dr. Nazia. Dr. Nazia Rashidji.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So should we start in case I think he just lost the
Yes, sir.
connection?
I think sir has lost the connection. You may start, sir, without wasting time.
That's fine. Yeah, I'll just try to share my screen. Good afternoon to all the delegates sitting at different places as a panel members, the organizers, and also all the delegates across the country who have joined this particular conference on drug disease and development. And also I must thank Dr. Nazia Rashidji and the organizing members for the invitation, and I'm happy to be part of this particular workshop, the online conference on this particular important aspect of this. So basically, I'm a pharmacy background candidate with the pharmacology and toxicology, and I work in the interdisciplinary area. Can you hear me? Can you all hear me? Hello?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay, clear. My voice is clear, right? So in
Yes,
case
yes.
if you have a problem, just interrupt me in between, okay? Because I will not able to come to know whether I'm audible or not. So just let me know, right? Yeah. So I'm just So I'm going to share my screen. The screen is there now. Can you see the screen now? My PPT.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, so yeah, directly going into my talk, though actually I'm a pharmacologist, but I work in a multidisciplinary area of different animal models and exploring natural products, nanoparticles, and different drug delivery systems to, identify the possible therapeutic options for different agents, existing agents, as well as the developing new material. In that context, I came across the nanoparticle of the cerium oxide nanoparticles. They are also called nanoceria, and they have gained a lot of attention recently due to their excellent biological properties, including in addition to their physical chemical properties. That's why I have given the term the magnificent properties of cerium oxide nanoparticles. Why they are magnificent is because they offer wide variety of biological properties. I will claim that they are much better than the the gold nanoparticles, which everybody working across the globe. And if you see the number of citations and number of publications on gold are more, but I'm sure in the coming future, the nanoceria also will gain the similar kind of popularity and might be available for different human applications, mainly as a drugs or the drug delivery systems. So directly going into the nanotechnology, as everybody is aware of now, based on the previous talks, it is about the handling at the nanometer scale, where the biological properties or the physical chemical properties are going to be altering, the surface properties are increased, so that they will be interacting differently. They will be producing a altered biological responses compared to the bulk material of the same chemical composition. So there are nano missions established by Government of India and also national nanotechnology initiatives by USA government. So realizing that there is a lot of scope for the development in this particular area. So medicine is one of the important aspect in that, right? So there is also a term called the nanomedicine. Medicine is just a medicine. Nanomedicine is using a nanotechnology to develop a medicine. Is called the nanomedicine. So you can make a paracetamol into nanomedicine if you can produce a nanoparticle form of the a paracetamol by entrapping in a certain polymer or the lipid or whatever it is. Hello? Okay, fine. So the number of papers are really increasing year by year. And if you see, the more than 5,000 to 10,000 papers are being published in the nanomedicine area with application of nanotechnology. And if you see, the most number of the patents or scientific papers are actually in the drug delivery area, means how you're using nanotechnology to deliver the drug or to diagnose the disease. They are increasing the patents, which makes the more innovation. So 59% of the patents are only dealing with the drug delivery and nanotechnology. Why nanomedicine is so important is they're going to offer a lot of advantages, because what are the drugs we have? Mainly anti-cancer drugs. are having a lot of safety concerns. They never go to the target disease side. They produce a lot of toxic effects. They are having a shorter half-life. They are not stable. They produce off-target effects. They're having a poor pharmacokinetic properties. So in order to tackle some of the issues associated with either one drug or the multiple drugs, mostly anti-cancer drugs or any other drug, we'll be trying to improve the PK profile, pharmacodynamic properties, targeted drug delivery, where you will try to deliver the drug directly to the disease side. It can be a tumor, it can be a fibrosis, it can be a liver or lung, wherever your target is actually. So you can improve the tolerance, because some drugs are not tolerable. They actually, when they are in the blood, they might be causing unwanted side effects. So you can reduce the side effects. Now everybody is talking about the gene and the vaccine deliveries. We can use the nanotechnology for the gene and vaccine delivery, or the protein delivery can be possible. Diagnostic application where therapy and the diagnosis will be combined together also be possible with nanomedicine. That means we have a lot of scope for the improvement in the nanomedicine with the existing drugs or the new drugs which are difficult to translate into clinical because of the problems, either in the form of the solubility or in the form of side effects or the targeting. These all can be improved by using a nanotechnology methods. That's why here is trying to make nanomedicines, and there's a great clinical impact already. We have a lot of products already approved to treat mostly the anti-cancer drugs like doxorubicin, paclitaxel, which are very toxic to the human patients. While taking them and the three drugs, when they made into liposomal formulations or the aberration, which is an albumin-bound nanoparticle forms, they're found to be well tolerated and producing a better patient response compared to the free drugs. That means, and we also know that in people who take chemotherapy, mostly the chemotherapy drugs are very toxic, are producing a lot of toxic issues. If we make them into nano, we are able to reduce the toxic effect. There's a lot of the developments are happening there, and people are trying to combine, drug and gene delivery and the drug and diagnostic agents together. So this is the timeline up to 2015. This has been mentioned here, but there's only the going in the progressive way to bring more innovations in the field of nanomedicine, right? So when you're talking about the nano drug delivery or the nanomedicine, so you can use different types of nanoparticles. You can use the lipids like cholesterol-based liposomes, or the solid lipid nanoparticles, or the nanolipid carriers, are different types of nanoparticles made up of lipid carriers, or polymeric based nanoparticles may be used, or inorganic nanoparticles, including the carbon nanotubes, gold nanoparticles, including my favorite nanoparticles, serum oxide nanoparticles, are also people are trying to use as alone. The bare nanoparticles are loaded with the drug, are conjugated with the peptide, or the vaccine, or the targeting agent people are trying. So even people are trying to make viral mimetic nanoparticles, so that because as you know, virus can enter the cell very fast, very easily, and integrate into the mammalian cell. People are trying to use the viral type of nanoparticles, and we are also now we're talking about the drug and drug conjugates. You can conjugate the drug and make them into nano structures. So the main content of my talk is going to be serum oxide nanoparticles. Why serum oxide nanoparticles? Everybody knows about serum because you're all chemistry people, and it's a rare earth metal, and we're known for certain properties. I think it's used for different fuel industries for its oxidation properties, if I'm right. In addition to that, and they exist in +3 and +4 oxidation states. And when we make them into the nanoparticles, they are going to produce a huge benefit in the form of controlling the oxidative stress. If you take all the diseases, it's a diabetes or cancer or hypertension or even different neurological diseases like Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, all the diseases are involved with the oxidative stress. Free radical, reactive oxygen free radicals are there, superoxides, hydrogen peroxides, and hydroxy free radicals. These are the free radicals damaging your neurons or the healthy cells, liver or the lung. They're trying to initiate the disease. So any compound, any nanoparticle which is offering a antioxidant property may be very beneficial. Yes, we have different. Why do we say herbal medicines are very good? Because herbal medicines possess a lot of a great amount, potential as antioxidants. Similarly, these metal nanoparticles, like rare earth metal nanoparticles, are also having an excellent antioxidant property. They reduce the reactive oxygen species level so that they might be controlling the diseases. Right. So, so far the literature has been there on the anti-cancer properties of the nanoceria, and it's preventing the neuronal damage. It is also having anti-inflammatory properties. If you see, inflammation is one of the main reason now the COVID associated the respiratory failure, or the ARDS, acute respiratory distress syndrome. Inflammation is the main reason, and when there is oxidative stress, there is also going to be inflammation. They both will be simultaneously getting activated. Based on one getting activated, other pathway will be involved to cause the damage and produce a morbid effects to the patients. And we are trying to use in how the animal models will be able to product the same. So the nanoceria actually have a superoxide dismutase and the mimetic activity. Superoxides are the enzyme, superoxide dismutase are the enzymes which will be scavenging the superoxides produced in the body due to various stress conditions. It might be stress might be happening because of environmental pollution, or your habits, or your obesity, your the different chemicals where we are getting exposed. We will be having a certain reactive oxygen species produced in our body. So they also have a catalyzed mimetic activity. These are the two important antioxidant enzymes. They'll be trying to control the oxidative stress. So if any compound in the disease condition, what happens is superoxide levels will be decreased and the catalase levels will be also decreased. So if we can give external agent in the form of herbal supplement or the nanoparticles, which will be trying to mimic the antioxidant enzymes and can be causing it. As I mentioned, it's +3 to +4 and +4 to +3. They have the regenerative property. So they keep on changing from one oxidation stage to another oxidation stage. During this cycle in the cell, they are trying to either reduce the superoxides or reduce the hydroxy free radicals and hydrogen peroxide, so that deleterious effects of the reactive oxygen species can be controlled. So this is again this is the slide where I have taken from one of the publication. So serum oxide nanoparticles can be prepared by different methods: preparation method, hydrothermal methods. Green synthesis nowadays very common, people are using it, and different chemical or the thermal methods are followed to produce serum oxide nanoparticles. Very easy to prepare it. You all a chemist, simple reduction reactions can be done, and being a biologist, I could able to develop the synthesis of serum oxide nanoparticles. Serum oxide nanoparticles and nanoceria both are same, synonymous. They also called the nanoceria. So these are chemical methods. They found to be having a antibacterial property. Nowadays we don't have a lot of new antibiotics. So if we can develop a nanoparticle based antibiotic or antibacterial agent, which will be very good. So nanoceria was found to be having good antibacterial activity because it is producing the reactive oxygen species. The good property of the nanoceria is it is antioxidant as such. That means it's going to scavenge the antioxidants. But in certain cells, in the disease cells or in the pathological cells, your bacteria is a pathological cell. It's going to be pro-oxidant. That means it's increasing the reactive oxygen species selectively in the either bacteria in the cancer cell and causing the damage to the bacteria. That's what. So it's a selective increase of reactive oxygen species in the diseased cell like bacteria, the cancer cell, and selective scavenging of the reactive oxygen species in the normal cells. That's it's having a dual properties, and it's basically it's a antibacterial. It might be not producing any resistance, like many of the antibiotics are having a resistance development, or you can combine this nanoceria with the existing antibiotics to reduce the infections, so that resistance can be controlled. So if you see the serum oxide nanoparticles have been reported to be protecting various range of diseases. They are controlling the phototoxicity induced eye damage, or the dermal skin cancers have been protected because again the photo damage is mostly going to happen through the reactive oxygen species and photoreceptor activation. UV light, these all will be causing the damage. And there is also different drugs like anti-cancer drugs. The acetaminophen, paracetamol also cause the liver toxicity. These are toxicities are bound to be reduced by the nanoceria. And diabetes and diabetic associated complications, cardiovascular complications are the nephropathy, retinopathy. These are also found to be controlled or hypothesized to be controlled by the nanoceria because of the reactive oxygen species, the main mechanism involved in the diabetes and diabetes associated complications. And one of the important diseases nowadays, aged people are suffering from these neurological disorders like Alzheimer's or different neurodegenerative diseases can be controlled by the antioxidants. Nanosyria can be one of the potential therapeutic strategy. So if you see this triangle, we have reactoxin species, ROS, in the form of superoxides and other moieties. We have inflammation, the inflammatory cytokines and inducible nitric oxide synthase and chemokines. You also activated pathways. What pathways are getting activated? NF-kappa B and JAK-STAT, all these pathways are getting activated. Why? That means these actually pathways are interlinked. If your reactoxin species are activated, this NF-kappa B pathway will get activated. It will try to produce more inflammatory cytokines. There will be cycle, vicious cycle is going to happen. That's how the damage will be amplified and will cause the damage to different organs, including your lung, which is seen with the COVID-associated lung complications. So, and mentioned nanosyria is actually found to be, the beauty of this nanosyria is it is nanozyme. Nanozyme means a nanoparticle trying to behave like an enzyme, which is great potential. Like it's behaving like a superoxide dismutase mimetic activity, catalase mimetic activity. Both are oxidative diseases. Phosphatase mimetic activity you can use for the diagnosis of the cancer and obesity and a diabetic type of condition. So because any diagnostic applications, people will be using some kind of enzyme to convert a substrate into product so that there will be color developed there. So you can use all these mimetic properties either to protect the main pathological condition or for the diagnostic purpose. If you say DNA mimetic activity, you can use for the some of the autoimmune disease can be controlled. Peroxidase mimetic activity can be used for the cancer diagnosis and biosensing. Lichen, so a nanosyria is acting like a nanozyme and producing the wide range of the biomedical applications, that's why it is very interesting nanoparticle now. So in the cancer, it has really gained a lot of attention because we don't have a very selective anti-cancer drugs, and patient to patient, there's going to be huge amount of variation is going to be there. And cancer is not just one pathway. There are different factors contributing to that, and that's why you need to diagnose early for the cancer. When nanosyria can be used there, and a tumor is metastasis is one of the problem can be controlled with the nanosyria. There people have reported it. And a tumor microenvironment, because tumor never allow the drug to go inside the tumor. So if is there any way we can reduce the tumor microenvironment or the normalize the microenvironment? So nanosyria has been explored there. Angiogenesis, nanosyria was found to be anti-angiogenic reported by few of the groups. And the radio protection, because if you give the radiation therapy along with the radiation which is killing the cancer cell, it is also killing the healthy cells. So healthy cells are getting killed because of the radiation causing the reactoxin species. So if we can actually give the nanosyria before the radiation therapy, the radiation induced normal damage to the healthy organs can be controlled. Similarly, reactoxin species are only selectively increased in the cancer cells. That's how we can produce the increased anti-cancer activity. If you see the antioxidant properties are there, and also pro-oxidant properties are there with nanosyria. Nanosyria at the low pH in the cancer cells, which is seen in the cancer cells, is acting like a pro-oxidant and increasing the huge amount of the reactoxin species and causing a damage to the cancer cell. Whereas in the normal cells, like in the normal lung cells or the cardiac cells or the liver cells, they're acting like an antioxidant. So that means, so pH dependent, the cancer cells are acidic in pH. So in acidic conditions, your nanosyria is more of a pro-oxidant, whereas in the normal basic conditions or neutral conditions, it's more of a antioxidant. So that's how you can have a beneficial. This figure is explaining the same. In the acidic environment, it goes inside the cancer cell and act like a pro-oxidant and increase the huge amount of the reactive oxygen species and cause the damage. Apoptosis is the cell death is going to be happening to the cancer cell, whereas in the healthy cell, if you give an anti-cancer drug, your anti-cancer drug will also go to some part will be going to the normal cell. So if nanosyria can go there, whatever the anti-cancer drug induced toxicity can also be reduced. That's how nanosyria can do two functions. One is it can work along with the anti-cancer drug, and it will also reduce the anti-cancer drug induced toxic effect. That's what we have proven in one of our few of our studies. So nanosyria can be used as a drug delivery system where you can combine nanosyria along with the drug, anti-cancer drug, and surface can be conjugated with the targeting agent so that only the nanoparticle will only go to the tumor cell or the disease cell, and once it goes inside the tumor cell or any other disease cell, due to low pH, it is releasing the drug, and the released drug will be causing a binding to the target, whatever the target you have identified it, and also the nanosyria alone will be also having a per se therapeutic effect. That's how, if we can use as a drug delivery vehicle with the nanosyria, it will be producing as an additive or synergistic effect compared to the. Somebody is interfering here. Somebody has to mute their mic, looks like. Okay. So, and nowadays we are talking about the gene delivery and protein delivery, vaccine delivery. There is a disturbance actually. So we can also use them as a gene delivery way. How do you use the gene delivery? This is an nanosyria which can be combined with the gene because the electrostatic interactions. You can make nanosyria into positive positive charge, and anyway gene and RNA or DNA are the negative charge. They will be forming a complexes. The complexes can make a nanoparticle form, and they can go inside the cell. And once inside the cell, they will be released. The endosomal escape can take place, and DNA will be released. DNA will go to the nucleus and will be forming a mRNA and produce a protein. Same thing can be used for the vaccines. We are talking about the mRNA vaccines. They can also follow the similar kind of way. So that means you can even try the nanosyria as suitable vehicle to deliver the vaccine, right? So with this background, we have done therapeutic evaluation in different disease conditions. I'll try to quickly go into a few slides of each disease and how these nanoparticles are protecting against various diseases. These are the wide range of diseases. Since your conference is a drug decision development, one nanoparticle, which is serum oxide nanoparticle alone, without adding any drug together, it's bound to be protecting in many of the conditions. Some of them are the diseases, type 1 diabetes, psoriasis, rheumatoid arthritis, pancreatitis, and drug-induced toxic conditions. Renal fibrosis is one of the diabetic complication, and the chronic pancreatitis, where we generally see in chronic alcoholic people. In these all the disease conditions, serum oxide nanoparticles are found to be protecting in the animal models, not in humans. In the animal models, most of these studies have been published by our group. You can just search with my name. You can able to read these articles, right? So the first one is how the nanosyria, serum oxide nanoparticles are protecting against the type 1 diabetes, because type 1 diabetes is mostly mediated through the inflammatory condition, and inflammation is happening because of the oxidative stress. So what we have done was we induced the diabetes in the animal models, and there is a mix-up actually. There is a mix-up. There's a mix-up actually. Somebody has to mute their mic. So if you see that, and since diabetes is a pancreatic disease, now this is what exactly going to happen in the pancreas in the type 1 diabetes. There is going to be reactive toxicity. There are going to be reactive nitrogen species. There is going to be inflammatory cytokines in the form of interleukins, TNF-alpha and all. They'll be trying to damage the pancreatic beta cell. When the pancreatic beta cell is damaged, insulin is not produced. The increased insulin results in the increased glucose level. That's called glucose intolerance. That is resulting in the type 1 diabetes or the type 2 diabetes, right? So just we thought of evaluating the nanosyria in the type 1 diabetes because the mechanism of the type 1 diabetes is mediated through the oxidative stress and inflammation. So we characterize the nanoparticles by using different tools: scanning electron microscope, Zeta sizer, XRD, and FTIR, and also transmission electron microscope. And we found that nanoparticles are in the size range which are supposed to be in that range of up to 200 nanometer. And we found that the pancreas weights are decreased in the diabetic group or normalized upon treatment with nanosyria at that 0.212 mg per kg dose. The diabetic incidence, if you see, 100% animals in the diabetic animals become diabetic. Upon treatment with nanosyria, we can actually reduce the incidence of diabetes only to 37%. So more than 66% of the animals were protected against the induction of the diabetes. How we are inducing diabetes? Because we can use the chemicals like estrogen is a streptozotocin is a chemical which is used for the induction of the diabetes, and we found that diabetes is protected. The glucose levels are confirming the same, and the glucose tolerant test also confirms that nanoceria is protecting against the induction of the diabetes, so that we can control it. So, and found to be it's mediated through the oxidative test, because we measure the oxidative test markers in the form MDA and antioxidant marker GHS. These are all oxidative stress increase and the antioxidant levels are decreased in the pancreas. And whereas treatment with nanoceria, we found that it is actually protecting it without causing any. And insulin levels are decreased in the plasma as well in the pancreatic tissue, and insulin in the diabetic group compared to the normal control. And treatment with nanoceria is found to be improving the these insulin levels. So insulin levels are increased means pancreatic beta cell got protected. So then we observed how the inflammatory cytokines are involved in that. So when we did the TNF alpha and interleukin 6, these are the two important valence in the pancreatic beta cell damage. These levels are significantly highly increased in the pancreatic tissue, and the treatment with the nanoceria has protected it, right? So if you see, these are the called pancreatic beta cells. Islets are pancreatic beta cells. So these are the success, right? These are normal, the pancreas. And if you see the diabetic group, the pancreatic beta cells are really shrinked here. There's hardly no visibility of the pancreatic beta cells. Whereas treatment with the nanoceria result in the restoration of the pancreatic beta cell. That means our nanoceria or serum oxide nanoparticles are protecting against the pancreatic beta cell damage, which is seen in the diabetic control group. Insulitis is the inflammation of the the pancreas being found to be reduced upon treatment with the nanoceria. So we have done the insulin immunohistochemistry. This brown color indicates how much amount of insulin is there in the pancreas, and how the diabetes is reduce the insulin levels, and how the nanoceria is trying to restore the insulin levels in the pancreas, how the inflammation in the form of NF-kappa-B. These are the different biological markers, and how the antioxidant enzyme, antioxidant mediator is compromised in the diabetic control group, and how the treatment is protected. So all these are indicating that so our nanoceria is protecting against against damage induced by the streptozotocin, which is an experimental agent to reduce the diabetes, and nanoceria being an antioxidant and anti-inflammatory agent is protecting it. So if you see the superoxide dismutase, which is the enzyme required for your antioxidant properties, are reduced in the diabetic group, and the treatment with nanoceria is protecting it. Cleavage caspase 3, which is the apoptosis marker, is increased in the diabetic STZ group, whereas this has been controlled in treatment group. So these are the scorings. We have done it, how these levels are decreased in that disease control, and how nanoceria is protecting it. So we actually published this paper in the Nanomedicine, Future Medicine. I'm sorry, I didn't keep that image, paper here, but you can find it out if somebody is interested in that. Just type my name and nanoceria, you'll be able to get those files. And the another disease we worked on was the psoriasis, which is dermal application, because for a scientist like us, we want to select an easy model where we can easily able to study the beneficial effects. So we try to apply the nanoceria topically in the psoriasis model and see how whether this is having a property, because the psoriasis is also inflammatory disease mediated by the oxidative stress and inflammation. There is anti-TNF alpha monoclonal antibodies in the form of etanercept, that biological antibody therapeutics. People are using it. They are very expensive, and they also have systemic effects. So this is the animal model where we tried in the if we use a chemical called imiquimod. It produces psoriasis like of scaly skin in the animals. And if you can see the drug treatment and the topical application of the nanoceria topically on the skin has kind of reduced these scaly tissues. The spleen weights, which are also indicating the amount of the inflammation. If you see, the spleen weights are increased in the psoriatic group, and these weights were the control in the topical application of nanoceria. That means it's producing the anti-inflammatory. So spleen weights are increased, and nanoceria reduce the spleen weight. That means inflammation has been controlled. Different inflammatory cytokines, IL-17, IL-22, IL-1 beta, TNF alpha. These are the mediators of the psoriasis induce the skin lesions are increased in the imiquimod induced psoriasis, and the treatment has controlled it. So different biological the markers, different proteins, how known to be having a role in psoriasis were found to be controlled upon treatment with nanoceria. And we have is a positive control as a clobetasol, which is an approved drug for the psoriasis. Is also produces in that means our nanoparticles and the topical applications are producing a more or less similar kind of beneficial effects like your approved drug. So in another disease, we evaluated the rheumatoid arthritis. Again, the rheumatoid arthritis again mediated through the mostly macrophage activation, T cell and B cell activation. They are producing a different inflammatory cytokines. There is also going to be a joint damage. There is also going to be a fibroblast and synovitis activation is going to be taking place. Ultimately, the joint will be swollen and your cartilage will be damaged. And our hypothesis is that nanoceria, because of the anti-inflammatory, antioxidant, inhibitory effect on the NF-kappa and COX-2, might be effective in the might produce the anti-arthritic effect. So we induce the arthritis by using a CFA, complete fluid adjuvant induced CFA model. We're injecting directly into the PA joints, and we can see the joints are swollen, and then given the treatment and serum oxide nanoparticles and evaluated them. If you see this image, normal PA and with the CF a complete fluid adjuvant, it's a highly swollen, inflamed joint is there, the PA is there, and it's a standard drug, the prednisolone and serum oxide nanoparticles actually dose dependently reducing the inflammation in the PA. It's beautiful, right? We can able to demonstrate that, right? When we did the X-ray analysis, also we found that the abnormalities are actually normalized it, and all the cytokines in the joint tissue found to be reduced the serum oxide nanoparticles dose dependently, and these I'm talking about the TNF alpha, which is the main marker involved in the severity of the arthritis. Similarly, we have evaluated. How much time we have, madam? How much time we have? Because I have a range of the diseases to cover. Maybe I'll just quickly go into all the diseases so that you'll have some idea. So acute pancreatitis, again, mediated through the inflammation and oxidative stress. So we measured the MDA and the GSS at the parameters of oxidative stress, where we induce LPS for the in vitro models to induce the inflammation of the oxidative stress. And we found that nanoceria is protecting in the macrophages. And these are images saying that the antioxidant found to be mitochondrial reactive oxygen species are increased in the LPS-induced inflammatory model, and mitochondrial membrane potential is found to be reduced, and that membrane potential was restored by treatment with the nanoceria at the dose-dependent manner. These are the pancreatic images indicate that the pancreas are swollen because of acute inflammatory condition. And all these markers like amylase and lipase, which are the pancreatitis markers, are increased in the disease control, and treatment has really controlled it. So all the parameters in the form of myeloperoxidase, which is a neutrophil infiltration into the pancreas, GSS, which is an antioxidant marker, catalase, which is an antioxidant enzyme, SOD, which is an antioxidant enzyme, which are all compromised in the disease control, and treatment with the nanoceria has protected it. So all the markers of the inflammatory cytokines proven that with the Western blot we could see this all the biochemical proteins the proteins which are involved in the severity of the disease are controlled the nanoceria treatment with low dose and high dose, and they're protecting the different cell adhesion molecules PCAM and ICAM. They're reducing the COX-2 and IL-1 beta and TNF alpha expressions dose dependently. That means, and we also proven it histopathologically that these expressions are altered, and the HNE staining is shown that normal pancreas is like this, and the pancreas is really damaged in the acute pancreatitis condition. How did you induce acute pancreatitis? By using the cerulean production has been seen there. So similarly, we have seen, the production of the cardiac damage. When we give any cardiotoxic agent, you can see the heart tissue is damaged like this. Generally, heart cardiomyocytes should be like this, but any cardiotoxic is in the doxorubicin or any isoproterenol, there's a damage and there's disorganized heart will be seen, and treatment with nanosyria is protected here. Similarly, in the we have seen the cross sections. How much is the collagen is accumulated in the heart is found to be very high in a toxicant group, and this red color was reduced in the nanosyria treatment in the cardiac tissue. That means the extracellular matrix, which is participating for the fibrosis development, is reduced by the nanosyria. Doxorubicin is well-known anti-cancer drug. The one of the limitation with the doxorubicin is produce the cardiotoxicity, and but we cannot stop taking the doxorubicin because of cardiotoxicity. So if we can combine the doxorubicin with the nanosyria, what is happening is it's protecting against the cardiotoxicity induced by doxorubicin. As you know, the doxorubicin per se alone is a inducing a reactive oxygen species. The what are the stress or the damage caused by the doxorubicin can be controlled. So these are the different markers to in the 7-day study, 14-day study in the mice. And the LDH is the marker for the cardiotoxicity. CKMB is the marker for the cardiotoxicity, which are found to be controlled and combined with the nanosyria. So ECG recording ST segment was found to be elevated in the doxorubicin treated animals, and the treatment was resistant. Surprisingly, deposition of the cerium was found to be higher in the tissues where there is a damage in the form of due to drug or due to disease. There is damage happened. The doxorubicin is causing a cardiotoxic damage. When we give the nanosyria, the accumulation was found to be higher in the tissue of the doxorubicin induced hearts compared to the normal heart tissue. That means nanosyria with unknown mechanism is found to be going to the diseased tissue due to its antioxidant and anti-inflammatory properties might be a protective. Similarly, cisplatin is another platinum-based anti-cancer drug, which is also having a problem with the nephrotoxicity. The mechanism of the nephrotoxicity is again reactive oxygen species and inflammation. People are trying to use herbal supplements and different things to reduce the nephrotoxicity. Similarly, here when we tried with the nanosyria, so it is actually reducing the nephrotoxicity induced by the cisplatin. That means it's protecting the cardiotoxicity induced by the isoproterenol. It is protecting the nephrotoxicity induced by the cisplatin. It is also protecting the liver toxicity induced by the paracetamol high overdose. So these are some of the known benefits, and we can keep on increasing these reports by trying with the different drugs. They are reducing the inflammatory cytokines in the kidney and protecting it. Renal fibrosis is another disease where the diabetic condition or the hypertensive condition will cause a diabetic nephropathy, the nephropathic condition, and fibrosis is nothing but the extracellular accumulation in the kidney will cause non-functional hard tissue which is not functional, and will result in the renal failure or the kidney damage, chronic kidney diseases. So our hypothesis is that due to this is the condition in the form of diabetes or hypertension, your kidney become more leaky, so that nanoparticles can more go higher amount of the nanoparticles will accumulate in the kidney tissue and protect from the particular disease condition. So here we are using nanosyria as our the therapeutic intervention, and demonstrated that nanosyria and EO is a model to induce a renal fibrosis. Unilateral ureter obstruction. You obstruct the one of the ureter, so due to the obstruction, it causes the damage to the kidney. So that's how we induce the animal model for the renal fibrosis or the kidney fibrosis, and then we give the nanosyria and see histopathology and the different stainings. And this is the glomeruli, this is the normal glomeruli, and in EO, the glomeruli has been really sunken, and treatment with the nanosyria has been protected. And these are the kidney images from the animals, and treatment with the nanosyria has been found to be protecting against the damage induced by the EO model. So this is one of the model, but you can use another disease model for the renal fibrosis, like folic acid or any other thing. So we have oxidative stress markers are increased in the EO, treatment protected. The GSS levels are decreased in the GSS and antioxidant. Glutathione reduced, treatment protected it. Nitrite, which is a nitrogen stress, increased, treatment was found to be reducing the nitrogen stress as well. So the markers for different fibrotic markers are increased in the disease group. And the treatment with the nanoseria is found to be reducing it. These are the immunohistochemistry and immunofluorescence images, Western blot studies to confirm how it is actually nanoseria is protecting it. Just showing that their protective is not sufficient. You have to show at the molecular level what protein, what enzyme, what gene is altered due to treatment, how the disease is modulated by your treatment. However, here the treatment is nanoseria, and these are the different markers to understand how the mechanism is involved in that. And this is the markers for the fibrosis. And pyrimids is another marker for the which indicates that how much amount of the collagen is accumulated there. Different the epithelial to mesenchymal markers are altered. So these are all indicating that nanoseria is protecting against fibrosis development. Again, the starting stage of the fibrosis is the inflammation and oxidative stress. If you take COVID now, the person may be recovered from the COVID, but there is a serious threat of the lung fibrosis, pulmonary fibrosis. That's because of the huge amount of the inflammation happened during the inflammation that will be extended for a certain period of time. That will be the extended period of the inflammation will result in the fibrosis. Though we have tried here the renal fibrosis and pancreatic fibrosis, but that nanoseria might be also effective in the cardiac, the lung fibrosis, which may be very common post-COVID situations, right? So we have also demonstrated in the chronic pancreatitis. How the chronic pancreatitis comes because alcoholic people get a acute pancreatitis, a short-term condition. Repeated exposures of the acute pancreatitis will result in the chronic pancreatitis. The chronic pancreatitis will become a pancreatic cancer, which is not at all treatable. That's why the chronic pancreatitis is a very serious condition where we really don't have any drugs. And we just try to see how the nanoseria might be effective. This is hydroxyproline assay. This is the normal. This is the. Just a second. I got a message from. Just a second, please. Just a second, please. Okay. Yeah. So I'm going to sum up. Anyways, I have another few slides. So we have a normal control, and this is a collagen accumulation. If the red color indicates that collagen is accumulated in the pancreatic tissue, and treatment with the nanoseria has reduced the red color. This hydroxyproline is an assay used for the estimation of the collagen, and this is a colorimetric assay where we quantified them, found to be increase in the chronic pancreatitis animals. Treatment with the nanoseria has really reduce the hydroxyproline levels. That means it is anti-pancreatic. So we have estimated the different inflammatory cytokines. L-arginine is the chemical used to induce the chronic pancreatitis or the pancreatic fibrosis, and the treatment dose dependent to reduce the inflammatory cytokines in all the markers we studied: IL-1 beta, IL-6, IL-17, TNF-alpha, and TGF-beta is the main master regulator of the fibrotic events. That's why we studied how the TGF-beta is getting altered, the pathway is getting altered. We have used a multiplex analysis where you take the tissue and subject to the kit-based analysis. We found that these markers are reduced in the this pathway proteins are altered in upon treatment with the nanoseria. So just to sum up, what we are trying to say here is nanoseria is having a wide range of biomedical benefits, mostly through the antioxidant, anti-inflammatory properties. Any condition which is dealing with the antioxidant, oxidative stress or inflammation, there may be a possible benefit of the nanoseria. Alone nanoparticles, they are effective in various acute and chronic diseases through the diverse mechanisms. So our in vitro in vivo studies have shown a good safety features. So one must ask a question: how safe is the nanoseria compared to the other heavy metals? Nanoseria is safer. We have studied in safety studies, found to be very safe. However, we need to do more studies on the biodegradation, bioaccumulation. What is the long-term safety aspects they're going to cause it? And we can actually now, based on these are simple cerium oxide nanoparticles. There's a lot of chemistry people can do it you use it, you explore your chemistry, you explore your drug delivery skills, and try to come up with different types of nanoparticles based on nanosyria, and you can select a disease where this particular particular pathways, the molecule is involved in that. So there's a lot of scope here. My group is actually working in inflammatory and fibrotic diseases, but there is a lot of scope for cancer and as well as other diseases, including the protein and gene delivery. Right. These are my students who actually work for this particular research outcomes. Some of them are PhDs, some of it's me and it's my son, and some of them are already joined for postdocs in years. One of my students went to Harvard for the postdoctoral fellowship, and many of them are actually just completing the PhD. So thank you very much for your attention. And I would like to say one thing, that you all chemistry people really should explore the nanosyria the full text and come up with a lot of interesting properties. And this molecule really worth pursuing it as a career. Thank you so much. This is Naipur Hyderabad, the LAN, and this is the website. Somebody want to visit us or collaborate with us, you can contact us. Thank you so much, and I would like to leave to the chair for the further conversation. Thank you. So actually, I cannot hear, sir. There is a looks like there is a problem with the signal. I cannot hear. I cannot really hear, sir.
Mandlik sir.
Somebody has Hemlata Nandurkar raised a hand. So somebody have a question or?
Yes, yes.
So we can read it out. We can discuss that.
Hello.
Yes. Hello.
Sir, I want to ask one question.
Yes.
That you have just studied one nanoparticle.
Yes.
But and the different types of diseases.
And all are yes, yeah.
But if a person didn't know about the properties of the nanoparticles,
okay,
and the different diseases which are the effective nanoparticles for that, can you give certain suggestions?
No, actually, see, we can.
Different diseases.
No, actually, see. So they will not become a directed drug. Now they will not become a directed drug. So this is an initial observation that they are actually having a protective effect. We need to further fine tune it, and we cannot directly give to the person. So we need to further evaluate them in the suitable models, if not in the humans, in the another suitable models, understand their safety further, and then only we can give to the patients. And you will not be giving to the person who is not having any problem. No? You will be only giving to the person who is found to be having a problem, and there is no alternative drug available. Then you can try this. What are the safe option is there? We'll be trying to explore that. And yes, if you are convinced, if the clinical trials are convincing that nanosyria is protecting it, we can go ahead. Anyways, we are not going to give to the patient directly, and wherever the mechanism is inflammation and oxidative stress, maybe they may be effective, or don't take them as a medicine. Try to take them as a supplements. You take as a supplements so that your body is already conditioned to fight against the different stress conditions, because we get a lot of stress in the form of pollution, or the inhaling different chemicals, or the taking different chemicals through the water or the food or the heavy metals. They all might be smoking, alcohol. These all can cause the stress. So that could be one of the strategy where you can try to take them as a supplements.
Dr. Chandra sir.
Yeah.
Are you hearing me?
Yeah, you need to increase the voice, sir. I cannot hear you. You need to increase the voice, the sound.
Yeah. Now, hello.
Yeah. I'll try to. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much, sir, for your nice presentation and nice research work. Uh, the research work is based on magnificent properties of cerium oxide nanoparticle for various biomedical applications.
Yeah.
You
Thank
proved
you,
that
sir.
the cerium nanoparticles are more efficient than the gold particles.
I claim, and I'm only just giving hint. So there is a long way to go from here.
Okay.
Doesn't matter if they're not superior than gold also, but there is a lot of scope for the improvement where chemists can jump in.
Dear participants, sir has briefly introduced nanomedicines, advantages of nanomedicine, their clinical impacts, antibacterial effect, biomedical applications, nanoenzyme biomedical application, anti-cancer properties, pro-oxidant, antioxidant, anti-cancer drug delivery, gene delivery, discuss various applications on various diseases. He has a big contribution to the nano medicine. Because of some interruption, I could not introduce all the delegates, the big contribution of Dr. Chandra sir. So let me give few minutes. I am continuing to introduce you all the young scientist, young researcher of our India, Dr. Chandra sir. Uh, he did his postdoctoral from Florida A&M University under the supervision of Professor Mandeep Singh during the period of 2011-13. He did his PhD at National Institute of Pharmaceutical Education and Research, Mohali. He also qualified MS Pharm and V Pharm, Bachelor of Pharmacy at UCPSC, Kakatia University, Warangal, Telangana. He has a lot of experience, 14 years of pharmacological and toxicological research experience, 7.5 years of post-PhD experience in the area of pharmacology, nanotoxicology, and drug delivery. 4.5 years teaching and research experience in its institute, NIPER, Hyderabad. Dr. Chandra is handling various courses of PhD and MS Pharma. He is also guiding many research students for PhD degree and master degree. Dr. Uh, 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 Under his able guidance, 8 students are going to uh, are working for PhD. 31 students have completed their masters, and 8 students are going for masters. Dr. Chandra is a recipient of various awards and honors. I must quote here few of them. DBT Travel Award to attend AAPS annual meeting, New Orleans, USA, 2010. AAPS Travel Award 2010, New Orleans, USA. AAPS Travel Award 2011, Washington, DC, USA. Third prize in the CIPRA Research Award in 2015. R.V. Patel Pharma Innova Best Thesis Award in Pharmacological category. R.V. Patel Pharma Innova Best Research Guide Award in Pharmacology category in national level. At national level, he is Associate Fellow of Telangana Academy of Science since 2016. He has his research. He is already introduced us about his research work, so I will not read the detailed interest of his research area. But he has completed many projects, sponsored projects such as DBT Indo Brazil, that worth rupees 98 lakh, DST Subs ESR for 43 lakhs, DBT Twinning for 39 lakhs, DST AAD for 9.5 lakhs. Along with his research contribution, he has published 44 books, and one US patent is to his credit. He has delivered number of invited talks on his interested topic. Um, from his brief introduction, um, uh, I request all of you to, I hope that all you enjoyed the lecture of and knowledge of Dr. Chandra sir. Uh, Already the time is over. So I request uh, any participant uh, that this topic is open for discussion. I think the time is so high. So let me conclude the session. Before to conclude, I am very much thankful to Chandra sir.
Thank you,
Along
sir.
with this, uh, your contribution and many of the budding researcher must be motivated with your contribution.
Thank you so much, sir. I must thank all the organizers, Dr. Vilas Rao sir and Dr. Nazia Rashid ji, and I must apologize because my CV was not updated in my website. Actually, right now I have 120 publications.
Okay, same is happening with me, no problem today. No
Yes.
problem. But your contribution is very, very high.
Yes, and recently I have been included in the top 2 world sanitation pharmacology as well. So
congratulations.
I just want to share to you people. So, yeah. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Wish you all the best for the rest of the world. Thank you.
Now I am handing over the further proceeding to Madam Rashidi. Please, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
I also personally congratulate Dr. Godgu sir for his huge contribution to research discipline. Thank you very much, sir. Really respected Dr. Prashant Madlik sir has graced the third session, technical session, as a chairperson of this 2 days international interdisciplinary virtual conference on drugs, disease and development. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at the end of the second session of day 1. So I may request Dr. P.H. Bhagwat sir, Assistant Professor, Department of Chemistry, MM College, Darva, to propose the vote of thanks of all 3 technical sessions. So over to Dr. P.H. Bhagwat sir.
सर काय सांगितलं?
Good afternoon, everyone. I myself, P.H. Bhagwat, is here to present the vote of thanks for today's technical session 1 and 2. 1, 2, 3. I would like to thank our guests and speakers. First of all, Dr. Muhammad Yunus Ansari, Professor Syed Akil Ahmed, Professor Tawkir Ahmed, and Dr. Chandra Godgu. At the same time, the chairperson, Dr. Rajput sir, Dr. B.N. Berat sir, and Dr. P.R. Mandlik sir, who has chaired this session. I am also thankful to the speaker who has given, whose lectures were full of knowledge and interesting information. The speaker shared valuable knowledge with the participants. Once again, I would like to thank all the speakers and chairpersons for taking out time from their busy schedule and enlightening us with the knowledge. Thank you so much. Have a nice day.
Thank you very much, Dr. P.H. Bhagwat sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to begin third and very important session of day 1, and it is about the oral and poster presentations. So I would like to request Dr. P.H. Bhagwat sir to please start the third sessions without wasting time. So once again, I hand over the proceeding of this day 1 to Dr. P.H. Bhagwat sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. First of all, I would like to invite Dr. Pradeep Devati sir to chair this session and evaluate the poster and the oral presentation. Introducing to Dr. Pradeep Devati sir, who has an teaching experience of about 20 years. He is a recognized PhD guide of Sant Gadge Baba, Amravati University, Amravati. He is also the supervisor in chemistry of Rashtra Sant Tukaroji Maharaj University, Nagpur. The area of research are organic heterocyclic, green chemistry, non-aqueous, potentiometric determination of drugs, physiochemical analysis of soil and water. Under his able guidance, 2 students have awarded PhD and 1 student is working under him. Under his able guidance, 3 students have also awarded PhD. He has also guided about 29 projects for the postgraduate studies. He has a huge publications of about 73 publications and citations of 103. He has also presented papers in different conferences and seminars, which are 39 in number. He has also attended different conferences, seminars, workshops, about 67. He has also completed UGC minor research project. His achievements are Young Scientist Award for Best Paper Presentation and Research Work in 22nd Annual Conference of Indian Council of Chemists, Indian Institute of Technology, Roorkee in 2003. He has got first prize for Best Paper Presentation and Research Work in National Conference on Green Chemistry and its Perspective at Sant Gadge Baba, Amravati University in 2008. He has been awarded and felicitated by Honorable Dr. Kamal Singh, Vice Chancellor, Sant Gadge Baba, Amravati University, Amravati, for extraordinary work in blood donation camp under NSS in 2011. He had award for excellence in research in 3rd South Asian Education Awards 2018 in Hyderabad. He has got the state level Ideal Teacher Award from Congress Teacher Cell, Maharashtra in 2018. He is also the author of the books for Practical Chemistry BSc Final for 5th and 6th semester. He is also co-author of Octa's Textbook of Chemistry for 3rd semester of BSc. He is also editor of Practical Chemistry 3rd and 4th semester BSc. He is also editor of Handbook for Chemistry Laboratory Staff, Octa in 2019 and 20. Apart from his educational field, he has also other activities such as working as a chief editor of Octa Newsletter, working as an editor of Science Magazine, worked as coordinator for different conferences, workshops, seminars. He is also working as a member of Subject Examination Committee. He has also worked as a resource person, judge for paper, poster presentation and seminars of the students. He has delivered guest lectures at various institutes and participated in various science exhibitions. So I request Devhati sir to evaluate the oral and poster presentation of our different participants. Now we are called for the recorded posters and oral presentation. So we will play one by one presentation. I request the participants to be present for any doubt and question and answering. Thank you, sir. Over to Dr. Devhati, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much for this nice introduction. On this occasion of this 2 days international interdisciplinary virtual conference on drug disease and the development, I am very much thankful to the organizers and especially to the Principal Dr. Raut sir and convener of this conference, Nazia madam, for showing the faith and giving me the responsibility to conduct this session. Dear friends, since morning there is a very nice fest of very much informative lectures by the eminent intellectuals in the field of chemistry and allied sciences. After that, now we are going to start this oral and poster presentation session. For this, I welcome all the participants. I As per the list provided to me by the organizers, I think overall 34 presentations are there. That out of that 31 oral presentations and the three poster one. I think all of the participants have joined this session. Already we are running too late. So without taking the time, we are going to start start the presentations. First, the oral presentations. I think all the participants have already sent their presentations in the form of recorded videos. I request the organizers to start with the presentations as per the list. I think the first presenter is the Anil Chindrawar. If he is there, or you may start as per your convenience, sir. As per the availability of participants.
Lateral synthesis of substituting chlorophyll by fluidity again using calculus. Presented by Dr. Amit Chitra, Associate Professor, Research Center at the Department of Chemistry, Delhi College, Delhi. This is the abstract of this paper, actual synthesis of 4,6 bis 4-chlorophenol P4 dihydropyrimidine to 1H ion. This will be synthesized by using 4-chlorobenzaldehyde reacted with 1,4-chloroethanol reflux with NaOH. It first gives 1,3 bis 4-chlorophenol to 2E1O. This is called a C product. In this C product, it will be again reflux with thiourea, potassium carbonate in dimethyl formamide as a solvent. It finally gives 4,6,4-chlorophenol 3,4 dihydropyrimidine to 1H ion. This is called as the product P. This is the main reaction of our synthesis. Result and discussion of this synthesis here. From the obtained result, it is evident that most of the compound possesses very good activity against various bacteria, and some compound possesses very good activity against fungi like Candida albicans and Aspergillus flavus, and remaining compounds show moderate activity against all bacteria and fungi tested. The conclusion of this research paper. In conclusion, we have developed a simple methodology for the preparation of substituted pyrimidine thiol derivative. The advantages of this method are extremely mild reaction, short reaction time, high yield, simple experimental technique, and compliance with the green chemistry protocol. Thank you.
Okay. Hello. Hello.
Hello. Yeah, the second presentation is from.
If Anil Chindrawar is there. Hello. Hello, sir. If Anil Chindrawar is there, if he has joined this Zoom meeting.
Participants, if you are present at the time of presentation, then please raise your hand so that we will unmute you. So that we will unmute you for question and answering.
Okay, next participant.
Next
Announce.
Hello, Nazia, madam.
Yes, sir, we are playing. Just a minute, sir.
Okay, sir. Okay, ma'am.
Just a minute, participants. Video one by one.
Hello, sir, madam. Hello.
Daniel Alexonen, Associate Professor and Head Department of Biomedical Engineering at Darva University, and doctoral committee members Dr. Maharaj, the Department of Maharaj University, and Maheshwari, Head of Associate Professor now in the Department of Biotechnology, University of Madras. And with respect to examiners, foreign examiners is Dr. James, Medical Microbiology and Parasitology lecturer, and the nominee of the foreign examiner is Dr. Jayakantan, Professor and Head Department of Biomedical at University Karaikal. And is Dr. Karthik Raman, Associate Professor, Department of Biotechnology, IIT Madras.
Devhati sir, just a minute, sir.
Yeah.
Everyone knows
Hi. Madam, mostly I think those who are present in Zoom meeting, we may play
Yeah, we should take the
participant only.
pathogenesis mechanism.
Okay, I will do
Otherwise, it
that.
takes a lot of time.
Yes, I will do that, sir.
Principles of system biology.
Yeah.
Obviously, genomics is the key data for system biology. And with respect to the prevalence in worldwide, it's right.
स्टॉप शेयरिंग सर ऊपर स्टॉप शेयरिंग कीजिए आप पहले अब फिर से शेयर करेंगे जो प्रेजेंट है ये माहौल कोई प्रेजेंट है सर हज्जाद किशोर हज्जाद सुमंजना खटुआ है नहीं इसी में देखते हैं सर इसी में है ना सुमंजना खटुआ किशोर हज्जाद ये है किशोर हज्जाद
Those participants which are present at now in presently. So we are playing the video of this. Devhati sir, you are requested to judge them.
Yeah.
International Interdisciplinary Virtual Conference on Drug Disease and Development will be held on 9 to 10 December 2020. In this virtual conference, here I delivered my oral presentation on synthesis and biological activities of O-beta-D glucosides of substituted pyrimidine 2,4,6 triones. Basically, in our research work, we are using the three moieties. One is the chromone moiety. Good morning, everyone.
Okay, it's okay now.
Assistant Professor, Department of Chemistry, Dhotebandhu Science College, Gondia. Today, in this International Interdisciplinary Virtual Conference on Drug Disease and Development, will be held on 9th to 10 December 2020. In this virtual conference, here, I delivered my oral presentation on synthesis and biological activities of O-beta-D glucosides of substituted pyrimidine 246 triones. Basically, in our research work, we are using the three moieties. One is the chromone moiety, second one is the pyrimidine, and third one is the glucosides. Here, these three moieties are very important moieties. These three moieties having their importance in their pharmacological as well as in their industrial purpose. So they are having their large number of the biological activities, so that we are using these three moieties that we are trying to combine these three moieties in one molecules. And then in this research work, we prepared the certain substituted pyrimidine 246 triones and their O-glucosides. Let's. Okay, so this is a graphical abstract. This graphical abstract shows that if convert the 7-hydroxy 3-formylbromone that is into the certain pyrimidine triones. Here, in this case, the 7-hydroxy 3-formylbromone is first treated with the pyrimidine triones. Here, we prepare the first pyrimidine triones separately. Again, chromone aldehyde, that is again separately. Both are combined together, and we get the certain condensed product. And this condensation is carried out through the certain condition and to give the certain condensed product. And this condensed product is having the certain hydroxyl group. That hydroxyl group is undergoes glucosylation by using the certain reagent is there. Here we are using the acetobromo-glucose. Then we are having the certain phase transfer catalyst like the DTMAB. And the hydrolysis can be carried out by using the zinc acetate in the methyl alcohol. And you get the certain moiety. That moiety contains the three things. One is the pyrimidine trione, second one is the chromone, and third one is the glucose. Here we tried this formation of these molecules in this research work. Okay. First one is the introduction part. Here the synthesis of the pyrimidines has attracted a current interest in the organic synthesis because of their pharmacological activities. As you know that the pyrimidines play an important role. They are having a certain pharmacological activities like the sedatives and hypnotics, anti-tumor, antiviral, anti-inflammatory, bacteriostatics, anti-neoplastic, cardiovascular, antidepressant, antituberculosis. So many biological activities that are given by the pyrimidines. Again, we are having known that the carbohydrate drugs are into much consideration. since they are in charge of their capacity in different biological processes. Incorporating especially cellular recognition on account of the resistance response, tumor metastasis, inflammation, and bacterial and viral infection. For this, we are having the carbohydrate drugs are very important. Okay, again, often the carbohydrates serve as a carrier of the known pharmacophore group. The carbohydrate carrier may change and aspects of the absorption, distribution, metabolism, or expressions of the drugs. So remembering the above certain areas and in continuation our research work, our studies, it considers significant to cooperate the hybrid molecules as a new synthetic substances comprising the chromones, pyrimidines, and glucose moieties. So in this research work, we tried to combine these three moieties in one molecules. Okay, herein we account an effective synthesis of the new compound comprising the pyrimidines, which that is the name of that compound is the 5,7-hydroxy 4-oxo-4-S chlomine 3 methylene 1,3-disubstituted pyrimidine 2,4,6 1s 2s 3s trions, that is the 3,8,2-G by the interaction of the 7-hydroxy 3-formyl chromones and the 1,3-disubstituted pyrimidine 2,4,6 trions. Here, the pyrimidine, they are condensed with the 7-hydroxy 3-formyl chromones and to get this type of the molecules, that is the 3A2G. And after the glucosylation of this hydroxy compound of the 3A2G afforded the corresponding 7-O-beta-D glucoside 6A2G. Okay, and these hydroxy compounds 3A2G and their glucoside 6A2G, they are spin against the certain Escherichia coli, that is the certain biological activity. In case of there, it may be their antifungal activity and bacterial activities, and there are certain another activities beside that we are having the antioxidant activity. So in this
Okay, madam.
work,
Hello.
we are showing the all the preparation and their biological activity.
Excuse me,
Here,
ma'am.
the result and discussion. Here we are
Hello,
trying.
sir.
Yes, sir.
Madam, it's okay now. I will watch that later on. Okay, if the participant is there, I would like to.
Yes, yes. Okay.
It's okay now.
The 7-hydroxy 3-formyl chromone through the zinc chloride, anhydrous zinc
Stop
chloride.
that, because otherwise it will take so much time. I will watch that later on for that evaluation of that all that's presentations. Just I would like to interact with the participant. Hello. Excuse me. Hello. Please unmute the Kishore Hadzade, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, it's a nice work on this synthesis of OB beta D glucosides of substituted pyrimidine 2,4,6 trions.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can I get the information about the solvent system which you have selected for this synthesis of this?
Basically, sir, first we prepared the 3-formyl chromones and their substituted trions. They are condensed together in the presence of potassium acetate, and acetic anhydride is their dehydrating agent. And then we get the certain compound that is the condensed product, that is 3A2G. This 3A2G having their certain that is the 2,4,6 trion as well as the 3-formyl chromones.
Okay, any specific condition for the condensation of this?
Yes, sir. This is carried out in the presence of potassium acetate and acetic anhydride. We are not using any another solvent here. Here we are using the dehydrating agent like acetic anhydride and potassium acetate.
Okay, you have tried
and
that
after
acetic anhydride. Can you? Hello.
Hello.
Okay, instead of acetic anhydride, if any there is an alternative, you may try.
Sir, basically in the presence of basic medium. So here we
Okay.
are maintained the certain acidic medium. Here
Yeah.
potassium acetate and acidic anhydride.
Okay.
So that's
Uh,
why we are using the acetic anhydride.
yeah. Okay. Okay. Sir, the last one. Can you mention here the one two prominent biological activities that you found for this compound?
Sir, the synthesized compound having their prominent activities regarding about the antioxidant as well as the antifungal. Here, I am showing the certain table 1 that contains all the activities regarding about the antibacterial, antifungal, and antioxidants, in which some of the glucoside molecules, they are having the good activity. They are having their prominent activity when we are compared with the standard compounds. When we are compared the standard compounds, then they are giving the certain good activities regarding about the glucosides. Basically, glucosides, they are good compounds because they are easily soluble in water. Basically, our organic compound, they are soluble in organic solvent. But here, the glucoside molecule, they are easily soluble in water. It can be easily prepared, and then instead of their hydrochloride, basically our medicine are so many medicines, they are prepared in the form of hydrochloride form, or it may be there any another forms. So they are dissolved in water.
Okay, okay, okay. Sir, it's a nice. Your work is already very nice. That is on the glucosides. Sir, because of the big.
This work is published in medicinal chemistry research. Just accepted. This work is accepted in medicinal chemistry research paper.
Okay.
There
Very
online
good,
journal
sir. Very good.
publication is there.
Congratulations for that. Okay, sir, because
Thank
of short of time, just I watched the half of your presentations. Organizers are going to send me all that presentations. And after watching that, I'm going to evaluate that. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Sir, next part.
Hello everyone, this is Dr. Manoj Patida, Assistant Professor, Department of Geology, Government College, Manawar, Madhya Pradesh. Today I am going to discuss my work, which I have carried out during this COVID-19 pandemic. Today's topic is Indian kitchen and unseen immunity against COVID-19. Here we can see the alarming situation of COVID-19. So to overcome this situation, I think 3 strategies should be applied. So number one strategy is the inclusion of immunomodulator like interleukin-15 and IL-7 for the treatment of COVID-19 patients. So it is true that hyperinflammatory responses are among the reasons and associated with the severity of these cases. But same time, depleted T cell and NK cell responses are also seen. So I think interleukin-15, which controls each checkpoint of this T cell differentiation, might rescue this T and LK cell from this depletion, and this activated T and NK cell might remove the infected cells and the particle of COVID-19 virus. So I think the inclusion of this type of modulator might be useful. I have modified this interleukin system using my PhD to gain the optimum responses or optimum immunotherapeutic potential of this molecule. And for same, we have filed this patent. Strategy 2 is to break the life cycle of this coronavirus SARS-CoV-2 by the combination of various available antiviral or antiparasitic drugs. Here you can see these drugs take on various checkpoints of the life cycle of this coronavirus. Similarly, until the discovery of treatment or vaccine, we can use natural compounds which are part of our daily diet. Like here you can see quercetin. It takes on the first stage of attachment of virus to the host cell. in blocks of cells. Similarly, this quercetin also inhibit translation, replication, and assembly formation. So one compound acts on various stages. Similarly, these compounds can break the life cycle and attenuate the virus or kill and provide the immunity to the population. Here we can see these compounds are found in various spices, herbs, and foods which we take regularly. So why I am thinking when we critically analyzed the WHO data for malaria, and we found although in India we have very high risk of endemicity, but we get less infection than various other countries. So this protective immunity might be correlated with our food habits. So here you can see this allicin, quercetin, quinine, these are natural compounds, and these help in attenuation of this parasite and provide the immunity to the endemic population. Therefore, I think the daily diet of Indian consists of various natural products with compounds which all have various degrees of internal activities and help in fighting the immunity. Apart from this, during this pandemic, I have also analyzed the psychological impact of this COVID-19 on various aspects of life through an online survey. Although this COVID-19 pandemic have many negative impacts, but some positive impact like family bonding and faith toward God has increased during this pandemic. Another study was to evaluate the implementation of online education in higher education. And this, it is very necessary to understand the psychology of a student for their education. And I found majority of students are not prefer are not in favor of this online education. So I am thankful to organizing committee, Department of Higher Education, Government of MP, and Government College Malao. Thank you all. Hello everyone, this is Dr. Manoj Patidar, Assistant Professor, Department of Geology, Government College Malao.
डबल से हो रहा हूँ स्टॉप कीजिए उसको
Manoj Patidar.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Okay, your study is the survey base or the laboratory base, or the practical base?
Sir, during my PhD, I worked on malaria and developed this interleukin 15 molecule.
Okay.
And now I have joined this college as assistant professor. And during this COVID-19 pandemic, I have analyzed these two studies, as psychological aspects, and so I combined all these three studies.
Yeah.
Because vaccine and it is all required, but the psychological study and the psychology of students is also necessary to understand.
Okay, what's the sample size of your study, survey base?
In a first one, psychological, it is around 550 respondent, and in students there is around 600.
From which areas you have taken this?
This is from Nimar area of MP, Dhar district, Khargone district. So both urban and rural.
Both urban and rural. Okay, what's the difference? If you have found any differentiation between the urban results, urban and the rural results?
In the case of a student, the urban student prefers this online education, but the rural do not because of cost and other things. In the psychological aspect, the respondents are same.
Okay.
Because the fear is everywhere.
Okay. Chalo, okay. It's a nice, sir. That is the indigenous immunity against the COVID-19. It's a nice initiative by you. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next one.
Germany, Maharashtra, India. I am going to orally present my research paper, that is synthesis, characterization, and microbial study of copper, nickel, cobalt, and zinc aldehyde metal complex. Introduction. Aldehyde are important class of ligand in the coordination chemistry, and their complex formation ability containing different donor atoms is widely reported. The chemistry of transition metal complexes containing heterocyclic donor continues to be interest on account of their biological importance. The aldehyde metal complexes shows antimicrobial, antifungal, anti-cancer, anti-inflammatory activity. Thus, the present study describes synthesis, characterization, and microbial study of some aldehyde transition metal complexes. During the experiment, we prepared a ligand that is 2-hydroxy 5-bromo benzylidene 4-methyl aniline ligand, which has been characterized by IR spectroscopy or IR studies. The complex characterized by IR studies, electronic studies, magnetic moment, thermal analysis, conductivity measurement. The microbial activity of the investigated compound was tested by the favorable diffusion. For the synthesis of aldehyde ligand, the aldehyde was synthesized by the reported procedure in which the aldehyde and that of the amide. Aldehyde is 5-bromosalicylate and the amide is parallel was reflected in the round bottom part in an alcoholic solution for 4 to 5 hours. Now, the product which is obtained in reported in the table number 1. The synthesis of metal complex. The metal complex is also prepared by means of condensation process in which the metal complex of copper, nickel, cobalt, zinc with ligand was prepared by reflection with ethanoic solution of metal nitrate and the ligand in 1:2 molar ratio. The pH of the solution was adjusted by alcoholic ammonia. The composition and yield of metal complexes are shown in table number 1. Now, this is the table number which shows there is a ligand and its elemental units, and there are the 4 complexes of copper and cobalt. So the result is the metal complexes are colored, stable to air and the moisture. They are insoluble in water, primarily soluble in benzene, chloroform, carbon tetrachloride, and completely soluble in dimethyl formamide and dimethyl sulfoxide. Elemental analysis suggests that the complexes have 1:2 metal ligand stoichiometry. The conductivity values reveal that metal complexes are electrolyte in nature. Based on elementary chemical analysis, the formula that is Ml2 HO2 times NO3 2 times were suggested on the all compounds of the compound. During the study of IR spectroscopy for a copper complex and that of the cobalt complex and that of the ligand is shown in the table. Here we will get a band at 2908.50 centimeter in 1. It is assigned for a OH stretching. Now this value is lower than the expected value in between 3600 to 3500. It is due to the expected intramolecular hydrogen bonding in the ligand. The band at 1630 is assigned for the azomatine group, and a band at 1268 is assigned for the carbon oxygen bond for the enolic field. Now, when we compare these bands with the spectrum of cobalt complex, we found that the band at 2908 is and a new band at 22855 is here, which is assigned for record. A band at 1620 gets lowered at 1618. This indicates that the azimuth and nitrogen was more coordination bond with the metal. And that band at 12680 was increased to the 1286909. Suggests that the bonding of enolic oxygen of ultimate base the two new bands in the complex. One is hydrogen, another is the metal oxygen, which is hydrogen. Now, the magnetic moment of electrons of metal complex. The magnetic moment of electrons of complex give an information.
It's okay, madam. I will watch that presentation later on.
Found out.
Hello. Please stop the presentation now.
Hello.
Hello. If Dinkar Kotwal sir is there.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Good evening, sir. It's a nice presentation. It's nice slides are there. I am going to watch that later on because of the time limits.
Okay, sir.
Organizers have already sent me your recorded presentation.
Yes.
Now some questions are there.
Yeah.
What's your aim behind performing this study? That is the first one.
Yeah.
And second one, if you have to maintain the pH, how you have? I think you have to maintain the pH during formation of these metal complexes. How you have maintained that pH of solution during the preparation of metal complexes?
Okay. Okay. Sir, I have done this work to study the microbial activity because the ligands which contains the heterocyclic donor, which are having antimicrobial, antifungal, anti-cancer, anti-inflammatory activities. That's why we selected this one. The second question was about the maintenance of the pH. Now the pH was maintained by using the alcoholic ammonia. Ammonia. During that, during the condensation or the reflexation, we add drop-wise the ammonia solution, which is very dilute, that is 0.001. 0.001 molar.
Okay.
By using that alcoholic ammonia, we maintain that pH or monitor that pH.
Okay, you have prepared the different aluminum metal complexes using that copper, nickel, and the cobalt one. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, which metal strongly enhance antimicrobial properties? If there is any comparison you have studied.
In my complexes, I found that the copper complex are more active than other one. The copper
any
complexes.
Reason behind that?
Sorry, sir.
Okay. No. How you have characterized these complexes?
Yeah.
How you have done the characterization of these compounds?
We characterize complexes are characterized by IR spectral studies, electronic spectral studies, magnetic moment, thermal analysis, conductivity measurement.
Okay. Nice, sir. Very much. Thank you for your help.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for organizing committee also.
Okay, next participant, please.
I am Dr. Sonal Mundara from the Department of Chemistry, Brijlal Biani Science College, Amaravati, presenting a poster on synthesis of efficient, rapid, and novel thiazolidine. In this research work, we have synthesized 1,3-substituted thiazolidine 4-ons, which have been carried out from carbonyl compounds, amine, thiocarboxylic acid in molar proportion under microwave irradiation for 1 to 2 minutes in solvent-free condition. In vitro assay of newly synthesized compound were carried out to test the antifungal activity by disk diffusion method. As we know that heterocyclic compounds play important role in a biological process and are widespread as a natural product. They are widely found in nature, particularly in nucleic acid, plant alkaloids, anthocyanins, flavonoids, chlorophyll. Additionally, some vitamins, protein, hormone also consist of aromatic heterocyclic systems. Synthetically produced heterocycles designed by organic chemists are used, for instance, as agrochemicals, pharmaceuticals, and play important role in human life. These are the important pharmacophores which will be used for the designing of the drugs. In this method, we have used the microwave technology just for the clean process. Heterocyclic products display diverse biological activity, antibacterial, antifungal, anti-inflammatory. They will be used in agriculture as well as the industry. 4-thiazolidines are known to exhibit the antibacterial, antifungal, and the anticonvulsant activities. Hence, it was thought of interest to synthesize the thiazolidine moieties, which may enhance the drug activity of some compound to some extent, or they might possess of the above mentioned biological activities. In the experimental work, after synthesizing the compound, they were characterized by chemical properties, elemental analysis, and spectral analysis. Their melting points are measured in open glass capillary and are uncorrected. IR spectra and KBR were recorded on instrument Perkin-Elmer spectrum. H1 NMR spectra were recorded on FT NMR spectrophotometer. And C13 frequency is 100 megahertz, which will be measured using TMS as an internal standard. All the reactions are monitored by TLC using silica gel. All reactions are carried out in scientific microwave oven, and elemental analysis is carried out at Punjab University, Chandigarh. This is the tabular form where we have taken the aldehyde, aniline, and the thioglycolic acid, and using that we have prepared the 4 compounds, that is 4A, 4B, 4C, and 4D. Their melting point, molecular formula, and yield is given in this table. This is example of one of the components which we have prepared, that is the 4th D compound, synthesis of 2-2,4-dichlorophenyl -3-phenyl thiazolidine 4-on. In this component, this compound is prepared using 2,4-dichlorobenzaldehyde, which will be 0.01 molar, aniline, which is 0.01 molar, and thioglycolic acid, which is again 0.01 molar. Carried out under scientific microwave oven. The radiation time is 1 to 1.5 minutes. Reaction mixture is cooled at room temperature, poured in ice cold water. The product thus separated out was filtered, crystallized from ethanol to get the fine crystals of the given compound. Here we have used the 2,4-dichlorobenzaldehyde. This is the aniline component. This is thioglycolic acid. And using these 3 components, component 1, 2, and 3, we have prepared the 4th component, that is 4th D compound. And this 4th D compound is the thiazolidine 4-on. The properties and constitution of the compound 4D. By using TLC, we have confirmed that the RF value will be 0.64 in the mixture of methyl alcohol and ether. The compound is brown crystalline solid having melting point 169 degrees Celsius. It having molecular formula C15H11Cl2NOS. it will be giving the Lysozyme test, which reveals the presence of chlorine component. IR spectrum were recorded, which will give all the possible values, which will be think for the given compound. It will show the COH stretch, that is enol stretch, broad one, at 3296 centimeter inverse, as well as it will give the C double bond O peak at 1649 centimeter inverse. It will give C double bond C peak as well as CNP. So by using this IR spectra for the functional group, we have confirmed this is the given compound which we have prepared. Using PMR spectrum, that is H1 NMR spectroscopy, these are some chemical shifts, nature of peak for the given number of protons. So it will be again a satisfactory result. This is the peak of the IR spectroscopy. This is the peak for the H1 NMR spectroscopy. This is the peak of C13 spectroscopy, which will count the number of carbon. For the given compound 4D, it was recorded on the TMS, and we are getting the values for the different carbon atoms. And by given chemical shifts, we have confirmed that the given compound form is 2-24-dichloro-3-phenyl-thiazolidine-4-on. We have also carried out the elemental analysis. From the chemical properties elemental analysis spectral data, the compounds 4D was assigned the following structure in keto and enol form. Similarly, analogous compounds were synthesized by treating with aromatic aldehyde, aniline, and thioglycolic acid. Literature survey revealed that thiazolidine belonged to an important group of heterocyclic compounds with diverse biological activity and synthesized by using multi-step protocol. The present were described solventless one-pot synthetic methodology toward the construction of series of thiazolidine derivatives under microwave irradiation. This is a three-component reaction involving amino compound, aldehyde, and thioglycolic acid under microwave irradiation. This reaction was suggested to proceed via imine formation, followed by attack of sulfur nucleophile on the imine carbon. The reaction involves intramolecular cyclization with the elimination of water to give thiazolidine derivative. Microwave irradiation facilitates the easy removal of water within the few minutes. This is the chemical reaction in which the three components they react with each other to form the thiazolidine. Synthesized compound were screened to the
okay, ma'am. Okay, please stop the presentation. Hello, Dr. Mundra, ma'am.
Hello, sir.
Dr. Mundra is speaking. Okay. Okay. Nice work on that thiazolidine. Madam, which type of microwave ovens you have used for this synthesis? Whether the commercial or the domestic ovens?
It's a scientific microwave system.
It's a scientific microwave system.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you suggest the brand name of that?
It's a RG311L1. It's a microwave.
Okay. Now here, whether your synthesis is the solvent-free synthesis, or if you have used some quantity of solvent during these operations. Totally solvent-free, or if you have used some solvents?
No, sir, it is totally solvent-free. We have taken the 3 naked flasks. In that, we have poured the 3 components, that is thioglycolic acid, then aldehyde, and the aniline component. We are reacted for 1 to 1.5 minutes. Later on, it will be cooled out and it will be poured into the ice cold water.
Okay, how do you confirm the formation of that compound? By using which method? Whether that compounds are formed or not? because you are in most of the cases the percentage of yield is about 85, 80, 82. That is around 80 to 85%. How you confirm the formation?
It by using the TLC method.
You got the spots for that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What's about the purity of the compound? Because after that, you I think you have sent that compounds for the characterization. That is for the IR, NMR, and all that. And for that, we have to send the compounds in a highly pure form. Okay.
Yes,
How you have purified that compounds?
We have double crystallized it with the alcohol.
Okay. Okay. Only by the crystallization, if it is possible to purify that. Because what happens sometimes that is the unreacted part remains in that final compound, and because of that there may be some problems while in the case of IR or the enema. Okay, if you have performed the column chromatography, if it is necessary.
Sir, you are not audible to me. Hello.
Hello, madam. If you have performed the column chromatography.
Yes, sir.
For the purification of compound.
No, sir. I have not used column chromatography.
Okay, okay. It's just suggestion to you. Just while
Okay.
sending
In the
the
future, I will use that
if,
technique, sir.
yeah. Okay, the work is so nice. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Next participant.
Of a dried blood spots in zinc status in healthy newborns with that validation of the submicroliteracy using UV spectrophotometry. And myself, Subhashi, Department of Biochemistry and Regionic Super Specialty Laboratories, supervisor and the guide Dr. S. Subramaniam from Regionic Super Specialty Laboratories. I'm going to start with minimal introduction about the zinc deficiency. International status of the zinc deficiency is major in the African and the South Asian countries. And the zinc deficiency is based mainly in because for the children because of the diarrhea and the typhoid, malaria and malaise and pneumonia. Evidently, 1,000 children died because of the diarrhea alone, because of the zinc deficiency. Okay, the risk factors among the zinc deficiency is premature birth, and mostly in the male child, for the hypogonadism based for the zinc deficiency and adrenal and endocrine disorders, and mostly the vegetarian mothers who start eating meat during pregnancy, and accelerated growth is stopped because of the zinc, because of the not much getting of the zinc supplementation. Okay, and serum zinc reference ranges between 0 to 10 years is 60 to 120 micrograms per DL. This is the normal method of a serum collection material, and this is the dried blood spot serum, dried blood spot collection from newborns heel brick model. This is the 5 spots, minimum of 50 microliter of the sample in each spot, and we can punch 5 to 6 spots of a 3 mm disc in single spot. The single spot of this spot is enough to study the zinc metal. The study design would be a venous and the capillary blood spots were obtained simultaneously with 20 healthy newborns. From each blood specimen, both DBS and the serum were prepared for the total of 40 samples we can collect it and maintain in the 70 degrees Celsius, minus 70 degrees Celsius. And the materials we collected from the Madras Medical College and they got approval through the Human Ethical Committee and the informed consent forms from the parents. And this is not the sample collected for that. This is only the exclusive from collection of samples because of the same sample is we are using for the PSH function. So the thyroid's function, the balance of residual blood only we used for this study. Methodology of the estimation of the zinc, and the principle is this alkaline medium with a complex formed with the nitro-PABs. It's a purple colored complex. We are going to use the 100 microliter estimate 100 microliter UV spectrophotometry keyword for this study. So the NF of for a serum, we can use it for usually the R1 buffer agent and coloring reagent, working reagent, and disease standard. We have to prepare it for chemically, manually, and serum zinc we use it for actually the 150 microliter serum we need for this routine studies, and the dried blood spot zinc estimation we need only the 10 microliter of this study. Okay, so final is the minimal requirement for the study. Minimal sample, that is the main concept in this study, and we use it for the 20 samples from serum and dried blood spots. Place it as X and Y. X and Y. This is the serum sample values of the 20 samples, the same samples of the dried blood spot samples from Y side, Y axis, and the regression line we obtained is Y is equal to 1.06 X plus 3.2. This is the bland element regression plot. We use it for the study reveals that the zinc of the both samples developed a pattern of normal distribution by using the Comax-Simok test of 0.14 and p-value of 0.7 for DBS zinc and 0.15 p is equal to 0.8 for the colorimetric method. Although the median by colorimetric method was silently lowered by the DBS UV spectrophotometry and 136.4 microgram per day. The Pearson correlation coefficient was 0.71 and the p-value is 0.002. And the simple linear regression is analyzes, and that only the 2.7% of the variations of the DBS zinc can be explained by the colorimetric method. And likewise, the concordance limits were represented. The concordance limits were represented from minus 1.96 plus or minus. The Balz-Alsman plot allows the difference between the expressed by the percentage of the values and the x-axis proportionally of the measured quantities, DBS minus serum calorimetric method by the percentage of the two methods. The areas indicated the arrow presents the limit of the confidence intervals for the presence and the limits of the agreement. The slope difference of means is minus 10.53, minus 10.53, and the percentage with the limits of the agreement and minus 54.2% at 75.24%. Finally, the mean concordance value of equal to 0.792. So the using the modified method for the 40 newborns were screened for the zinc deficiency. And the mean zinc value was 72 plus or minus 11.2 micrograms, and the deficiency was diagnosed, was supplemented with the zinc. On now, first and second, third follow-up, zinc activities were 40.2 and 62.8 at 2 and 75.2 microgram respectively, with a good prognosis for the same child, newborn child. So in newborns, this method is a rapid, reliable, and specific and cost-effective under the limited resource settings and highly reproducible.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Hello.
Hello, madam.
Yeah. Yeah. Tell me, sir.
Okay, can I get your name because first slide test? Yeah. Okay. You are
Yes,
Shubhra Sri, no?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Nice presentations. Okay, you have presented, I think, by using that laptop screen. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, madam, can I get the idea about the sample size of your study?
That was actually 40 samples with 20 newborns, healthy newborns, and 20 with my suspected of zinc deficiency.
Age size?
Newborns means 0 to 28 days.
Okay. How that zinc deficiency, serum zinc deficiency affect the child health? Can you elaborate on that?
Mainly the zinc is a cofactor, and for the quaternary to maintain the protein structure, zinc is the main part in the study. When considered with the zinc, we are focusing on this mainly with the neurotransmission and for the neurotransmission of the intestinal ions transport, and mostly for the zinc is main part in every even though in antioxidant status, and the zinc copper coordination in antioxidant studies also is a main part for the antioxidant and reactive oxygen species. So the zinc major part is we consider in it. Actually, we are working for the metabolic disorders in congenital hypothyroidism and congenital adrenal hyperplasia. Is an inherited metabolic disorders. So the zinc deficiency in patients with newborns in mainly with the 0 to 10 days, it's also they are having a deficiency. Mostly usually they are using.
Okay, madam. I think you have analyzed that by the methods, that is the planned Almonds plan and the linear regression analysis. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Which one is you found that a better one?
Yeah, better one is within the limited resource settings, we can use the dried blood spots analysis. But the serum analysis is nowadays possible in all laboratories. In basic laboratory also, the serum zinc is we can use. But the sample we are taking is the biggest thing in newborns. We are wasting the samples when in taking in newborns. 2 to 3 ml of sample is higher. We can't get the sample accessible as such easier in newborns. But the dried blood spots, we can use the from it heel brick itself. We are using the residual samples, from the leftover samples of a newborn screening we done. So we didn't take the samples for zinc deficiency. We use the residual samples from the newborn screening samples.
Newborns. Okay. Thank you, madam. Nice presentation.
Thank you.
Have a good.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Next participant.
Dr. Anshul Bansal, working as assistant professor in the Department of Chemistry, SCJN College, Ambala City. My topic of presentation is reaction of beta ketonitriles with monosubstituted hydrogens under acidic conditions. Theoretically, the reaction between beta ketonitriles and monosubstituted hydrogens may lead to the formation of 2 regioisomeric pyruvates, 5 aminopyrazoles and 3 aminopyrazoles. However, literature studies showed that the product formed during the reaction has always been 5 aminopyrazoles. Also, a change in regioselectivity was observed when the reaction between trifluoromethyl beta diketones and 2-hydrogeno 4,6-dimethylpyridine was carried out in acidic medium. Thus, we thought it worthwhile to investigate the reaction of monosubstituted hydrogens with various beta ketonitriles in acidic medium, with a hope to get corresponding 3 aminopyrazoles. Initially, in our lab, the reaction of 2-hydrogeno 3-methoxyphenoxylene was carried out with beta ketonitriles in acidic medium in ethanol as taking ethanol as solvent. Initially, this hydrazine hydrazino was made to react with beta ketonitrile. This beta ketonitrile, it is made to react with this beta ketonitrile, and we have taken in first case the derivative methyl derivative. Here R is a methyl. The TLC of the reaction mixture showed the formation of a new spot. The TLC has showed the formation of a new spot, but the spot did not correspond to 5 amino. We expected that the product we got is 3 amino acids. But when we carried out the IR and NMR studies, but it doesn't match with 3 amino acids. Instead, it showed the 1H NMR of our product, that is product 4. It showed the formation of an unexpected product which is obtained by the condensation of 1 mole of hydrogen with 2 moles of beta ketonite and having 2 additional carbon. That is confirmed by C30 NMR of product 4. We were expecting that the reaction of this one, that is 2-hydrogenous-3-methyl-quinoxaline with beta ketonitrile would give this 3 amino hydrogen. But the NMR, 1H or C13 and IR study showed that the compound 4 which was obtained is different from that we have expected. Now, to generalize this reaction, various beta ketonitriles, your rest remaining your derivatives, then we thought to react these with our 2-hydrazino-3-methyl-quinoxaline under similar conditions. Again, the reaction resulted in the formation of unexpected product, and the spectral studies the same result as in case of derivative 2. So now, on the basis of these NMR, IR, and HRM, high resolution mass spectroscopy, a tentative structure was proposed for. We have proposed this structure for unusual compound, that is 4. In this, we have 2 moles of beta ketonitriles that are being condensed with 1 mole of 2-hydrazino-3-methyl. And additionally, we get 2 extra. However, there were limitations of this structure. On the basis of 1H and C13 NMR, there were limitations because had this been the structure, that corresponding double and quarter would have appeared more downfield at about delta 1.8 and 6.4 ppm, corresponding to allylic and polyphenic protons respectively. Further, the signal at 23.7 ppm for extra methyl group in C13 NMR spectrum completely eliminated the possibility of tentative structure. Because if this had been the structure, then the signal for this extra methyl group, it should have appeared more downward because it is attached to a sp2 hybridized carbonate. So we try to grow crystals so that we can use X-ray diffraction studies to get the exact structure. But unluckily, the quality of these crystals were not good. So as a result, no information was obtained by the X-ray diffraction.
Okay, so, please stop the presentation. If Anshul is there, Dr. Anshul Bansal.
Yes, sir.
Yes, okay. It's your work. That is the reaction between beta ketonitriles with the monosubstrate hydrogens. Okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, can you tell about the reaction conditions?
Sir, we have used ethanol as solvent and added few drops of nitric acid.
Okay, any temperature or
no, sir. By refluxing in boiling ethanol.
Yes.
No need to maintain the pressure or that temperature.
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay. If you have published this works,
sir, this is under communication. We have communicated this work.
To which journal?
Sir, medicinal chemistry research. Actually, after getting the structure, we have carried out the antimicrobial activity also, and the compounds have showed promising antibacterial activity.
Promising means what?
Promising means, sir,
you have performed the MIC?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. They have shown that we have compared when we are comparing this our antimicrobial results with the control.
Okay,
and
which microbes do you have used for this study?
Sir, Bacillus ki different strains we have used. Bacillus subtilis, Pseudomonas aeruginosa, and E. coli. Actually, this work is carried out, antimicrobial is carried out by my friend who is working in microbiology department.
Okay,
I have done the synthesis part.
Yeah. Somewhere I found in your slides that you have performed the X-ray diffraction study. What's the results of that?
Sir, basically in this reaction, we are getting an unexpected product. So we are not able to establish the structure on the basis of 1H and C13 NMR. So we thought to carry out the X-ray diffraction studies, and these were carried out by our collaborators in Trinity College Dublin. We sent the samples to Ireland, and they have done the X-ray studies. And if you see my full complete presentation, then I have shown the structure of this unexpected product.
Okay, Anshul. Nice.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I think during this presentation, Dr. Zamode sir is there. Hello, sir. Good evening, sir. Okay, it's I'm very much happy to see you. Sir is the image personality.
Yeah, Jamode sir is there, sir.
Yeah.
We are very fortunate to have sir during whole the morning session. Sir is with us.
Yeah, and I'm also watching from the first presentation of that oral. Sir is here present and watching that very minutely. Okay, sir. Sir, have a good day. Okay.
Sir is unmute.
Oh.
And that's why he is unable to.
Okay. Next presentation.
Yes, sir.
An antibacterial activity of plant-mediated synthesis of silver nanoparticle under the supervisor of Dr. Mahavidyalaya ma'am. This is the abstract. In abstract, nanoparticles are defined as a particle with a size in the range of 1 to 100 nanometer, at least in one of the three dimensions. Because of this very small size scale, they possess an immense surface area per unit volume, a high proportion of atoms in the surface and near surface layers, and the ability to exhibit quantum effect. Nanotechnology represents one of the most capable technologies of 21st century. Biosynthesis of nanoparticles by plant extract is currently under exploitation. Plant extracts are very cost-effective and eco-friendly, and thus can be economic and efficient alternative for the large-scale synthesis of nanoparticles. Biomolecules such as protein, amino acids, enzymes, flavonoids, and terpenoids from cellular plant extract are used as a stabilizing and reducing agent for the synthesis of cellular nanoparticles. Formation of cellular nanoparticles were duly characterized via UV visible spectrophotometer, X-ray diffraction analysis, energy dispersion, X-ray spectroscopy, scanning electron microscopy, transmission electron microscopy, fluorotransfer infrared spectroscopy. Further, silver nanoparticle size is also measured through zero potential analysis. This review was focused on various plant sources for synthesis mechanism, various characterization technique for the characteristic analysis and antibacterial activity of silver nanoparticles. Keywords are silver nanoparticles, characterization, antibacterial activity. Introduction. Throughout the past decade, a vast potential of the nanotechnology has been recognized due to the effectiveness of various metal nanoparticles against several pathogenic microorganisms such as the bacteria, fungi, algae, yeast, and viruses. The micromediated synthesis method have several disadvantages like identification of potent strength, maintenance of aseptic condition for the profuse growth of microorganisms, and chances of infection and contamination. Biosynthesis of nanoparticles using microorganisms is relatively expensive than using the plant. Above all, the microbial synthesis method is quite time-consuming and require about 2 to 3 days for the growth of potent strength and another 1 to 2 days for the synthesis and purification of nanoparticles. As a result, scientists switch over their interest towards the plant extract for fabricating biocompatible nanomaterial. Using green chemistry approaches, approximately 200 plants belonging to different families have been screened for their ability to synthesize various metal nanoparticles, including silver, gold, iron, palladium, lead, copper, magnesium, zinc, and alginate. They have come up. However, silver nanoparticles have been established to be a simplest because they are sensible antimicrobial activity against various microorganisms. The micromediated synthesis method has several disadvantages like the identification of the potent strain, maintenance of aseptic condition for the growth of microorganisms, and chances of infection and the contamination. Biomolecules such as protein, amino acid, enzyme, flavonoids, and the terpenoids from the several plant extracts have been used as a stabilizing and reducing agent for the synthesis of silver nanoparticles. The flavonoid and terpenoid constituent of the silver of leaf extract are believed to be surface active molecules stabilizing the nanoparticles. Mechanism. Bacteria are likely to develop resistance against silver than against antibiotics due to the fact that silver nanoparticles can interact simultaneously with multiple targets in the microbial cells. Moreover, the chances moreover, to enhance the effectiveness and reduce the resistance of antibiotics, nanoparticles can be used and conjugated with a different antibiotics.
Okay, please stop now.
It's part of the plant such as the
hello, Miss Harsha Sonai is there? Hello, Miss Harsha Sonai. If Harsha Sonai is there. I think there is a problem on our side about the net connection.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes, okay. Which plant sources you have used for this work? Plant sources, different plant sources.
Yes, sir. Sir, I am present.
Which plant sources you have used for that?
Sir, actually, my this review on the different plant mediated synthesis. So, in this review, I am taking sir 14 plants, and in that 14 plants, in the citrus sinuses, they are having the more antimicrobial activity, and again the overall, that is the remaining plant they are having. Again, I am speaking about the.
What are the different extractions method used for this extraction of plant parts?
Yes, sir. Sir, actually, not a. It is not a focusing on the method, sir. It is focusing on the mechanism and characterization, and the next one, the how what the result is obtained after the silver nanoparticles. If some plants, when they get combined with the silver, then a silver metal, then what result they get obtained. So this review I will study, sir.
Okay. What are the factors that stabilizes this silver nanomaterials? Plant-mediated silver nanomaterials. What are the factors that stabilizes this plant-mediated silver nanomaterials?
Yes, sir. Four factors, they are the mainly important. That is the concentration. Next one, reaction or reaction on the microbial ratio. Ratio means extract, and the next one, that is the nanoparticles concentration. This ratio. That means if you have to take the 10 ml extract and 50 ml of this nanoparticle. So these are, that is the ratio, reaction, and the composition ratio. This is then next one, temperature and the motion. These three for these operating condition, they are mainly affect the silver nanoparticles, sir. Then again, sir, next one, the characteristic like the shape, size, and the structure, it also affect the particle, whatever that is the MIC and the MS and the
nice. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for this.
Thank you, sir.
Next participant.
Today, my oral presentation topic for international conference is ability indicating high performance liquid chromatography method for the simultaneous estimation of aciclovir and doxophilin in pharmaceutical dosage, formed by Dr. Ram Chakre, assistant professor in Channabasheshwar Pharmacy College, Gujarat. These are the content of my presentation: in introduction, material and method, instrumental work, resultant discussion, conclusion, and reference. So for analyzing drug sample, we have a different analytical method which are routinely used. Different analytical method development and validation that will be play important role in discovery, development, and manufacturing of pharmaceuticals. So the drug approval by the regulatory authority that will require the application to prove the control of entire process from drug development to the validated analytical method. That's why we focus on development of validated analytical method. The method validation is again used across the development to confirm procedure which we want to be employed is suitable for its intended use. The result from that method validation that can be used to judge quality, reliability, and consistency of analytical results. So the main contemporary goal of stability indicating method or doing stability indicating is to provide information about the conditions for stress testing so as to establish the stability of drug substance and product. So these are the material and methods which we have to be used for my research work. I have used acetylcholine and doxycycline. It is the bronchodilator or mucolytic agent and an asthmatic drug which is novelly available in this market. It is provided by Pure and Fever Healthcare Private and all the chemicals and reagents used were of analytical grade, PLC grade that should be provided by Merck Chemicals. Pyrodine AB tablet is available in market. I have done my stability indicating method development of HPL with having Corvin PDA 1.5 version software. I use grease-native reverse phase column. The mobile phase, which is optimized after trial and error, is acetonitrile, N millimolar, and hexane sulfonic acid buffer in 80:20 volume by volume ratio. The flow rate of 1 ml per minute. And that detection was performed on the same as the UB1800 at 250 nanometer. So in experimental, after the trial and error of all the mobile phases, final optimized chromatographic condition was achieved on hypoxia-creating column utilizing a mobile phase of acetonitrile 10 millimolar and hexane sulfonic acid buffer at a flow rate of 1 ml per minute. So this is the optimized chromatogram of acetylcholine and doxycycline at a 10 microgram per ml of both drugs at 2.77 RT. Acetylcholine is determined and doxo shows your retention at 9.6. So after the development of this optimized method, we require method validation as per the ICH guide. So I have gone through with the different ICH guideline methods. That is from precision. Precision will be done by repeatability, intraday and intraday precision. To be done at a 3 different concentrations of acetylcholine as well as doxycycline. Their results will be reported in the form of relative standard deviation. Now, all the percent RST should be found within the acceptable limit, that is below 2. Accuracy and recovery will be determined in triplicate at the different concentration of 80, 100 and 120% of the active ingredient that should be added into the sample solution. The recovery of acetylcholine was found to be 99.41 to 100.58% and for doxycycline 98.75 to 99.78%. The linearity should also be studied and it should be within the linear regression coefficient. These are the LOD and LOQ values of the acetylcholine and doxycycline, and it will show a more sensitivity of the method towards the LOD and LOQ. In robustness, we have to change the method parameter by changing flow rate and working wavelength, and we found that there is no any deliberate variation due to the change in method parameter. So specificity will be changed by using peak purity profiling study. The peak purity profiling study was found to be more than 99.10, indicating there is no interference of any other degradation product of impurity. After the method validation, we go for the stress degradation study, and it will be done by different conditions like hydrochloric acid, acidic, basic, hydrolytic, oxidative, trite, and photodegradation condition at a different temperature as well as concentration and different duration of time. So after the degradation, we observe that we will give the percent degradation up to the limit that is 15 to 20%. This is the summary of overall stress degradation study of acetylcholine, doxycycline, and there are some conditions into which both the drugs are stable and their degradation study should be within limits. So result in the result and discussion, we finally got the optimized mobile phase of acetonitrile and hexane acid buffer. We will get the sharp peak of acetylcholine and doxycycline at retention time of 2.77 and 9.56 meters. Developed chromatographic method was validated using ICH guidelines, and all these guidelines should be within the limit. All the stress conditions which we have to be enough to degrade both the drugs, degradation was observed between the 20% and it was within the Finally, I concluded that the present study will be simple and validated method for the estimation of acetone and doxycycline in the presence of degradation product.
Okay, okay. Please stop.
Method is good enough to separate the peaks of active pharmaceutical ingredient from the degradation product during post-degradation.
Please stop.
So statistically, analysis proves that there were no statistical.
Please stop the presentation.
Between developed method and the.
Hello.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Ram. Okay, you have done that HPLC validation for that pharmaceuticals.
Yes.
Okay, if you are refer the British or the US pharmacopoeias, different methods available for the validation of that, or in Indian pharmacopoeia?
USP, United States according to the USP, I have done all the validation parameters, which is given in USP, and it will be according to the ICH guidelines.
According to the ICH
International
guidelines.
Conference on Harmonization Guidelines.
Okay. At what different concentrations drug samples you have performed?
Sir, actually, the standard drugs are to be injected into the HPLC system at a 10 microgram per ml of concentration. So we get optimized chromatographic conditions with a good resolution in between the two drugs. So 10 microgram per ml of drug concentration I have used for this study.
Okay, last one. How you have validated your chromatographic study?
There are different validation parameters given by the USP and ICH guidelines. So for consideration, if we go for precision study, so it will be done by three ways, either intraday, interday, or intermediate precision. So after precision study, we take at least 3 sample and we make analysis on HPLC at intraday and interday. Means within day we get the results.
At both intra
and both their percentage should be less than 2. If percentage we get less than 2, it means that that method is precise. So accuracy, recovery, system suitability, all these are different factors. And when these are within the limit of our acceptance, then that method will be called it as a validated method.
Sure. Okay. Thank you, Ram, for this presentation.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Nazia, madam, how many participants remain? Four participants, na? Okay. Okay, we will take that. Okay, for 5 minutes. Okay.
Shall we continue, sir?
Yes. Four. Only four there. Four are there, na?
Yes.
Yes. We'll take the four, or otherwise we'll take it on tomorrow. If the more participants are there, we'll try to take the 4-5 participants. If the more are there, then we'll try it tomorrow.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
To the conference on Trust and Development 22. And Dr. Jaishree from the Darva Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences and Research presenting a research work on the three-sided potential of the field of determining understand from West to health and from health to wealth. Each year, thousands of people die from so-called synthetic drugs. One cannot ignore the side effects or the adverse effects caused by the so-called synthetic drugs. But deaths or the hospitalization caused by herbal drugs are so rare that it's very difficult to find them. Therefore, looking at the various advantages of the herbal drug or the synthetic drug, my research proposal was directed towards the herbal drug. From the herbal drug, Another social aspect is that is derive another socio-economic aspect is to derive the sugar drug from the bio. So what is bio-waste? We knew that, which is not prime product. We generate it during the processing of the raw material into the intermediate or the final product. Now, waste management is very important because we clean air and water, therefore reduce the economic battery fibers, cellulose, bacteria. Fibers which can act as a prebiotic, that is a food for the probiotics. Therefore, if the nutritional composition of the bio-waste are recovered and recycled, it can represent a significant economic and the sociological benefit. And therefore, my present research work is directed towards the prebiotic potential from the fill, that is the bee oil cake, that is bio waste, and definitely it will recover and recycle the rest, and it will give the significant economical and the social benefits. One may have the question, why is it? If one look at the news published by the Indian Cessna oil industry in 2017, it says that there will be a significant increase in the consumption of the sisal. And yes, because sisal is having that standard which can be used for the cooking and the eating. And looking at this news, it shows that if the consumption of oil will increase, definitely it will increase the production of the bee oil cake. And presently, this bee oil cake is used in a manner, it is used in cardboard preparations, or at most, or lastly, is used or it is thrown as a waste. If one can extract the prebiotic from this waste and can use this prebiotic either as a prophylaxis or for the therapeutic purpose, definitely nothing like that. Therefore, I tried to extract the prebiotic from this bio waste. As you can see in this picture, the prebiotic was extracted by the alcoholic extraction method. The extraction method was optimized, and in this picture you can see, yes, white powder which shows the extracted oligosaccharide, that is the prebiotic. Fructo oligosaccharide is considered as a gold standard in the area of prebiotic. And after doing the infrared spectroscopy for the extracted powder and the FOS, that is a fructo oligosaccharide, one can find the similarity of the functional group. Therefore, yes, we can confirm the presence of the oligosaccharide in the extracted sample. It is mentioned that most of the prebiotics they have the antilipidemic action. Now, for this activity, we have checked the bile absorption ability of the extracted sample. And yes, the result was good. It shows a 51.86% bile absorption ability. Therefore, our sample may act as the antilipidemic substance. That is, it may help for the lowering of the blood lipid level. Prebiotic activity is checked by reconstituting the amyloid agar with our extracted sample, and yes, the lactobacillus acidophilus were grown on the reconstituted amyloid agar. It shows that yes, there is an increase in the production of the lactic acid, and the lactic acid was determined by the measuring the titrated acidity. Then there was a decrease in the pH of the respective media after adding the prebiotic extract, that is the extracted sample, as a sole source of carbon in the reconstituted amyloid agar. The ability of the extracted sample to support the growth of beneficial microorganisms, it is checked by allowing the growth of lactobacillus acidophilus on the reconstituted amyloid agar. And yes, the present graph shows the continuous increase in the optical density that is ultimately supporting the growth of the lactobacillus acidophilus. At the same time, it should not support the growth of the pathogenic microorganism. But it is mentioned in the reference that yes, when the lactobacillus acidophilus is supported by the prebiotic, lactobacillus acidophilus it produces the bacteriocin which acts as an antibacterial substance and which inhibits the growth of pathogens. So, inhibiting ability was checked with the antibacterial activity, and yes,
Given extracted sample is showing the antimicrobial activity with the two common representative examples, that is E. coli and the Staphylococcus aureus. And this antimicrobial activity could be related to the bacteriocide produced by the Lactobacillus acidophilus. We want to claim our extracted sample as a prebiotic. Now, prebiotic is a substance which should reach the colon in an undigested form, and we should support the growth of beneficial microorganisms. Therefore, in vitro digestion was tested, and XRD was done after the in vitro digestion. In vitro digestion, that is, it was done using the simulated gastric fluid, simulated intestinal fluid, and then the gastric after in vitro digestion, the XRD was done, and this sample.
Okay, thank you, madam. Please stop the video. Hello, Dr.
Hello.
Jayashree is there?
Yes, sir.
Yes, what's your observation about the antimicrobial activity of these prebiotics?
So it showed the zone of inhibition against the E. coli and the Staphylococcus aureus.
E. coli and the?
Staphylococcus aureus. We took it as a representative of gram positive and the gram negative.
Okay, if you have compared that with any standard one?
Yes, sir. We compared with the
Hello?
Oligosaccharide, which is considered as a. We compared with the FOS, fructooligosaccharide, which is considered as a gold standard in the area of prebiotic.
Okay. Okay. Any extraction method you have used for this?
Yes, sir. We have used the alkaline extraction where the supernatant was neutralized, and then ice cold ethanol was used to precipitate the sample from the supernatant.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Next participant.
Is the Shivaji College of Arts, Commerce and Science, Akola. I am going to present here an article on review on comparison of types of solar cells. All of you know about the solar cells. Solar cells are the semiconducting devices which convert solar energy into electrical energy. So let's move to the presentation. In abstract, solar energy from sun is affordable clean energy. Affordable clean energy is pollution-free. In order to meet present energy demand, photovoltaic cells are one of the most effective, sustainable and eco-friendly systems in recent world. People are looking for new source of substitute clean energy. The demands of affordable clean energy is going on increasing. And solar energy is a source of clean energy, so that the different solar technologies are developed, and different types of PV solar technologies like monocrystalline, polycrystalline, amorphous silicon, thin film, nanocrystalline are most popular technology to produce the electricity. We will review a progressive development in the solar technology and discuss their future trends and aspects. This paper presents some theoretical evaluations for variation in the efficiency of energy for different types of solar cells under changes of environmental parameters. In introduction, sun is the best renewable source of energy. Solar energy obtained from sun is pollution-free, clean source of energy. However, the worldwide demand of energy, which is assumed to increase at 5% each year, and recent research is on innovative methods to convert that solar energy into electricity. So, this recent research based on the different innovative methods, as the solar energy is abundant and clean source of renewable energy, it is necessary to convert it into different technologies. Analysis and comparison between different technologies will help us to adapt the foremost and beneficial technology. There are two types of technology that are non-concentrated photovoltaic solar panels and concentrated photovoltaic solar panels. Solar cells can be classified into
first, second, and third generation cells. First generation cells. The first generation cells are wafer-based, conventional, made up of crystalline silicon that includes material such as polycrystalline silicon and monocrystalline silicon with PV technology. Second generation cells, these are the thin film solar cells with amorphous silicon, CDT and CIGS cells, and are commonly significant. The third generation solar cells, these are the thin film emerging photovoltaic technologies. The research on it is going on, so not in commercially used. Organic and inorganic substances are used, and it has a low efficiency and short stability, very short commercial applications. There are different types of solar cells, that is monocrystalline, polycrystalline, and thin film solar cells. These monocrystalline solar cells are made up from the silicon wafers, and these solar cells having a high efficiency and power capacity as compared to polycrystalline and thin film solar cells. Polycrystalline solar cells are also made up of silicon, but they won't have the corners cut off, so one can't see large white space on the front panel. Multiple silicon crystals in its solar cells make it harder, and therefore its efficiency is low as compared to that of what monocrystalline silicon. Thin film is the third type, and these crystalline solar cells are different from that of mono and poly. That is made up, these thin film solar cells are made up from the variety of materials. Actually, they are made up from the solid silicon wafers, but they are composed of non-crystalline silicon placed on the top of glass, plastic, or metal. Thin film silicon cells are portable, lightweight, and having lowest efficiency. So these are the types of solar cells. Actually, solar cells are further categorized. I already told that are categorized into first generation, second generation,
Okay,
third
please
generation.
stop video.
At first generation solar cells.
Hello, Radhika ma'am, Radhika Deshmukh is there. Hello, Radhika Deshmukh. Please unmute the Radhika Deshmukh if she is there.
He is not present.
Not present. Okay, okay, sir. Okay. Then take the next presentation.
Hello. Sir, I'm
Hello.
present. I'm Radhika.
Hello, Radhika.
Yes, sir.
Hello, ma'am. Under which different energy parameters you have carried out this work?
Hello.
Under which different energy parameters you have carried out this work?
Hello.
Hello. Am I audible to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Under which different parameters you have carried out this work?
Regarding to the crystal structure.
Energy parameters.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
Under which different environmental parameters you have carried out this work?
Environmental parameters means yes, photovoltaic PV technology I use for this.
Okay.
Okay, and these solar cells are classified into different types, that is monocrystalline, polycrystalline, and so on.
Okay.
Regarding to environmental parameters. Hello.
Yeah. Continue.
Hello.
Continue. Okay. Okay. I think there's a net problem is there. Hello.
Yes, sir. I am going to Amravati. Hello.
Okay. That's why there's a problem is there. Okay, madam. It's a nice presentation. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Please next presentation.
everyone. I am here to present my paper, Biological and Computational Analysis of 4,4-diaminobenzenolate Sugar-based metal complexes as anti-tumor and anti-dengue agent. Myself, Dr. Yan Sitalashmi, working as Assistant Professor and Head, Department of Chemistry, Christopher Arts and Science College, Women, Nanganeri, affiliated to Moranbaram Sundarnad University. We are all well known about the sheet-based ligands, which are the condensation product of primary amine and a carbonyl compound like aldehyde or ketone. The presence of non-parent electron in the nitrogen atom of the imine group of sheet base is of considerable chemical and biological application. Research on interaction between the sheet base transition metal complexes, usually cobalt, nickel, and copper, and DNA helps to give better knowledge about the development of novel chemotherapeutics and medicine. The experimental scheme is represented here. The primary amine taken is 4,4-diaminobenzenolate and the aldehyde taken is 4-methoxybenzaldehyde. Both are mixed together in methanol and reflex for 6 hours to get the product 4,4-methoxybenzolidine amino, N4,4-methoxybenzolidine amino, phenylbenzamide. The sugar-based ligand EL. The sugar-based ligand EL is then treated with the metal chloride salts in methanol and reflex for 6 hours to get the corresponding shift-based transition metal complexes of cobalt, nickel, and copper. The formation and the structure of the ligand EL and its complexes were confirmed by various spectroscopical techniques like H1 NMR spectra, EI mass spectra, FTIR spectra, UV visible spectra, and EPR spectra. So the H1 NMR spectra of the ligand EL shows a peak at 10.351, which is the indication of amino group of 4,4-diaminobenzenolate. There is a peak at 3.361, which corresponds to the methoxyl group of 4-methoxybenzaldehyde, and the peak at 8.716 corresponds to the acetylmethane proton. The various peak between 7.3 to 8 corresponds to the aromatic protons. The NMR spectra indicates the successful condensation of the primary amine, that is 4,4-diaminobenzenolate, and the carbonyl compound, that is 4-methoxybenzaldehyde, to get the sheet-based ligand EL. The EA mass spectrum of the ligand EL contains a peak at 462, which is corresponding to the molecular weight of the ligand EL. So the NMR spectra and the EA mass spectra confirms the formation of the sheet-based ligand EL. The FTIR spectrum of the sheet-based ligand and its complexes are shown here. There is a peak at 1597 in the ligand, which corresponds to the acetylmethane group, which is shifted to lower frequency in the corresponding metal complexes. It shows that the metal is coordinated to the ligand EL, which is also further confirmed by the new formation of new peaks around 470 centimeter inverse, which corresponds to metal nitrogen frequencies, stretching frequencies. The EPR spectrum of copper complexes shows an isotropic peak at 2.135, which is the indication of the geometry of the copper complex is square planar. All the complexes, that is cobalt, nickel, and copper, shows square planar geometry, which is further confirmed by UV visible spectroscopy. The biological application of complexes were studied using cytotoxic screening analysis, which is used to indicate whether our complexes can act as an anti-tumor agent or not. The MIC values, that is minimum inhibitory concentration values, shows that copper complexes have MIC value of 0.25, which indicates copper complex can act as a better anti-tumor agent. The DNA binding interaction of copper complex shows hyperchromism, which is the indication of DNA cleavage. So the DNA binding interaction studies clearly confirms that our complex can cleave the DNA of the tumorous cells. Anti-tumor activity of copper complexes.
Please stop the video now, please. Hello, if madam is there.
Dr. Sithya, madam.
Madam, can I get your name? Hello. Hello, sir.
Hello, sir. This is Dr. Sita Lakshmi. Yes, sir. Am I audible, sir? Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Sita Lakshmi.
Yes, sir.
Okay, because I think your name is not in my list. That's from which, from where you are?
Sir, I am from Christopher Arts and Science College for Women, Nagineri, Tirunelveli, Tamil Nadu, sir.
Tamil Nadu. Okay,
Yes,
okay,
sir.
okay, okay. Okay, madam. Okay, if you have done the X-ray diffraction study of that metal complexes?
No, sir, we don't done the X-ray diffraction studies.
Okay, because I think it is the essential part of that.
Sir, we don't get the crystals, sir. We go for the. That's why
Okay,
I don't.
You tried for that, but not get the single crystal.
Yes, 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 sir. Single crystal
As
studies.
far as the cytotoxicity is concerned.
Yes, sir.
During your study, which complexes you have found better?
Sir, copper complexes have better activity, sir. This is confirmed by the cytotoxic screen analysis. So this is the first step in anti-tumor activity. So that test tells whether our complexes are have anti-tumor activity or not. So we have taken the cytotoxic screening analysis, so which shows that copper complexes.
Where you have done this study?
Cytotoxic. It is done in the Hubli, sir. Biogenetics Hubli.
Okay, is there any institute?
Sir, it is biogenetics.
Acha, biogenetics.
Yes, sir.
Okay, last one. What's your observation about the EPR spectrum of that copper complexes?
Sir, the EPR spectrum shows a isotropic peak at 2.135 G value, so which indicates that copper complex is square plane. Which is also further confirmed by the UV spectral analysis, sir.
Okay, thank you, madam.
Thank you,
it's a
sir.
nice
Thank
work
you.
and nice presentation too.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Have a good day. Okay, sir, I think we should stop now because again the five people are raising hand. Can we continue it tomorrow?
Yes, sir.
Because
of time constraint.
Yeah, it's too late now, and till now I am in a college campus. That's why.
Yes, sir. We can understand.
We will continue it on tomorrow. It may be at 8 a.m., 9 a.m. What?
9 a.m. Sir, 9
a.m. Okay.
Exact at
And
9.
then
Start the video presentation first, then we'll take the technical lectures from our eminent speakers. So, I would like to announce to all the participants that rest of the video presentation for oral as well as poster will take tomorrow at 9 a.m.
Also send that message on that our group.
Yes, definitely.
Okay, madam. Can I leave now?
No, sir. Just a minute.
Okay. Because we are going to continue the session tomorrow. That's why.
Thank you.
Okay.
I thank you from bottom of my heart to respected Preeti Dehate, sir, Associate Professor, Department of Chemistry, Sri RLT College of Science, Akola. Sir has given his valuable time as well as support. It's a very big task to have a patience for a long time.
No, madam, it's our duty. It's a part of our work.
Sir has shouldered this responsibility. I am very grateful to you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. And again, I'll request you to please be with us tomorrow in the morning.
Okay. Just
Devachi, sir.
Yes.
Devachi, sir.
Sir, bola.
It's enough, I think so. It's 6 p.m.
Yes, sir. That's why we will continue it tomorrow. Okay, sir.
Tomorrow, yes. That will be better, I think so.
Yes, sir.
Of course, you have to take the decision.
Yes, I have to take. I just consult with Nazia madam, and we are
Nazia, convener.
8:30 or the 8:30 or the 9. Yeah.
As per opinion of convener.
Yes.
Convener, so we'll decide whether to stop or not, or to continue tomorrow. Yeah.
No, because it's her opinion is equally important. Because sir, what happens? She has to continue the other sessions also on tomorrow. And that's why we will mostly.
How many participants are there now? Remaining participants, how many?
I think 4 or the 5 participants.
4 or 5?
Yeah.
Oh. Achha. You decide.
Yeah, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Let's
sir.
continue
Yeah.
tomorrow morning.
Yes, sir. We will continue it too, madam. We will continue it too. Okay. Thank you, madam.
Again, I would like to give thanks to respected V.S. Jamode sir. Sir has given his valuable time for us. That's a very big thing for me, especially. And I'm really grateful to you, sir. to
Okay,
be with
it's
us.
all right.
Thank you, sir. Thank
It's
you.
all right. You're
And again, I
nice present.
request you to join
Nice.
us tomorrow also.
Tomorrow.
Yes, yes.
Tomorrow, yeah. Okay. Okay,
Let's be a
definitely.
great support, moral support for all of us, sir.
Okay, okay. Very fine.
Many of you. Thanks a lot, sir. Thank you.
All sessions and technical talks and talks of the eminent personalities are very fine today.
Yeah, yeah, yes. Sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Participants are requested to join tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. We'll take the rest of the presentation, oral and poster presentation, and then we'll continue for the invited speakers, talk from the invited speakers. So I will put that announcement in the, our group also. So please be with us. And thank you. Shall we leave, sir? Jamode, sir?
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes.
Shall we leave, sir?
Tomorrow at 9 a.m.
9 a.m., sir. 9.
Okay, okay. I will be there.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thanks a lot.